measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Survive the Spin, Effie Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tears Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, JMails24, Unimento, Iron 26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links, as I say, to Patreon are below this video. I've got Clover with me, in case you can't tell, because I've been reading through a book that was actually sent to her elder sister. Out of the way. Called Level Plain Poem Fat. Let's just to get my tongue around it. Level Plain Poem Flat Earth Explained. Now, this was actually sent to Eleanor, although Clover, who isn't as advanced in terms of her reading ability, is going to have some of these actually read out to her while she's with me. Come here, because you're distracting me. Right, all you've got to do is follow along with the words, okay, from the ones that I've picked out. So we've already read them in advance, haven't we? Right, so we're going to read Level, Stable, Immovable, right? And this one's got a picture of a pizza on it. I'm going to show you this. So, let's read this one out first. Should we read all four of the ones we picked out?
Yeah.
Okay, follow along with the words while I read it, okay? You don't have to say it, you just have to follow along. Level, stable, immovable. Now, to get an understanding of the overall concept, we need to keep it fun and light, and not too in-depth. As we've all lived here for a while, and we know what we're feeling, we can agree that we're not aware of the Earth violently reeling. It's steady and stable, with no turning, flying, whipping movements. To convince us otherwise, the globe theory is going to need some major improvements. That's level, stable, and immovable. I like that one. Right, where's the next? Hopefully my folding over corners thing has worked. Quite a way forward, eh? Okay, this one's called Perspective. When you look out, the sky will come down, the sides will come in, and up will come to the ground. Perspective shows what happens as you look farther forward, how the blend of the sky and ground at the horizon has occurred. This shows how the sun moves away, while the stable plane doesn't change. It's just perspective, making everything appear long, straight, and narrow downrange. I'll show you the picture for that one as well. So, Level Plain Poems books have got really nice illustrations in them. Enough to keep my eldest daughter interested. That was Eleanor when she read it of her own volition. Unlike me reading it to you, oh, Clover, do you like that one? Is that a big thumbs up?
Yeah.
I swore I picked out a third one. Here we go. No, I'm sure I picked out one after this one as well. There could be four. I can't remember if I picked out 3 or 4, but I've definitely picked out this one as well, because I like the story of Icarus. So Icarus flies too close to the sun. I'm probably going to butcher all of these names, but to escape the prison of Crete, a plan was devised by Daedalus, warning his son not to fly too low or too high. But Icarus was incredulous. Using wings made of feathers, thread, cloths, and beeswax, the scorching sun dissolved them, causing a falling to the sea and a drowning at the story's climax. But this Greek myth gave rise to the phrase, flying too close to the sun. But when we actually think about it, the concept may not be that dumb. Although it isn't a proof in any way, shape, or form, the Greeks understood the sun wasn't 93 million miles away, or it couldn't have gotten that warm. The farther into their space you go. Oh, the farther into your... Let's try that again. The farther into their space you go, the colder it should become. But with the local sun inside the firmament, the wax on the wings would logically succumb. We know that the sun's heat was strong and that it was a local and close, so using beeswax to escape wings that could melt is no bueno. Poor Icarus. Adios. Like that one?
Yeah.
I'm sure I picked out one last one. Maybe I didn't. Maybe that was that. Oh, no, I did. Here we go. Yes, I did pick out 4. This is the last one. I'll just plug the book before I read the last one again. So this is Flat Earth Explained by Level Plain Poem. Of 4. So this is the second book I've actually read through. The first one being Sent to Clover, which she did read on her own. You like that one, didn't you?
Yeah.
You like the note that you got? Right. Do you feel movement? Between a whirling globe and a level stationary plane, there is a huge difference. A sense of movement, or the obvious lack thereof. It's the globe's biggest hindrance. They say Earth is so big that we wouldn't feel any motion, yet we can detect the slightest change in speed or direction, while on land, in the air, or in the ocean. In a car, train, boat, or plane, acceleration turns are felt. So with the unimaginable speeds they fabricate, we'd need to tighten our seat belts. I like that too. I don't think I picked any others out. Although I did flick my way through all of it, reading and looking at all of the illustrations, which are, as I say, really, really, really nice. Cool. One last plug for Level Plain Poem. Her book, Flat Earth Explained. And she's getting a shout out every single day from my patronage list, and also an additional shout out for each of the books that I go through. After reading them, it's just taken me a long while to get through them. But this is book 2 of 4. Excuse me. Level Plain Poem, Flat Earth Explained. Thank you very much indeed for sending me these at great expense from the States. I really appreciate it, Tam. Thank you very much indeed. But with that, I'm going to hand across to whoever is in Discord or Google. See if they're in there first. Yes, there are a couple of people in there. So you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Morning.
We're going to Riggs today?
Yeah, we're already there. Say hello, Riggs.
Hello.
Oh, what's up?
I'm just getting your event together. Got a hold of Neil late last night, or early this morning, so.
Where do you want me? Am I okay in here?
This is the wrong room. I'll take care of it. No worries.
Okay. Which room should I be in? Coliseum?
Well, yeah, let me just sort it out real quick. Don't worry about it. I got you.
Okay. My wife says I love it when people say I've got you, as in I'll sort this out, you don't need to worry.
Right up your alley, right?
Absolutely, that's my favourite kind of language. I will do this for you. Fantastic. Everybody does a little. I don't have to do anything.
They say, I'll take care of it, as long as they don't say, we'll help you, because we're your friend.
Whatever. I was just reading some of Level Plain Poems to book to Clover. Finally got around to reading the second of 4 books. fold over the pages on the ones I like, which I did.
How are they?
The poems are nice. They do have an element of poetry in them, but they're informative. What have she got for me? I didn't even read out the bit for me. No bendy water Oakley. Nathan Oakley entertainingly puts fundies back in their place by calling their silly notion of a globe earth a spinning wet rocket ball right to their face. His flat earth debate on YouTube helps you learn, understand and become more highly educated. While addressing flat earth, his intellectual sarcasm will keep you interested and motivated. So it's kind of poetry, and it kind of isn't. It's just informing. And then there's a picture of me. It says, bendy, curvy water, all bendy and curvy to support their imaginary bendy, curvy globe. That's a quote from Under the Heavens 2, a commenter. And then it's got a picture of all these different water levels, like in little E shapes, inverted, sort of pointing upwards, like 3 spikes pointing upwards. But they're all at different angles and all obviously with the same water level inside them, forming a horizontal, right? Regardless of the orientation, it's showing that water always forms its level. And it says water always maintains level and never curves. So it's fairly straightforward stuff. I mean, this one was a bit more advanced than the first one I read because it was addressed to Eleanor. To Eleanor, I wanted you to have this book, which is a bit more advanced. I'm sure you'll be able to understand these flat earth concepts. I learned so much from your daddy. Be sure to thank your mum and dad for your homeschooling. Sounds like you are doing a great job, and they are incredibly proud of your accomplishments. From Tam. That was handwritten to Eleanor on
Nice.
the inside page. Yeah, she did that with all of them. She handwrote a note to the individual that the book was addressed to. So we've got 4 books and there's 4 people in this household, and each of us got like our own book with a message addressed to us. And obviously she's sending them because there's a bit in them with me in them, and she's obviously proud to have me in a book, which is so flattering. So that was on like page 18, although I didn't read that out to Clover earlier. I just read the ones that I'd folded the pages over on.
When somebody takes time to write out something with their hand, that means something these days.
Yeah, and it's a physical, I've got a physical thing. I'm holding it. Which is always nice. Post it on it. This book is for Eleanor Tam. Yeah, like I say, I read its contents, or some of its contents, to Clover just now. Although we'd already gone through it, her and I, prior to being on camera doing it. But you never know when you're going to actually be in a position to do it. Today is the day. Because I had a snooze in the middle of the day, so I was up till about 3 a.m. Being slept at a stupid time, like late evening or late afternoon, rather.
That's my everyday life routine.
You go to bed at like 3 a.m.
Well, that's when I usually start to fall asleep around midnight, but I'm up at 3.
Fair enough.
Sleep is overrated.
So, is it 9 Eastern that you're going on at?
It's in 2 hours, approximately. What time is it now? 12:30.
I think it's an hour and a half till then.
2 o'clock, my time.
9 Eastern, 8 Central.
Okay, so an hour and a half.
Yeah, approximately an hour and a half.
Okay. All right, your event's in there. So,
I'll put your link in advance this time. So it's under the live show in advance of the live show.
You know what I've done is I've just set it up for every Friday. I don't know if that's okay, but
Yeah, great.
this like late planning thing is not the best. So I'm just going to go ahead and make it every Friday, unless you say otherwise.
When I was doing this with 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, I think it's called, I just used to do it every Friday. That is to say, once a week I'd go into their server, and it just became
Gotcha.
the Friday thing. So until we fall out, yeah, I'm happy to keep it a semi-permanent arrangement on a Friday at this sort of time.
No problem. No problem. Yeah, this is a good time for that. I have not had a chance to work with other creators yet, so this is kind of like the only event that's pretty regular so far. But I do have a list of like 20 other people that eventually we'll be adding into the fun. Neil, I sent you the new invite link. Okay.
Okay.
No,
Do you want me to use a different one from last time?
Well, yeah, I had to make a new everything. So this one repeats. I think it should be good in perpetuity.
What does perpetuity mean?
It repeats every Friday, so it doesn't just go away.
That's what perpetuity means.
Perpetuity, I think, means it just keeps continuing forever. So this is a Friday event.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, great. If you can send that to me, Neil, I'll stick that under the live show to replace the one from last week.
Well, the link that you have there, that's fine. Just the invite link alone is fine. But the show link is more for you, so that when you click it, you go into the right room, and maybe like honestly, they're both good. So
okay.
But the other link will be good forever as well. So if something happens to this event, the other link will still work.
Yeah, I'll leave it as it is then in that case, because I think from memory that one just gets you into a voice verification room anyway. It says something like, do you want to join this group with the GG one? So I'll just leave it as it is for now. Yeah,
the event link is better for like posting in Discord and whatnot. So the link that Neil has is the one that you'd want to spread out channels and everything.
Gotcha. So in other words, the one that's underneath the live show in the info box, which will be there after the video's rendered, is the best one.
Yeah, keep that the same.
But if in the live stream, as in the live stream chat while the show is literally live, the one that Neil's got would be better because it would take them directly to the event room.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
It's in Master B.
But yeah.
Thank you very much, Neil.
Okay, I think I'm going to go ahead and start it whenever you get ready to start it. Other than that, I think we're good to go. So.
Cool. Well,
I'm going to go make some tea.
Radio might make myself coffee. So, like I say,
I'm going to make a tea. I'll be back. I'll be back shortly.
I saw Discord was in my doom scrolling, Neil. Apparently they want everyone's ID, so they've just been made a public company. So obviously they're all about
you know something? Paula was telling me something about that. She said, let Nathan know that servers are going to be, they have to be picture identified or something.
Have to be what?
Like photo ID?
Yeah, they want either a scan of your face or a government ID that shows like a driving license or a passport, I would assume, which is kind of the level that I would expect if I was getting a freaking mortgage. You know what I mean? Not for joining a server. But fine, you know, they're making money now, and I assume that they want to gather up as much data on individuals. I mean, they're doing it under the justification of for the little kiddies, of course.
Well, that's good. Well, it's for the servers anyway. So you're going to see a lot of servers falling to the wayside. Sensual. So this will be your last day, huh?
Yeah, I just got the phone call to confirm my job, mate. So I'll be working Monday to Friday now until 5:30. Quite some time, I think.
Well, you got to do the D-Rose thing. Pop in at lunchtime.
I think the lunch is 1 till 1:40. I can say hello in the pre-show.
There you go. You'll find your way to pop in here and there.
Looking forward to a desk job though. I've been working in factories the last 10 years.
Yeah, it sucks. Factories are very depressing.
Oh no,
And
I
man,
like it. I like the early starts. I like the freedom of being in a factory.
yeah, it's so like the ones I worked in was so dark and dreary. It felt like it's this is my lot in life. I'm talking when I was very young.
Factories are
Sounds a
great
job
if you've
sensible.
got ants in your pants. Whereas a desk job, not so much.
See, I could never handle a desk job. I was in where I needed to be. I was in, I had a trade and I was on a different job every day. Some big job, you were there for a little bit, but you always knew as soon as they're done with this, I'm moving to the next scenery.
So does that mean you're in an office somewhere 9 to 5?
Yep. As of Monday.
Oh my God. I've done that a couple of times. I worked for a bank, and I've worked for several estate agents. In fact, I've had for a few 9 to 5 jobs, and every single time I've hated them because of that routine where what feels like the majority of your life is in front of that desk. Now, at least with some of the estate agent jobs and recruitment jobs, I could go out to clients, like deal with them and deal with my staff in their situ if they were playing up, basically. But I got to get away from the desk. But for the one job, the one with the bank, it was just at the desk. And I'm like, oh, it was horrible. Flogging people mortgages and flogging people bank accounts, and just wasn't fun. I didn't like being at a desk 9 to 5, not at all.
Lazy people like the 9 to 5 desk job where you don't move.
Oh, I can't cope with that. Even now, right now I'm on my radio mic because I like getting up and walking around. I really like having a radio mic. It's excellent, in fact, because I can go and make myself a cup of coffee. Yeah, although it's not the best microphone I've got, the fact that it's on the end of a radio transmitter makes this my favourite microphone now, with its giant yellow head on it. We call this the Big Brother microphone. No, I keep getting it wrong. The Big Breakfast microphone. So if you remember from the 90s, the Big Breakfast, they had those multicoloured foam windscreens on all of their radio mics. So that's what this reminds my wife of. She came up with it. She's like, that looks like the mics they had on the Big Breakfast. So yeah, so this is me wandering around with my big breakfast microphone, which means I've got the freedom. And at a desk job, they're expecting you to do something. I remember once working for an estate agent, right? It was one of my first jobs, and I was probably, I don't know, 18, 19, something like that. And I'm at this estate agent, and you've got all these clients in a card file that you're supposed to contact about houses, right? And I'm sat there thinking, I wonder if I can send this house to this person. Just thinking about who I would send what to, right? And the manager taps me on the shoulder and says, what are you doing? I'm thinking. I don't think. Phone them. I'm like, well, I've got to think about which one needs the appropriate house. He went, tell them about all of them. And it reminded me of a Lionel Hutz estate agent gig that they did in Simpsons, right? Lionel Hutz, right, is telling Marge after she gets a realtor exam qualification to be an estate agent, basically, or what you call a realtor. She's told by Lutz, the right house is the one that's for sale. The right customer is anybody. And then he takes her through a flick book when she's like struggling to sell them. He's like got this flick book of all these different examples of houses, and she's shown this little tiny little house. She goes, it's really small. He goes, quaint. And she goes, next picture, the one's house is falling apart. She goes, that looks a bit dilapidated. He says, rustic. Goes to the next house, it's on fire. She goes, come on, that house is on fire. And he goes, no, motivated seller. Lionel Hutch teaching Marge Simpson the art of positive spin.
Yeah, well, thanks for reminding me how depressing this year's going to be for me. Really appreciate that, guys.
That's all right. You were telling me that my show's gone downhill and we were like a load of old men sinking our sorrows into pint jars the other day, so screw you.
Yeah, I deserve it.
I've got quite praise recently from people telling me that they've liked the show. They've liked the laid back attitude, that it's preferable that way. So I don't know. While I was actually concerned before these comments started to roll in, that I am, as you put it, depriving people of the chaos of the argument. But I can't deny the situation we're in. There isn't an argument anymore. There was only ever the perception that there could be an argument, so that the argument existed. But you're like, well, if everyone's measuring it flat, what is there to argue about? What am I going to argue about? The argument is ended really easily when like Uruguay guy, right? When you're looking south at the sun, it goes different directions. It's like, do you think it goes in different direction? No, it goes same direction. You're like, so number one,
Yeah.
you're bonkers. Number two, point south. End of discussion. Like, you pointed south, that's a two-dimensional horizontal directionality. That's it. That's the end of the discussion. You need Earth to be flat. To just go this
It's a
direction.
mantra.
Yeah, your mantra. And you're like, okay, you can tell yourself that. I mean, I now know what this is. It's you trying to cope and projecting it onto me. It's like your mantra is Earth globe. But me, it's like, no, I'm not making up any mantras when I say south is just a flat Earth direction. It is. It's like, tell me I'm wrong then. No, south is down. No, down is down. South is definitely horizontal.
I listened to the show yesterday, and it was last week's, I guess, when we were at Riggs when Elderbear came in. It's Elderbear, not Edderbear, whatever he said. But he just wants, he had a whole title for this thing he came up with, the deconstructive whatever nonsense. I'm like, oh man, he is so desperate for attention. He just wants to be recognized.
Well, he wants to make the argument about me personally, what Nathan said and how Nathan's done things or not done things. And
Yes,
when I wouldn't
Nathan
allow
and
him-
Flatter debate us, yeah, because you mentioned Sean and what we say.
Yeah, he wants to make it personal. But when I took it to the position, that is to say what is formally described as the argument, that is to say he's utilising elevation angles and horizontal distances for the sake of argument. I can't remember what exactly the point I took him to. He immediately anthropomorphised the argument about a measurement into a person that could speak and had lips. It's like, well, the argument would say this, or the measurement would say that. I can't remember how I phrased it quite, but he immediately...
He said nobody's going on a dinghy,
No,
something to that effect.
No, it was after that. He turned whatever the measurement he'd used, I put it back to him as a flat earth only prerequisite, and it's like, the angle measurement would say that, or something
Oh,
like
yes.
that. But that's...
Yeah, he said he gave him lips.
anthropomorphisation. I'm preventing him from using me as the individual to make the argument seem like an argument. It's like, no, this isn't about me. I mean, I've made a show with that title. Upon recognising that myself, you're like, this has to be made about me because there's no way around the flat earth measurements. So how can you have an argument with me? Well, you make it about me immediately. The other guy did it, didn't he? Sodbuster. You and your wife with your pepper pots. You're like, so this is going to be about me then. It's going to be made personal really quickly because you've got nowhere else to go. You need to make it about me, the individual. Then what I say is irrelevant. It's just whether or not I'm a good person rather than, well, we've got a flat earth elevation angle, or we've got a flat earth distance, or a flat earth direction, or a flat earth flight level, or a flat earth sea level, or a flat earth eye level, whatever it is that we're using to measure earth, and they're all flat. It can't be about that. It's got to be about me, because then you can discredit me as an individual, and the audience goes, well, he can't be right then. It's like, well, so you're not assessing whether or not we've got a sea level. You're assessing if Nathan Oakley's a good guy or not. That's the idea from Edderbear. He needs to personalise it.
Yeah, I agree, but he wants relevancy as well. He wants people to hear his modus ponens, and he wants people to pay attention to what he's saying, and he's formed an argument. And when you're telling him there is no argument, he can't cope with it.
Yeah, but I still don't understand how he comes to the conclusion that pi must equal 2 if Earth is flat.
What they're trying to say is it doesn't match the radius that we've been given. Who cares?
Yeah, who cares? What will you do?
What
You
idiots.
take their argument that they've got a radius value and its measurement is derived from a flat Earth. So we say, well, your radius comes from a flat Earth measurement. What Edinburgh has then gone away and gone, right, so they're claiming the globe Earth radius for their measurement proof. No, we're not. We're pointing out that Earth is measured flat in all circumstances, even when globe believers suggest that they're deriving a radius. So we use their derivation by way of flat Earth measurement against them. That doesn't make the radius ours. But if he can make the radius ours and make it wrong, we are ultimately wrong. That's the idea. But he has to project someone else's argument onto us first. And at that first hurdle, we go, well, it's not our radius. Well, you're using it as proof. No, someone else will come along and use it as proof. And to achieve it, regardless of how right or wrong it is, they need to measure Earth flat to achieve it. That's not my measurement. I don't care what the globe Earth radius is. I don't care what the minimum elevation angle in latitude terminology gives you. I don't care what the value is. It is just a flat Earth measurement. I'm not the one using it, though.
Yep, you summed it up very well. That's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's been boggling me for quite some time.
Or we're going to have that will be a failure. Students will try and project, like they try to deny their own reference.
Something going on with your mic, Nathan.
Yeah, you're cutting in and out.
Okay, I'll be back in a sec.
Got ketchup on your mic.
You little cream for your tea. Maybe you got a little on the mic. Yeah, but you can better believe he'll be in here today chanting the same thing.
Hello, Nathan.
Well, Refracted said I was right. Oh, he loves that.
It's so pathetic, man, isn't it?
Yep. Anytime he comes in, he's going to come in with, well, Refracted said I was right. And then he's going to go into his little modus ponens or whatever he put together because he wants that to be out there. He wants to be recognized.
It's like entertaining a 10-year-old who's learned a card trick.
Yeah. Yeah, and he wants to show that card trick to the cool kids. Like, look, I belong now. The hell out of here. They took that crew took a weird freaking path because they used to pop in here. Nathan used to promote them. You go back to some of the old shows, you heard Bev on here talking about horizontal, right?
Yeah, and Bev
Talking about
enjoyed it
axioms.
when there were conversations and assumed to be debates, and he was one of many options. Well, as soon as Nathan pointed out there was no debate and this is all futile, that's suddenly when the friction started.
Well, it started before that because I don't know, for some reason. It started with you could do F4 with an angle. And so I guess you're right. It's more about the measurement. Because once you start with the measurement, then you realize there is no argument. Now that's a problem. Because that's all they say. You hear Bevy will be like, what do you mean there's no argument? It's got to be an argument. No, there never was one.
Is that better? Change channel.
Sounds better? But you'll need to talk consistently for us to hear you cutting in and out.
Oh, maybe I'm just.
Which you have no problem doing.
Oh, that could be the gate. Let's just have a look. Hold on a second. Yeah, this level's too low. and I've got it gated. There we go. How's that? Any better?
Perfect.
I wasn't squeezing through the gate. I was just too low. That's what was happening. I'm talking at a mumbly level in a different room, not looking in my seat now. I don't even need this mic. In the seat I'm in now, I can see the lines, right? I can see how loud things are and getting them up a little bit. This is a new mic to me. The other one, though, I was just using a second ago, so I will get used to it. Eventually, I'll have no issues with it. Sorry, I didn't mean to kill the conversation.
Yeah, we were just talking about how once we started talking about measurements, Bev, who used to come in and be all right, used to promote him, used to talk about all these axioms and horizontal. He became public enemy number one when he started saying you could do F4 with an angle. They won an argument, Nathan, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah, and I'm glad we've come up with the terminology for it, being a fart sniffer. Somebody who likes the sound of their own voice in a position that has been deemed to suggest an argument. And it's like, well, if you know your way around that perceived argument, then you've got an ability to make next man look stupid and therefore elevate yourself. It's like, all you're doing is sniffing your own farts, though. That's as I see it now. It's like, pff. At this point, where we've been, us personally, at the tip of the spear for 10 straight years, we're at that pinnacle of understanding where we go, there is no debate. Those are strong words. Now, you can either accept them or brace against me because suddenly I'm demeaning your position. The first one to do it was Brian. He's like, well, you're making us redundant. Yeah, I am. Yeah, you're no longer needed. You don't need to be arguing this because there isn't an argument. So you understanding all of these arguments that you tell us that you understand, it's just you now saying, look how wonderful I am. I understand the complexities that have been created around a non-argument. And I can argue within that non-argument really effectively. Like, yeah, but it's not an argument, is it? Part of your argument involves you using flat earth measurements to put their position coherently over the course of 25 minutes to the audience. So you're like, well, all you're doing is begging the question of the sphericity based on the flat earth measurements that are required, and every time me or one deck or someone would point out, well, that requires a flat earth, you'd get a disdain, irritated response. Well, it's not like I don't understand that I need horizontal for this. I want to explain it from within the globe paradigm, so stop stopping me by pointing out how flat earth must be for me to make this globe argument to show how it doesn't work on a globe. You're like, you're just sniffing your own farts. That's what you're doing, just sniffing your own farts.
You think I don't know that, refracted? He would get very uptight with refracted because refracted, a lot of times we'd miss it. But refracted would never miss it. And that used to drive Brian crazy. You think I don't know that? All right, so then what are we talking about here?
Yeah, the minute you require a flat earth for the argument to make sense, it's like, well, why are we arguing? The whole position is whether or not, if it was perceived to be a debate, whether or not there's a flat plane or a globe earth beneath our feet. At the point that the person who's claiming there's a globe earth measures earth flat, the argument ends. Like, okay, You've got two choices. Relinquish your flat earth prerequisite measurement that you need to make your argument, or don't make your argument because you haven't got any measurements to make it with. There's only two choices. And if you accept the flat earth prerequisite directionality in the form of south or a measurement of a horizontal distance, whatever, at the point that you accept those horizontal distance measurements, then you've got horizontal distance measurements, mate. So Earth's measured with horizontal distances. It's like, that's it then. End of story. We're measuring Earth flat with these distances. Why would we argue about how ball-shaped it is when the measurements can only be done in one way? Flat.
Exactly. Like, what are we arguing for? You just agreed with me. You just used this flat. So what's this debate about again? Oh, there is no debate. There you go. Now you're catching on.
Yeah, now, obviously, to certain people who knew they were getting a desk job and wanted to slag us off like we were, the bad guys because they're leaving the fold. They want to make it sound like suddenly we're a load of old men. You're like, no, I don't see it that way. I do see it a bit more like us being monks, like Shaolin, like the fighting type monks that are normally pretty zen, sat cross-legged, pinching their fingers, looking up towards the sky, very calm and tranquil. That doesn't mean that they can't beat the living shit out of you. It just means that they've reached a point of zen where they're quite content and they're not out to look to show you how good they can fight. You know, like the guy in the Matrix, the key keeper guy, not the key keeper, I forgot what his name, Seraph or something. He's the protector of the Oracle, and he's from the original Matrix, and he's very zen. He's sat drinking his tea, cross-legged, when Neo first gets introduced to him. Neo sees him with this bright golden glow because he's from the original Heaven Matrix. And he's there, not fighting, just chill, just very calm. Right? He's not there immediately going, look how I can kung fu you with my moves. It's just zen. Like, that's how I picture us, as opposed to bearded men with their pints, as Central Goat described us. But they both work as metaphors. It's like, yeah, generally speaking, the old guys in the pub are the guys that they already know how the farm equipment works. They don't need to convince the young whippersnapper of our combine harvest is useful. That's not necessary. They're just there to enjoy their beer. Well, yeah, you can use that metaphor too. It's a lot more humble.
Yeah, and every now and then you get stubborn old gins come in.
We're controlled by fear, and a lot of the stuff that conspiratards want to peddle is a notion that there's an overarching controller that we should fear. And that kind of irritates me. It's like, no, I think a lot of these things are designed in a way that makes it seem like more power is ascribable to an entity that we should be scared of than is necessarily the case. And whether or not there is a genuine link or path to show that they have control over things that they aren't telling us about, so what? Like, literally, so what? Does that mean that you need to live in fear of the next event that will happen that isn't as it's described in the news? I would say no.
What controller is that? Is that fact controller?
Not the fact controller, like controlling the weather, controlling the media, controlling wars, controlling every aspect of every person's life that ever existed ever. There's a suggestion of a they that controls almost everything. You can find a conspiratard, you can find an aspect of life they're suggesting is being kept under control by these they.
It's all in their minds.
Yeah, and it's been created deliberately in some instances, like the weather thing. I honestly think that there's an intentional effort to make conspiratards believe that gods are in control of the weather, basically. And, you know, there's look at this patent and look at this machine, and you're like, yeah, and? Oh, right, you've decided that means that the government controls the weather, and that's why it's snowing this winter. You're having me on. Really? That's what you want to believe? Okay. Just show me where they made this snow then. Oh, you can't? So you can't prove any of it then? So this is just your belief in something to be scared of? You've got to be pretty damn sure.
I think people want you to understand that there's this controlling government or somebody that's not good for you, but you can make it sound worse than it is. So they just want to create the fear back, don't they? It was a bit like COVID, you know, create more fear to justify whatever position you're coming from.
Yeah. It's fear that guides us. It's fear that controls us.
But again, by talking about this, we're talking about the chain of command and the people's integrity within it, rather than the measurements, which prove it's flat.
Yeah, that's true. But we're also dissecting how we got here. So most of the people who are in the arena are conspiratards. The ones that want to talk about 9/11 and chemtrails and snow being made from man and all that kind of stuff. There's a reason those people are very susceptible, and also flat earthers in name only most of the time. And it's because they've been led here from conspiratorial paths. You know, they've all got here with the same story. I interviewed them all back in the day on Flat Earth UK. And the first question I asked everybody, how did you find out Earth is flat? And they all start with the same basic story. The basic tenet of anybody's journey is the same pretty much every time. I was watching a video about 9/11. I was watching a video
but
about
Nathan,
Sandy Hook. Go on.
But Nathan, you're talking to people who were specifically on YouTube, looking for other people on YouTube to talk about that topic. If you was to go to a mariner's class somewhere, you get a different answer, because the people there will go, well, I learned it was flat from real life experience of navigating the oceans.
Yeah, I don't dispute it. My sister's like that. That's exactly the attitude she took while I was arguing with her husband about how celestial navigation works. She's nodding along because that's how she's been trained to do it. It was a real penny drop moment for me. Your average normie, knowing that Earth is measured flat when they are trained to measure Earth, is a standard fare idea that's, descended from the geography class, not the science class. But it doesn't alter that the people in the arena you're saying are just people I found via YouTube. I can't disagree with you. It's just another social media platform. However, I still have to stand by the idea that people are people. If we are peddling conspiracy angles from a flat Earth perspective, then there's a good chance that most of the people who are in this subject are like that. And when I go to a different platform, TikTok or Instagram or Facebook, I see the exact same thing. The people who are held up for the general public to see, with the banner of flat Earth above them, are always conspiratards.
Oh yeah, YouTube's it's either here's how you do something, or here's what I think about something, and flat Earth's been put into the opinion category.
Yeah, and it's an opinion given to you by people who have crazy opinions about other subjects. And it's not, is it? It's not an opinion-based subject. It's not about me. It's not about how I feel about it. And it is utterly inconsequential how I perceive it, because it's just measured flat. And the measurements of Earth are consequential to those who measure it. And typically, people don't go around just measuring Earth for the sake of it. I mean, there's idiots out there like Simon Dan and me to a certain extent when I did Tracking the Sun that do go out just for the fun of it. I mean, it makes what you're doing a folly, but some people do just go out for the sake of it, to affirm their bias, to confirm their belief. For me and Dan, that was why we were measuring Earth, but nothing we did had any consequence. Same with the guys who went down to Antarctica. What did you achieve? Did something fundamentally alter in the worldview of anybody who watched? Probably not. But none of them were consequential, and neither was the measurement they made. Yeah, it was flat, but it didn't mean anything. But when you look at the measurements when someone's been trained and paid to learn geographically how flat they must deal with Earth, there's normally some consequence to it. Buildings will fall down, bridges will collapse, people will crash into the ground if they're flying, people will get lost at sea. That's the consequence. So, for me, it's like, well, we've been brought here to argue in a subject that we aren't trained in and have no consequence in, as conspiratards, so that the subject of the science of a globe Earth can be perpetuated as though it's an argument, when in reality, all Earth measurements are flat. All globe Earth beliefs are based on those measurements. So there's a crossover between geography and the so-called science that you taught of the globe. And to mask that connection so that the globe believers can use flat Earth measurements without any hindrance, you have to turn the subject into a social subject. So it's put on social media for us to talk about socially in the bar. Fight about it. Keeping us very busy. The downside is the people who are around me that I can appeal to in a very limited capacity through censorship won't like my sentiment. There's plenty of people at the moment that are annoyed at me because I'm essentially saying, your way of doing things is crap. You're putting your social opinion on this, and nothing that has any consequence to Earth and its measurement is governed by you. In other words, you, this conspiratard that I'm insulting, are inconsequential to this discussion. as Brian put it, made redundant. You're like, yeah, that's not going to make me many friends. Most people want to feel like they're suddenly really special because they found out Earth's flat. It's like, number one, you didn't really know it though, did you? You just believed it. And your belief that there was a consequence and importance to it was wrapped up in your importance in the subject, because you know something someone else doesn't. So you can lord it over them while you sniff your own farts, telling yourself how marvellous you are because you're so super intellectual. I come along and go, yeah, it don't matter if you know it's flat. Who cares? So what did Dan do? Measure the sun 1,000 times. What was the consequence? Was there some new technology developed? Did we get a new clock? We didn't. All right, so nothing changed, nothing altered, nothing was benefited. Nobody had any consequence to him measuring Earth flat. What about me just tracking the sun on a Flat Earth Live 10 years ago? At the time, I felt like I was the most important person in the whole world. Now, 10 years down the line, yeah, it don't matter if I know. Who cares? What difference did it make that I found out? Now I know it's flat for sure and without a doubt. Has there been any change? We're told that the world will stop. People will lose their jobs. There'll be turmoil. Like, nah. I found out it's flat. Confirmed it to be flat. Realised that we were all being taught it flat anyway. And absolutely nothing changed. The only thing that really changed was the amount of personal attacks I got. That's it. Why? Well, because it's made into a personal subject, a social subject. When it's a geographical one. Definitely not a science one. But that's taken 10 years. But that means that I don't make friends and influence people when I tell the fart-sniffing conspiratards that they're inconsequential to the matter. Nobody wants to hear that. Works both ways. I'm inconsequential to it too. Nothing I do will alter how Earth gets measured flat. Will it?
You can remember as well, Nathan, as well as people being upset, a lot of people will be relieved because a lot of this information, there's just so much of it. There's so many nuances. It's so heavy. So just simplifying it, say, actually, you don't need to know any of this. You just need to know the fundamentals. A lot of people actually have a huge sigh of relief in that fact.
And I like to put that sentiment across when I say it's not that serious. Like, okay, understanding what's on screen now, surface level, eye level being parallel, the dip based on a begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking, orthographic representation of the point below the surface level called the horizon, formerly described as an Earth curve. Do you need to know any of that? No. Why not? Well, because there's only really one aspect of this depiction on screen that you need to understand. That's height. It's a fundamental measurement in the process. It's the first measurement. If you're describing Earth curve, it's at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So what do you need to achieve that calculation at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height off surface level? So none of it mattered. It was inconsequential. The Globers' belief in their Earth curve relied upon them measuring Earth flat, and the very first thing they did. So who cares? It wasn't that serious. We just measured flat for all measurements, even the ones that created the globe belief. So it doesn't really matter. You know, as a result of the derivation being from the actual surface level measurement, you can understand and appreciate how there's a surface level measurement, and then you can understand how all of the actual measurements that are consequential to people's well-being are utilising the exact same surface level or sea level, like flight level, like altitude in general, this being an example. All of those measurements are off a flat Earth whether we like them or not. Doesn't matter that you've got a globe belief. It's taught to you in science class. It's separate to geography. Why'd you care? You can keep your belief. You can call it science. It's not. But you can call it that if that makes it easier for you to believe in the derivation from the flat Earth surface level that you will measure if you want to believe that there's an Earth curve in an orthographic calculation. Now, you don't need to know all of the above. You just need to know that the height is measured flat. That's it. Now, for me, I don't think that is even necessary. Go and buy a compass. In terms of what we do on the Earth, when it comes to the surface descriptions, most of it, most people can relate to a map and navigation because they're doing it daily. They're in their cars, they're using their sat-nav. They all understand what a map is. So, okay, so if you understand what a map is and you understand how directionality works, Earth's flat. Look at a compass. It's the end of the discussion. Not, well, I can convert this with Haversine based on a latitude system that's derived from flat Earth measurements. You're like, that's too complicated. Even if you do all those things, south is still south. So who cares? Doesn't matter that you can convert it to sphericity through the angles you measured the latitude system with and call that a globe Earth that you're not standing on, you're standing in. You, as the individual who's not doing anything beyond using a map, doesn't need to know any of that stuff. The ball religion can derive its existence from the flat Earth in the science class, separate. Ed? Ed?
I want to read something because it drives me crazy after all of these shows, right? You have flat earthers hearing everything that we discuss here on the show. And this is what somebody has the nerve to say or ask, and it doesn't make any sense to me. So I want to know if it makes sense to you, Nathan. All right. One of these days, flat earthers will get smart and talk about cameras at different locations of a spinning globe, forcing them to see the stars moving at different speeds if Earth is spinning. What the freak would I want to do anything like that for?
Well, it incorporates a begging the question fallacy, doesn't it? Taking pictures on a globe Earth. Like, okay, so you've automatically assumed your outcome to be globular, and you've made it personal. So when will flat earthers realise, okay, so this is about whether or not I realise something or not? No. The axial rotation described from a non-inertial turning reference frame is flat. Poking an axis through it won't change how flat the non-inertial frame of reference they're inferring is. It requires there be a deviation, called Coriolis effect, which we do not observe, undermining their premise that requires a flat plane to describe it mathematically. Now, that has absolutely nothing to do with me as an individual and whether or not I can understand how, when it is assumed to be a ball, he, the person putting this argument, which it isn't, across, suggests Earth can be assumed to be perceived when looking up at the stars. If you're going to start with when will flat earthers, don't move your attention immediately away from the Earth. Is it flat or isn't it? Well, we're going to need a flat non-inertial turning reference frame for your description to function, so Earth's flat in your description mathematically. Furthermore, what are we describing? The lights in the sky? Well, we measure those lights with angles from the surface level. So all of the measurements and inferences that involve the lights when referencing the ground are flat. So why are you asking what have I, the individual, or us as a stereotype flat earther, will appreciate when you tell us that we need to look at something from a ball? Like, your ball was created with flat earth measurements. The derivations of anything useful that utilise the lights in the sky will be utilising flat earth elevation angles. So who cares what you say when you incorrectly affirm to yourself, by a begging the question fallacy, that you've got an axis through a plane that's non-inertial and turning? Who cares? You want to believe that you've got a non-inertial flat turning reference frame creating a Coriolis drift. There isn't one, but you can believe there is. Tell me how there's only one reference frame, if you like, if it makes you feel better. You and your reference frames are ruined, Nathan, because my explanation of how this doesn't function suddenly is my explanation of how a globe doesn't work. Therefore, they can brace against how I say an Earth that's turning automatically doesn't work. Rather than focusing on the flat non-inertial turning reference frame they need, the elevation angles that they need, the surface level, the sea level, the eye level, they don't want to focus on any of those things. I don't care.
This is the flat earther. That's what drives me crazy. It's like the whole Witcher thing. Let's prove Earth is not spinning. That'll show them. What the frick are you talking about? We just measured it flat. How the hell do you want to prove that Earth is not spinning after you measured it flat? This guy sits here show after show after show, and you're going to tell me go out at night and put a camera near the center of a merry-go-round and spin it. The stars appear to move slowly. Now move the camera to the edge and film. The stars will be seen moving fast. Since the stars are seen to move at the same speed no matter where you are on the Earth, this proves the Earth isn't spinning. It proved it wasn't spinning when you measured it flat. Holy shit.
Yeah, to explain derivations of angular measurements of the stars and their movements from a flat plane, there is an inference that the ground itself is turning in an orbital motion on a globe. Therefore, if you appreciate how orbital motion comes to fruition, you appreciate how flat Earth got measured to achieve that. Now, if it's measured flat based on the movement of the stars, and there are aspects that you can't explain, putting the world in motion arbitrarily in mathematics does not mean that the ground is moving. But they want to utilize all of the derivations of a flat Earth, that's the measurements of angles to the stars, to put the world into a globe shape based on those angles through the curve of the protractor. And then when that doesn't explain certain motions of the stars, specifically retrograde motion, which is what the derivation of all these measurements gives you, they want to put the Earth also in motion around the sun in a heliocentric manner. So, okay, all you're trying to do is explain epicycles, and you've removed yourself once further from the flat plane measurements by putting it into a flat plane of an orbital motion around the sun, heliocentric, to give you retrograde motion. Like, you're putting a Band-Aid on top of a broken leg, and the only reason you've broken your leg is because you've tripped over a flat plane that you're measuring.
All the evidence says spinning globe.
That's a baseless assertion.
Yeah, but it's what most normal people think, so makes sense.
But Earth measurements isn't based on people's perception or thoughts. You appreciate that, right?
Definitely not based on what you say, is it?
No, not at all. What I say is inconsequential
Never
to
will
how
be.
Earth's measured.
It never will be based on what you say. It'll be based on what I think.
I mean, yeah, your perception of the world is entirely your own. If you want to believe and perceive the world to be a sphere, then that's obviously your bag. But as you correctly identify, what I say about it is inconsequential. What is consequential is how
Why
it
do
gets...
you keep saying it then?
Saying what?
Why are you still saying this if you know it's inconsequential?
What's this? Be more specific.
Earth is flat. Earth is measured flat.
Because that's how it's measured.
Earth isn't spinning.
Because that's how it's measured.
Yeah, but if it's inconsequential...
Why are you yattering
why
when
are
I'm answering
repeating
you?
it?
You don't like my answers, Dawn. Yeah,
Why
but...
do you repeat inconsequential things?
Like it's measured flat. It is.
But what consequence are you hoping
Right,
to get
it's not
from
about me, though.
repeating
You
it?
just said it's not about me. So why are you asking about my consequences of this fact that it's measured flat? It is.
No. Whether I think it's true or not is not about you, but I'm now asking you why you keep saying it.
Because it's a fact.
Yeah, to you, but to
Not
me,
to
I
me,
disagree
to
with
people
that.
who measure it.
So-
You're making it about me, Dawn. You don't seem to understand. You've said
No,
it's
I
not
think
consequential
people- I
to you.
think
Now
people
you're
that measure it
yattering
think
through
it's
me.
a
I'm
globe,
answering you,
don't I?
Dawn. I know that in your mind, you believe that by talking through me, it will alter what I say. You're right.
That's what you do.
You're right.
You talk through people every time, don't you?
Again, you're making it about me rather than the flat Earth measurements that people measure. That isn't me. I'm inconsequential.
make it
There
about
you
me,
go
then.
again. Like, this will change what I'm saying. Painful
So I'll
much?
ask you
Triggered
again.
much?
If it
Triggered.
has no consequence, why do you say it?
I've got an audience. I make money from making YouTube videos about the fact
Why you
Make
can't?
money.
that Earth is measured
But you-
flat.
but you
Those
think Earth
facts
is flat?
that you
You
feel
really
that
think it?
yattering through will alter. Those facts. I
You
make
really
money
think
from telling
Earth is
people
flat?
those facts. You get triggered by them. You now yattering through me is you triggered by how
I disagree
flat
that it's a fact.
Earth measurements are. And in your
Facts are
deluded
subjective.
mind, you think it's consequential to the facts I'm talking about to an audience who pay me
Facts are
by talking
subjective.
through me. You think that will change the facts. Like stopping me talking will stop how flat Earth gets measured. It won't.
Facts are
How much I
subjective.
talk about it, I'm still talking, Dawn. You have talked through about 60% of this
pretending
sentence
facts
so
are
far.
objective, but
If
they're
you
not, are they?
continue to do it while I'm producing a show, I will just remove you as an inconsequential
Are you
person
lying?
who just can't listen when asking me to answer their question about how consequential I am. I'm not consequential to how Earth gets measured. How much I talk about it.
Are you
That's
lying?
you interrupting it. That's your last chance, Dawn. I'll try and get to the end of this sentence once without your triggered interruption as a fundy zealot who believes you're on a globe and is asking me about how consequential what I say is. Inconsequential to how it's measured. It doesn't matter how much I say Earth is measured flat. It will still be measured flat regardless if I don't say it ever. Or if you yatter through the top of me saying it. It will still be measured flat from surface level, sea level, for eye level, for elevation angles, for flight levels. All of those things will still be flat Earth measurements regardless of how much you interrupt me. Why do I talk about it?
Something to handle.
Why do I talk about it? Well, because Earth's measured flat. Now, you might not be able to cope with that and have to run away like a little coward rather than hear the awful truth about how flat it's measured. And you can tell me that, well, it doesn't matter what you say about it. I still perceive it and think it's a globe. Yeah, well, that's you in your deluded mind believing something. Meanwhile, people who go out and measure Earth, measure it flat. I'm not one of them. So, yeah, it doesn't matter if I say it. But I do have an audience that's paying me to say it. So I'll say it. That's the fact that Earth is measured flat. You can get irritated with me pointing it out and then run away. Or yatter through me like having a mute button's going to make any difference to me saying how flat Earth gets measured. It still gets measured flat regardless of how much you attempt to mute me and then run away like a bitch.
I thought he was going to come in and, have some devastating proof that, what we're doing is totally wrong. This is very painful for them.
You need to make it about me.
A long time.
First thing he did, how much you say it doesn't make any difference. Oh, right. So if it's about Nathan not being here, not saying it, suddenly their position will be true. No, wrong. He's correct in the respect that I don't have any consequence on how Earth gets measured. Nathan Oakley is not influencing that fact of flat Earth measurements. He's right about that. But that also is scary for him because suddenly he doesn't have any influence over it either. What he thinks or what the consensus believes is irrelevant also, isn't it? That's why he got very scared and had to run away.
Yep.
Because he couldn't shut down the conversation by talking through it. So it became too painful and he had to disappear.
How long has that guy been around, Nathan?
I don't know, 8 years. He came along a couple of years into this discussion from memory.
At least 8 years. And this is too painful to him. All the other stuff he could deal with. And ballers can deal with all the other stuff because there's still an argument. What's happening right now? They can't handle it because it ends arguments. And you're 100% right. Let me turn the guns on the people.
Yeah, saying it's inconsequential how much you say it. And I go, yeah, you're right. But he can't cope with that either. Because he needs to be consequential to it. How he feels about it, which is in agreement with consensus, is what matters as far as he is concerned. Well, no, it doesn't matter if the consensus agree. The consensus aren't flying planes and making maps. Go ahead, sorry.
I didn't hear him say it's not measured flat, though. I didn't hear him deny it, unless I missed something, because I'm on the road.
Well,
he describes flat Earth.
A lot of those measurements are consequential to his belief. You require Earth be measured flat, or you can't create a latitude system and a pole to put Earth in motion as a flat plane as a non-inertial turning reference frame through. That pole runs through the flat plane that's created as the non-inertial turning reference frame. It's created by way of introducing a ball by way of flat Earth angle measurements to Polaris, or deriving a radial value by way of measuring mountains off a flat plane. I mean, it doesn't matter what method you want to get to your ball with, they will all require Earth be measured flat to achieve them.
And that's why he doesn't deny it.
Well, you can't, because then I put him in the rock or hard place. He's presumably been listening recently. Which is to say, either you accept how flat Earth must be for your belief in a ball, that's the rock, in which case you've got to measure Earth flat. So it's measured flat then. Or you go, no, I don't want to accept how Polaris derivations produce a ball. Or you don't have to.
Yeah, that's what I'm going with. I disagree that Earth is measured flat. I think it's measured as a globe.
Okay, give us one of the measurements.
How do you convince me?
I don't care if you are convinced. Flat? Give me one of the globe measurements then.
One of the globe measurements.
That's your claim, yes.
Drop over distance.
Sorry, drop with respect to a horizontal plane. That's a depression angle from a surface level. Yattering through me, absolutely shitting in your mouth
I mean that.
as you yatter through me. Yeah, that's a depression angle from surface level.
It's called measuring Earth as a sphere.
It's called measuring a depression angle from surface level. You need a surface level to derive the drop from. The drop is from the horizontal. Yattering through me will get you removed, Dawn. So bye-bye, get lost. You're going to listen to me responding? Taking a giant shit on your depression angle from surface level? Because it's a drop with respect to the horizontal, Dawn. It's a drop from horizontal, you fucking retard. That's a flat earth measurement, you dumb shit. Dumb shit. Did you hear me, you dumb fuck? Dawn, you fucking retard. You cuck to the consensus, you fucking retard. That's a flat earth derivation from horizontal. The drop is from horizontal, you fucking retard. Do you hear me, you fucking dumb shit? That's a flat earth measurement, you dumb shit. Hello? You dumb shit! You've just given me a flat fucking measurement,
really
retard. Retard!
You
Were you dropped on your head, Dawn? I've got a question for you now. You've given me a flat earth measurement. Did your whore mother drop you on your fucking head? Did your dumb shit mother drop you, fucktard? You've just given me a flat measurement after yakking through me for 10 straight fucking minutes. Your belief in a globe's based on a deviation from horizontal. Hello? You fucking retard. You measure Earth flat, Dawn, you dumb shit.
Earth's measured as a sphere.
What, with a drop from horizontal? No, you fucking retard! Are you dense? You've just given me a flat earth measurement and now you've got dumbfounded silence.
Insults will never work. You sound like
you stuttery little twat. You've just given me a flat earth deviation from horizontal, you stuttery little twat. Were you dropped on your fucking head, is my question. Did your mother drop you? Because you've said you've given me a globe measurement and you've given me a deviation from a horizontal plane in the form of drop. Dumb fuck! You measure Earth flat. Do you deny this flat Earth prerequisite deviation from horizontal now that I've pointed out how flat it is? Or do you accept that you require Earth to be measured flat by your own claim? Horizontal. Or does it just, when I put a question to you, chatting through me will mean that you don't get to hear it? I'll repeat it 100 times like I did with your compadre McToon when it came to his flat Earth measurement. I'll just repeat it inevitably 100 times while you cower and cuck and chat skank through the top of me with a mute button. You dumb shit.
I've heard your psychosis for years.
Fuck off. Get out of my fucking show. If you want to ad hom me when I'm pointing out over and over again how you measure Earth flat, then you won't take fucking part anymore. You want to tell me I've got a psychosis? No, you've told me drop over distance. The distance is a horizontal linear measurement and the drop is with respect to the horizontal. It's a flat Earth measurement, you dumb spastic. Telling me that it's psychosis. No, you just get removed, you total wanker.
Yeah, you gave it to us, Dawn. You gave us the flat measurement.
Dumb shit. Wants to tell me that I've got psychosis, that I'm inconsequential. Oh, really? I say you require Earth to be measured flat to describe drop over distance. The distance is horizontal and linear. The drop is from horizontal. That's a flat Earth measurement. What's that? I've got psychosis. Go fuck your whore mother, who obviously dropped you on your spastic head. Because you're so stupid to believe that giving me a flat fucking measurement proves your measuring curve. No, dumb fuck dropped on his head by a whore. You measure Earth flat with a deviation from horizontal over a distance that's linear. So go fuck yourself, Dawn. You are a spastic. Make no mistake. Insolent little twat. Go fly your drones, little boy. That's what you can do. Go and play with your little toys.
He went from a rock to a hard place real quick.
Yeah. What do you want to do? Deny that you've got a deviation from horizontal for a distance that's linear? Feel free to deny your own flat Earth prerequisites you're using. In which case you've got nothing to make your claim with. That would be called the hard place. Alternatives include, but are not limited to, an acceptance of the flat Earth measurements you just gave me deviating from horizontal. Other alternatives include talking through me and telling me I've got psychosis, making it personal, rather than an acceptance of your own fucking measurements. You want to make it about me, do you? Well, I'll call your mother a whore and describe you as being dropped on your fucking dumb head. That's what I'll do if you want to make it personal. Tell me I've got a psychosis. Tell me I'm inconsequential to the discussion. No, dumb fuck. You measure Earth flat. Yeah, I don't mind turning the tables over now and again. Sensual. Yeah, this bar's full of men with beards dipping into their beer, right up until the point someone comes in and tells me I've got a psychosis because they need to measure a deviation from a horizontal plane with a drop described from a linear distance measurement. Yeah, then you'll have me fucking teabagging you, you insolent little twat. And anybody else in here who feels that they want to tell me I've got a fucking psychosis because I point out your own use of flat earth derivations. That's measurement of the surface level, horizontal to describe a deviation from it. Yeah, that will be your own undoing when you tell me how you measure Earth curving with a flat plane derivation. Unfortunately for Dawn, it's not about how he perceives the world. It's, as I correctly identified immediately, specifically about how it gets measured. For him, flat. There's no getting away from it. Earth's measured flat.
Also, I think he sensed that you were due to be an author of an autobiography, as he described flat Earth as your truth, which is usually the title of someone's autobiography, especially at someone your age, Nathan.
Cheeky sod. My age,
boy.
45.
Yeah, you're 5 years away from everything downhill.
If you say so. All they will ever need to do from here forward is personalise it. Say it's not about Nathan saying it's flat, because you're inconsequential to the discussion. And then when describing their own flat earth prerequisites and having them reiterated by me, it's suddenly about my psychosis. No, that's all you've got, scumbags, to make this about one man. That's your best line of attack, a fucking ad hom. What a woeful situation you bunch of dicks on the ball side of this discussion find yourself in. It is pathetic. And that's how I view you from this point forth. I don't view you as my enemy. I view you as pathetic.
But drop over distance, there is none anyway. What the hell is he talking about?
Yeah, got hills and valleys. They're described as a drop with respect to the horizontal plane that we described with the distance.
Topography.
Yeah, that's topography, geography. How Earth gets measured flat from sea level for all altitudes and deviations. That's drop over distance. You'll need a flat plane and sea level to describe it from if you're measuring Earth with it. What's that? That's a measurement of curve. No, I think you were dropped on your fucking retarded head. That's what I think. And I'm pretty confident in that fact, given that you've told me this is a curve measurement. Definitely not. You're just a spastic.
So when a plane flies for over 200 miles at 30,000 feet leveled off, seems flat to me, Nathan.
Well, if you're going to describe the drop, that would be deviation from the eye-level, horizontal, surface-level measurement that you're ascribed by the ground control. That would be a flight level. Then your deviation from the horizontal can be calculated trigonometrically, with the surface level being parallel. Obviously, this functionality of descending into an airport to land requires unequivocally we calculate Earth as a flat plane. When you describe the drop over the distance when landing a plane. Now, I can example where people specifically measure Earth flat with trigonometric functionality for a drop over a distance, where you will require a horizontal linear distance in the trigonometric functionality to bring people to the ground safely without fucking killing them. So my examples of how Earth is unequivocally measured flat with his example of drop over distance saves lives. His baseless assertion that it's Nathan Oakley psychosis makes him a wanker with a belief structure. That's all it makes him. Someone who wants to make it personal against me. Oh, well, I can do that too, can't I? Fucking retard. And now I want to know why such a spastic notion would be put forward. Is it because you've been dropped on your head? Yeah, I can make it personal too right quick. And I will. You fucking retard.
Yeah, when it counts, when you got to bring people to safety, you better believe you're going to be using Earth flat, because it is.
Yep. Precisely. What's that? It's not about whether or not you say it's flat. No, you're right. It's not. I'm not piloting anybody to safety, am I? So, no, you're right. It doesn't make any difference what I say. Also, it doesn't make any difference if you believe that measuring drop over distance from a horizontal plane is a curved measurement. That's utterly inconsequential to everybody too. You're a nobody. So yeah, it makes no difference if you believe this shit you're wrong about. Meanwhile, I'd kind of concern myself with how wrong you are when you describe a flat Earth measurement as being curved. It ain't.
Was that the Brummie you're coming out there, Nathan?
It ain't. It isn't.
But that's a good warm up.
What, pissing us off?
Yeah, get
telling me I've got psychosis.
Get his blood flowing.
Yeah, telling me I don't matter and that I've got a psychosis. Right, that's going to get you called a
That's a
spastic
great
properly
warm-up.
quick.
Thank you, Neil.
Well, it's a great warm up. I want to see listen, you're going to put that to anybody, they have nowhere to go. So when you ask somebody, okay, give me your ball measurements, where are they going to go to? They can't go anywhere. They're handcuffed.
Yeah, specifically handcuffed to the flat Earth measurements that they will inevitably and can only use. Because that's how Earth's measured. We're in a geographical discussion, a geography subject matter. They believe in a religious subject matter. How the consensus views it, how we simultaneously all believe the same thing, in their mind matters. It doesn't. It's not about consensus. Good.
I don't think he was ready for you asking him for his globe measurements. He had to stop and think for a second. He just pulled one out of the hat. But it doesn't matter. They could think for an hour. No matter what you pull out of the hat, it's going to require Earth flat.
Yeah, distance, you say? What, flat, horizontal, linear, miles or kilometres as ascribed in Google Earth or on a map with a scale that's flat, horizontal and linear? Yeah, those are flat Earth measurements. If you want me to accept that the mile that you're describing the drop over is actually useful, then it has to be flat. It's the deviation from it in a horizontal linear measurement in miles or kilometres. So we're going to need a horizontal linear mile measurement in miles or kilometres then. Yeah, we're going to measure Earth flat then. It's the first thing that he's going to appeal to, the distance. Yeah. Meanwhile, the drop with respect to a horizontal, drop is described from the horizontal. That's what drop is. So you're going to need a horizontal, you're going to need a distance, it's going to be linear, and it will be measured flat. If you're going to have me take it seriously, if you're going to say the drop over 5 miles, well, 5 miles is flat. You want to show me on the land where the 5 miles is from point A to point B, then from point A to point B is measured flat for that distance. So we're measuring Earth flat then? Yeah, we are. Did I make those measurements? Is it about Nathan Oakley's psychosis? When I describe how fucking map works? No, definitely not. But if you can make it about Nathan Oakley, you can get called a spastic. Your mum will be called a thick whore because you're obviously dumb as shit, having been dropped on your head by her. That's what I'll do if you want to start ad-homming me. I'll make it abundantly tied to how fucking retarded your subject matter expertise is when you give me a flat Earth measurement. Yeah, I'll then tie that to how stupid you are as a consequence of your words, as opposed to just a outright brutal attack on me personally when you just describe me as having a psychosis. Oh, right, are you a doctor? You qualified to diagnose somebody as having a psychosis? That's a medical diagnosis. This trumped-up fucking retard who's dropped on his head feels he's got the justification to diagnose me. No, well, I'll diagnose your whore mother dropping you on your fucking head, you dumb spastic. That's what I'll do. It'll be far more brutal when the example of me describing you as a fucktard comes along with a flat earth measurement you thought proved curve. When I'm trying, with constant incessant interruption from a dumb shit, to point out that in all circumstances Earth can only be measured flat. And what do you know? You measured it flat immediately. Like the dumb shit that you are. Dawn has a very low IQ. I've known him very, very, for a long time. He is stupid. There is no other words to describe Dawn. That man is a fucking retard. Absolutely unequivocally sub 100 IQ. Dumb as shit. That's what he actually is. Yeah? Those fucking retards, yeah? Because there's a million miles of fibre between me and him, he thinks he can insult me. Yeah? Dawn, if we're ever in front of each other and you say I've got a psychosis, what you'd have next is a fucking bleeding nose. You'd be on the pavement having me stamp on your throat. That's what would happen to you. Yeah? But because we're on the internet, you feel with your sub 80 IQ that you can insult me.
You'll soon learn what a horizontal plane of reference is.
Yeah, your fucking head will be smashing into it. That's what you are. You bunch of cucks. You're a bunch of beta cucks. That's what you all are. You globe-believing twats who hang around in Discord. You're a bunch of pathetic losers. And the only reason you feel like you can take your brave pills is because the people that you're going up against are a mile away, with thousands of miles of internet cables between you and us. In the real fucking world, you'd all have your heads cracked. That's what would happen in the real world that we measure flat. Here on the internet, you can express your dumb shit globe faith to people who would break your fucking nose when you get upset about how flat you measure it and start insulting them. That's what would happen in the real world, and you all know it. You have to hide behind fake names and personas that you create for your online activities, where you can go up against the alphas of this world and get away with insulting them. In reality, you were the kids with your heads being held down the bog in high school, weren't you? Now you can have some bravery because you've got an internet to do it on. But it's just a persona, a mask, you pathetic beta cucks, where in real world, nobody likes you. We all see you as pathetic. Because you are. Dawn is pathetic, a weasel, a piss strip of a little cuck. That's what he is, I've seen him. He's a pathetic little rake of a twat that would have been bullied in high school by the people more popular and more intelligent than him.
Next.
Next pathetic beta cuck who wants to tell the alpha in the room that he's wrong. Line up, you bunch of twats.
I see Bev is in there. Please don't come off mute.
Bev? Another fucking pathetic scrote of a little twat that would have undoubtedly been having the bullying done to him in school. Yeah? He's found his home on the internet with a million miles of fibre, where people don't tower over him and stamp on his pathetic head when he's getting rude. Here he can get away with his chat skanking. This sub 6 foot little piss strip of a twat who looks like Wurzel Gummidge. Yeah, he would have definitely been bullied by the alphas in school, and he fucking knows he's a pathetic twat too. All of these people are beta twats, pathetic little cucks fighting for their faith online with fake names.
Well, as what Dawn said was drop over distance, Bev says he's measured Earth not to be flat.
No, he didn't. Last time he spoke to me, he told me about how he measured Earth flat with the linear mile measurements from maps. He made it unequivocally clear how flat the distances would be. And then, in a high-pitched tone, said, "You like those, don't you, Nathan? Those distances, that are flat, for your triangles that are flat." No, it's not like I am in any way consequential to how flat you are measuring it, you fucking scruffy little scrote. You are the one measuring it. Flat. Not me. I haven't done that for 10 years. I have no interest in it anymore whatsoever. But the folly of beta cucks online thinking that they're making a difference to the world when they go out and measure elevation angles 1,000 times like Simon Dan. In his fucking brain, his pathetic beta cuck brain, he thinks he's making a difference in the world. Like somehow his elevation angles from a flat plane are making any difference to anybody. They're not. Delusional cucks.
Oh, I don't know. I can crowbar something in there, Nathan. I've thought about it.
Oh, yeah. Name one benefit to humanity that Dan's 1,000 flat Earth measurements made. Go.
He would have contributed to YouTube's revenue stream, which then determines the funding for the R&D, which we all benefit from as YouTube users.
So that's videography. That's a completely different hat. His measurements of the surface level made no difference to anybody. We didn't get any new calendars, any new clocks, time didn't change. Nothing changed. There wasn't some sudden change in the share prices for some big corporation because Dan went out and measured Earth flat 1,000 times. It was a complete folly. Beyond offering more algorithmic favoritism to him personally, that is to say he would have earned money from it, and YouTube as a whole having the AI algorithm capable of scraping data from his folly, there is no benefit to humanity at all. Utterly inconsequential. It didn't do anything. Didn't achieve anything. Beyond him measuring Earth flat 1,000 times for no reason. Didn't do anything. Made him look stupid in the eyes of flat earthers when we go, you're measuring Earth flat, you dumbass. But beyond that, who cares? Doesn't matter what Dan measures.
Well, I tried. I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt, but you took it away from me.
My bad. Yeah, we're dealing with people.
Get everybody away, Nathan.
We're dealing with people with very low self-esteem that need to build themselves up in their own mind's eye by demonstrating that the next man's wrong. Look how wrong I can show you to be with my adenoids and my scruffy hair and my short stature and my tiny penis. You're wrong. No, you've just got a little dick. Yeah, you had your head flushed down the bog in high school, didn't you? Yeah, you got bullied. Now you feel like you've got some intellectual superiority to lord over next man to make yourself feel better about it. You're still the same pathetic little twat that you were in high school that everybody bullied. Know your place. Globe-believing beta cucks. You will never be alphas.
It's quite funny yesterday. I had a Global was talking about the South Pole, so I told him south is a horizontal direction. And his reply was, south isn't a horizontal direction, it's a cardinal direction. So I said, you're going to need a fucking compass for that, mate.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Cardinal is a compass direction. A compass you need to hold horizontal, parallel to the surface level to get the direction. And he thought he was getting one over on me.
Yeah, we need to hand people compasses. I think that's what we should do. Everybody go get a compass, hold it in your hand. Now point south.
Hey.
Yeah,
What's happening anyway?
The argument ends immediately when you talk about directionality. Cardinal,
Yep.
what, like 2D horizontal directions from a compass? Yeah, those are flat. There's nothing you can do to alter what that is. South, you say? Yeah, you need these directionalities and they are flat. You can chant your mantra. No, south is a direction, not a Nathan Oakley mantra. But you can try and make it into a personal subject that I am the arbiter of. You can do that. You can glorify me and put me on that pedestal. I am the alpha in this room currently. Now, there might be a couple in the sidelines that think that they're alphas. You're not. You are gammas. That's why you're thinking about how big an alpha you are. I am the secret king. I am consequential to how Earth gets measured. I believe as the consensus does. And it matters what I think. No, fucking don't. Don't delude yourself into thinking that you're important. You're not. Meanwhile, pilots will definitely calculate descent with trigonometric functions. Parallel eye level, surface level, sea level, altitudes measured from the flat plane. That's how they calculate a descent. That's so they don't kill people. You're not doing that because you're an inconsequential twat. Here on the internet arguing with me and telling me that I'm delusional, like I'm consequential to how Earth gets navigated and flown over. I'm not flying. I'm not making maps. No, it doesn't really matter how I see it. I just make money from having an audience hear me tell you, you pathetic gamma cuck, how you believe that your flat Earth measurements mean it's ball-shaped. People like hearing that and they pay me for it. That's why I'm here. It's consequential to whether or not I can pay the mortgage when I talk about it. You talking about it is so you can delude yourself that you're on a ball surface, that you will measure Earth flat to achieve.
Like Dawn did.
Yeah, immediately. Well, drop over distance. What distance? Horizontal linear measurements in miles and kilometres taken from maps with scales that are flat. That sort of distance, you dumb fuck, dropped on your head by a whore? Really? No, you're just a dumb shit. What's that? I'm the one with a mental problem? Really? Are you a doctor? No, you've just decided that you can sniff your own farts and diagnose people, haven't you? You pathetic gamma cuck. Now it matters what I think. I'm in line with the consensus. No. You just want to be the secret king that's important in this subject matter. Like what you think matters. It doesn't. You're a fucking nobody. Go and play with your drone, little boy. Well, I hope you're all warmed up for what's in store over the next hour and 10 minutes when we start in 10. How quick before a Globe believer on the live show tries to make it about me personally? Let's take bets. I say immediately, the first thing that happens.
I reckon the first person we have is a true intellectual with genuine curiosity and honest questions.
Oh, you think the first person will actually lower my blood pressure? I highly doubt it. Go ahead, whoever that was from Discord. No? I thought someone came off mute in Discord. I doubt the first person will lower my blood pressure.
Well, we'll see. Bet you £5.
Okay. I mean, if the first person off the Oki or whatever they call it is somebody who has a genuine and sincere interest in how their belief is actually utilising flat Earth measurements, then fine. I'll pay you a £5.
Either going to be about you or they're going to be using Earth flat immediately.
Yeah. After a baseless assertion fallacy. Pretty much the order that Dawn took. I use a baseless assertion fallacy to say, you are wrong, therefore I'm right, about my belief in a sphere. No evidence, just I believe it's a sphere and so does the consensus. Therefore you, against the consensus, aren't important.
There's also, I look at light and sky is round, therefore ground is round.
Yes. Or I measure Earth flat with a linear distance, and therefore if I describe a deviation from the horizontal linear distance...
Hey, Nathan.
Yes, M agent.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, feel free.
When you use units of measurement, like kilometers, why do they have to be linear, according to you?
I don't. I haven't measured any linear distances. I'm not a cartographer. I didn't produce the maps with horizontal linear distances and measurements and scales on them. Did you think that I made all the maps? Were you under the misapprehension that I created? I haven't finished asking my question. I'm still in the middle of answering. I'm still in the middle of answering you. You don't need to jump straight over me when I start asking you something. I can just shut you down, M Agent, and remove you if you're going to immediately start chat skanking through me when I ask you something. I'll say it slower.
So
hopefully you don't get too
understand
triggered. You seem like you're already triggered with me, Aim Agent. I don't know why. We were having a reasonable conversation until you started interrupting me. You're still doing it, by the way. I'll try again, hopefully without a triggered guy chatting through my question. Were you under the misapprehension that I created flat linear scales on maps? Who owes me a fiver?
My question.
Somebody owes me a fiver. Hello? Somebody owes me £5. They immediately made it about me personally. M Agent, I am not a cartographer. I haven't made any measurements of kilometres as you put the question to me. I'm now just correcting you because you incorrectly made it about me personally, immediately, like I said you would. And now you're still talking through me. Like you are going to make any difference to me pointing out how it's not about me when we talk about how maps function. They just function that way. It's got nothing to do with me measuring any kilometres as you suggested in your question. Your question was phrased around how I measure kilometres. Cunt! I'll explain again to a cunt.
I asked you about maps.
Cunt! I haven't measured anything, you dumb cunt. That's how fucking maps work, you dumb cunt.
How big is your
stuttery much?
grinder?
You stuttery little cunt. Do you hear me? I didn't measure any fucking maps, you dumb cunt.
Did you mute me?
Stuttery bitch. No, I didn't. You just chat skanked through the top of my pointing out how it's not about me. I didn't make any fucking maps, you dumb cunt.
Kind of sounds like you don't understand it.
Oh, do I not? Sounds like you're going to get fucking removed when you tell me I don't understand. What, our maps aren't made by me? No, I absolutely unequivocally understand how I'm not making any fucking maps. But you had to make it about what I'm doing immediately. Exactly like I predicted. It's almost like I've been doing this almost 12 years. And I know our fucking cunts immediately make our fucking map functions about how Nathan Oakley measures kilometres. My response that got chat through. I haven't made any fucking maps. They are flat though, you dumb cunt. Next. Tell me I don't fucking understand. I've used a map, you dumb shit. Yes, I do understand how flat and linear miles are. I've used a fucking map. That doesn't mean that I am the one making kilometres linear. It doesn't mean that I create the scales on the maps. They're not Nathan Oakley's maps. But you don't want to fucking hear it, do you, cunt? You want to make it about me personally, so you can attack me personally. Well, I'll call you a fucking retard. Because you don't seem to understand, in spite of being told, that I didn't make the fucking maps. They are flat and linear when they describe miles, though, you dumb cunt.
Did you invent the sextant, Nathan?
No, I didn't. That's used on maps also when you draw out circles of equal elevation and measure Earth flat with angles from the surface level. But it's not Nathan Oakley's sextant like it's not Nathan Oakley's map scale and miles that are linear. That's not mine. But if you're a dumb cunt also dropped on his whore head by his mother, then you will suggest that Nathan Oakley's making kilometres flat. I'm not. It's not about me, you dumb shit. It's about how flat they are when utilised on a fucking map.
Is this what happens when you poke a monk?
What, you get a retard telling you that the miles that are literally described and measured horizontal and linear are suddenly Nathan's kilometres? No, there's no curve in a mile, there's no curve in an inch, there's no curve in a millimetre or a kilometre. These things are flat and linear and described on the scales of maps. Me being capable of verbalising this fact does not make miles mine. It does not make kilometres Nathan's flat kilometres. They just are what they are. You don't have to fucking like it. It's just Earth being dealt with and measured flat with kilometres. Not because I say so, because that's how it's fucking done.
Well, that's why they have to put it on you. They have to blame somebody.
Well, I'm sick of it.
So you say it's flat.
What you'll get when you do that is this. Me calling you a dumb shit. For a justifiable reason, as in you are asking me about my flat kilometres? No, they just are what they are. You never used a fucking map. Obviously not. You're a retard. You wouldn't know how to look at the scale on a map and recognise what it is. You're too stupid. But you want to tell me that I don't understand, do you, dumb fuck? No, you don't get to do that here. I'll just remove you. For being a cunt. Because you're making it personal. So I'll do the same back, dumb cunt. And say you never used a map, you dumb shit. Obviously not. Another fucking retard. Who wants to make it about me? Yeah, don't do that. You just get your head bitten off. Again, in person, if this fucking beta cuck looked me in the eye and said, you don't understand, a direct insult, I'd break your fucking nose. Then I'd stamp on your throat and say, excuse me, you pathetic little scrote? What the fuck did you say? That's what you'd get in reality. Here, when there's a million miles of fibre between us, you can grow a pair of balls and start telling me I don't understand? Yeah, you'd have a broken nose in reality. That's what the actual society out there would do. The same society that flushed your head down the toilet at school.
Can anybody just come in nice and calm if you have questions or you're not really sure how it's measured flat?
No, we've got a bunch of snivelling gamma beta cucks, that's what we've got, who've taken a couple of brave pills because they've got an internet screen name.
What it is over the last so many months of us pointing out how Earth is measured flat. A lot of these globe believers, because it is a belief system that they're in, are going into a descent of madness or survival brain mode, where they're feeling like the belief of the globe is being challenged, and the brain automatically goes into a state where it prioritizes protection over rational thinking.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good to be here. So in the pre-show we had a couple of fundies. Hello. Trying to appeal to us for their belief in a globe. And what we ended up with, as is always the case moving forward, was flat Earth measurements of linear miles, kilometres, distances, and drop over them. Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, drop over distance.
Yeah, drop over distance. I mean, it's easily ascribable to Nathan Oakley if you want to make it my measurements, like kilometres belong to me and miles belong. They don't. But obviously the order of the day is make it personal immediately. I even had a little bet. I said, what will happen in the next hour and 10 minutes in terms of the next person that presents their claim? I suggested that they'd immediately make it into a personal attack against Nathan Oakley. And the very next person asked me about my kilometre values and how I measure them flat. Like, no, have you never used a map? The scale is flat. Distances are horizontal and linear. They're not mine. You don't need to make this about Nathan Oakley. I am inconsequential when it comes to this subject. I'm not bringing people into land with trigonometric measurements of drop over distance. I'm not measuring a flat Earth cartography from sea level with elevation changes over distances that are measured flat. Like on the scales, they're not mine. That's just how Earth gets measured. It is geographically flat when we measure Earth. It's nothing to do with me. I'm not measuring anything. Don't make it my personal measurement when you talk about how flat Earth gets measured. It just is what it is.
But you said Earth is measured flat, Nathan.
It's because it is. That's why I said it. Yeah, just because I say something doesn't mean that I am the arbiter of that thing. Yeah? Doesn't mean anything. It just means I've got an audience who enjoy having this fact passed on to them. It makes them breathe easier when they hear how it's not that big a deal. Like Earth was always being measured flat by everybody in all circumstances. Yeah, there's people out there who derive a bald faith from those flat Earth measurements and then want to whistle past the geography that's required in order to create a ball for them to believe in. And they call themselves globe believers. That's what they are. But it doesn't alter how they require Earth to be flat also. That's how it's measured. There's no exception. Deriving the distances and movements of an orbital motion all relies on you measuring Earth flat in the first instance. So telling me that, well, I've got a globe measurement and then giving me a flat one is just going to make me call you stupid. Because that's what it is, stupid. If you don't recognise how flat you must measure Earth, that makes you stupid, as far as I am concerned, moving forward. And there's a lot of stupid people out there. A lot of secret kings that think they're special for believing in the consensus view that they're told from birth. Like, no, if you actually studied it, you'd have realised how flat it was, because that's how it was created. Your ball faith, that is.
It does sound, just going back to the drop over distance, obviously distance is a horizontal linear distance, but even drop, drop refers to the act of falling, allowing something to fall, or a decrease in amount or value. It is used to describe vertical descent. Vertical. That's in relation to a horizontal anyway. I mean, just putting them two words together when trying to explain how sphericity is measured is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Well said, one deck.
Yes, these two axioms are tied together at the hip. If you're going to describe a drop, you're going to need it to descend from the vertical, in the vertical from the horizontal. So yes, you axiomatically require a distance in a horizontal format to describe the perpendicular descent in the vertical. So you need a flat Earth to describe these things. There's no getting away from it. All Earth measurements, without exception, are flat. Now, everybody, and I do mean everybody, was taught this in geography class. Now, in our recent past, that is, we have talked about how we were all lied to in the science class. Who cares? It's in the past. Yeah, people will still be lied to in the science class with religion. But that's not our problem. We were also all taught how flat Earth gets measured in the geography class. It's kept separate from the religious belief of the derivations of the geographical measurements we were all taught in the geography class that then gets called science. It's not. But we were all still taught how flat Earth was measured in geography. And there's no exceptions. That's how it's measured in all circumstances. Nothing changes because you hold a sphere belief. You'll still have to measure Earth flat. It's just a fact. You were all taught it in geography, setting you on this path of cognitive dissonance, where on the one hand, you require Earth to be measured flat for you to convert into sphericity your belief that you hold. And on the other, you've got a understanding and recognition of how flat it's not because you want to believe in the derivation thereafter. It's like you can't. You're either in the rock of understanding that Earth is measured flat to create the ball, or you relinquish all measurements and have nothing to believe in. That's it. Those are your only two choices. I mean, there is a perceived third choice. Tell Nathan he's delusional. Tell Nathan kilometres are his. You can do that too. Doesn't really address the problem of having to use flat Earth measurements to create a ball to believe in. That doesn't alter that fact. You will still need to measure Earth flat to create a ball for you to believe in. Or alternatively, deny all measurements because you don't like the fact that Earth gets measured flat to achieve a ball for you to believe in. But that means you can't believe in your ball because you're denying the measurements that create it. You can believe in a ball so long as you sink to your knees in recognition of how flat Earth got measured to create it. The ball, that is.
Well, Dawn started at the rock and jumped back in and went to the hard place.
Yeah, what I get sick of is the personalisation that our opponents, because they want to make it seem like there's a debate, make it. They make it about me, and I am absolutely sick of it. They feel justified in telling me that I don't understand. They're like, no, you'd get a broken nose if you were in front of me and you insulted me in that way, when I'm explaining something with interruption about how Earth is actually just functionally measured. It's not like it's up for debate either. Telling me I don't understand just gets you a broken nose in reality. What's that? We're on the internet with a million miles of fibre and a fake name between you and I? Yeah, that's what you need, you bunch of beta cucks. In order to peddle your faith in a ball, you need the protection of a million miles of fibre, because society wouldn't tolerate your shit. You just get a broken nose.
Miles would be a horizontal linear distance, though, wouldn't it, Nathan?
It would,
Between
yeah.
yous?
Yes, to describe a drop from in the distance, you'd need Earth to be measured flat for the distance. And it is.
So I was explaining, Nathan, we no longer... We know the globe is a belief system. We don't challenge that belief system anymore. We just point out how Earth is measured for everybody everywhere. Yeah, that's how it is. Simple. But for some reason, a lot of these people are descending into madness. Like, I think I've seen a video of Tomb descending into madness. But this is due to it's a biological reaction when somebody feels that their belief is being challenged. Now, we're not challenging it. We're just pointing out the truth of how it's measured. But the brain does go into a defense mechanism. It's a psychological and neurological response of protecting deeply held views, often resulting in dismissing contradicting information to the belief. I think we're witnessing that now. Yeah.
But why? We're just telling them how their globe was created.
Yes.
We're not lying to them.
Yeah, what Neil and Wandeck are explaining to the audience currently is that in the past, there's a position that humans generally take where I need to prove you wrong. Because if I can prove you and your bull faith wrong, that will automatically make me right. Whereas we've stopped that. We've adopted a new approach. You believe in a bull. Okay, let's look how your bull faith came into existence. Oh, what do you know? In order for you to claim a ball, you will require you, not me, measure Earth flat. Let me show you how the systems that created the ball were measured. At no point am I saying you are wrong. In fact, in many ways, I'm saying how right you are when you understand and appreciate how flat Earth gets measured to create your ball to believe in. Now, obviously, that leaves you with a bit of cognitive dissonance because the violation of the initial measurement of a flat surface can't create a curved one. But that's not me saying you're wrong. That's a contradiction in your ball faith that is based on flat Earth measurements. So I'm not saying you're wrong. Quite the contrary. I'm saying this is how your ball got created. Earth got measured flat to achieve that.
Yeah, well said, Nathan. And, you know, they've been pointing out how Earth's measured flat for over 2,000 years. I think they started with the Greeks measuring Earth flat, like Simon Dan's just copied. Alberuni measuring elevation angles and depression angles. All their evidence of a so-called globe is flat Earth measurements. So they're just telling us it's measured flat like we're telling them. But they're going through some sort of... Yeah, they're going through some pain with it for some reason.
Yeah, you can go back in history, like you just did, or you can go back in recent history, like when this supposed argument started, like 2014, 2015. They were telling us it was measured flat right there, but, you know, they put it right out in the front so everybody would zip right past it, but not no more. Now, once we see it, we're jumping on it.
Can one of the mods put a link to Level Plain Poems book? So I shouted this out at the top of the show. Right, Level Plain Poem, Flat Earth Explained, right? And as I say, in the pre-show, if you remember, you can listen to, right at the top of the show, me reading out some of these poems to Clover. Like I say, right at the top of the Uncut and After show. But I'm hoping that one of my mods will actually put a link to the book that I shouted out at the beginning of this live show and read out some poems for in the pre-show so that people can actually go and purchase the thing. But it's called Level Plain Poem, Flat Earth Explained. Hopefully one of the mods will dig out a link for that, because I'm obviously running the live show, so I can't do it this second. But that was what was the case last time when I promoted the first book that I've read of 4. Hopefully the second will get the same treatment and someone will put a link. I don't know where that link is. I was really grateful last time somebody did it.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking for. I don't see it anywhere. I'd put it in, but...
I'll have a listen. I missed that. I'll catch that myself. I'll be interested to have a listen to that myself.
Don't get jealous.
Yeah, it started off
No,
with me and my daughter and going through poems and fun and politeness to quickly descending into me being told I don't understand and that I'm inconsequential on my own freaking show by a dumbass dropped on his head by his mother. Like I say, I mean it when I say this. Societally, it's now clear as day what's going on. We've got a bunch of beta cucks who want to feel special about themselves, and they can only get away with behaving the way that they behave online, right? Telling people that they don't understand, telling people that they're in a psychosis. That's what we get. Like, literally, you have no idea how quickly you'd be in pain in reality. Yeah, people don't tolerate that shit in a normal world out there, yeah? Now, you know that when there's some towering monster of a man standing over you, growling at you while you're going, you don't understand with your adenoids and your globe face based on flat earth measurements. Yeah, you wouldn't get away with it. You will know it. It's slowly starting to dawn on me what a bunch of pathetic individuals we actually have faced over the last 10 years. They're all sad individuals. Cowards for the most part.
Well, what we got here is, and let's discuss modern methods of measuring the Earth. What we are all taught 30, 40, 50 years ago as outdated. Satellite geodesy wasn't taught in schools decades ago.
So what about them? What about satellites?
Satellite geodesy. This is the most accurate method today. Satellites equipped with precise instruments like GPS receivers, laser altimeters, and radar can measure the Earth.
Radar and GPS are both flat and Cartesian.
Oh, boy.
They're saying geodesy based on the title having the word globe in it. Right, global positioning system, that's two-dimensional and Cartesian. It's using a flat grid derived from elevation angle measurements to the star called Polaris to create a system of circles we call latitude. Those are then changed into a grid. That's what forms the Cartesian system that GPS is based upon. It is flat. So is radar. Radar is a flat system. Have you never looked at what a radar does and what it presents? You idiots. Have you ever actually looked at what GPS is? Clearly not. When these people
is that a belief?
Well, they hear the word global. All right, well, that must mean it's, what, non-Cartesian? No, it is definitely Cartesian.
No, what you're laying down just now, what you just finished saying, is that a belief?
No, that's just a fact. When I describe how Cartesian GPS is, that's not a mantra, it's not a belief, it's just me describing what it is. When I describe the grid derived from elevation angles off a flat plane, am I making up what latitude is? Is that my belief in latitude? No, that's just latitude. It's flat.
Yeah, the guy in chat, I just got rid of him because he said Nathan's just saying his beliefs. No, that's a fact.
So
we've been over this, haven't we, guys? We've watched, we've read stuff, we've been over the videos of how GPS works. Very similar to celestial navigation. You know, you've got your transmitter and receiver. It gathers three circles of equal elevation between them points to get your position on a 2D circle with radius, straight line radiuses, exactly the same as celestial navigation. As Nathan's just explained, it requires, it's 2D and it works off a Cartesian grid system.
Yep.
Nothing to do with a globe.
And nothing to do with me. So the chat skank is immediately Nathan's expressing his beliefs. No, Nathan's describing circles of equal elevation and elevation angle measurements of Polaris to create a grid in a Cartesian two-dimensional system we call GPS. That's not me expressing any belief. But if you can immediately make the words I say factual that they are about me and how I just believe in them, then suddenly you can undermine what I say and the factual information I disseminate based on it just being Nathan Oakley's belief. That's your cope. No, it's not about me, as I tried to explain in the pre-show to Dawn. It is inconsequential what I say when it comes to what GPS is. It wouldn't matter if I wasn't saying it. it would still be a Cartesian system derived from flat Earth measurements. That's what it is. But you can make it about me if you want, if it makes you feel a little bit better. Won't change how flat Earth is.
So they got the mantra, and their mantra is, oh, that's just Nathan saying that.
Yeah, you want to put me on a little pedestal. I get it. I've had it for a long time. I've got a lot of admirers that are utterly obsessed with me. Yeah? But they eventually descend into madness, like conspiracy cats. Yeah? Became a little bit obsessed with Nathan Oakley. And then whilst his obsession led him to a flat Earth for elevation angles and depression angles to form perspective calculations, he told me, quote, "I'll give you a flat Earth for that." And then shortly after gave up his channel to another guy who's descending his way into madness because he wants to perceive how flat Earth gets measured as Nathan Oakley's measurements. It's like, why would you project you going out and measuring Earth flat for perspective, or you going out and measuring Earth flat with elevation angles to the sun, like they're Nathan's flat Earth? I'm not even measuring anything. I haven't done any of that sort of stuff for about 10 years. I'm not making the maps. I haven't created a Cartesian system for navigation. I haven't measured elevation angles to Polaris for latitude. I'm not creating a surface level and parallel eye level for altitude to be described to a pilot from ground control. I'm not doing any of these things. But if you can just make it about me, you can undermine Nathan Oakley and ignore how flat Earth gets measured. Do what you like. Who cares? Earth's still going to get measured flat. Like they taught you in the geography class. All of us, that is. We all got taught how flat Earth gets dealt with. In geography.
Yeah, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to end the conversation.
Go
ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I said, well, Riggs isn't in here, is he? Oh, no. No, good shout out to Riggs, really, for, opening his server up to creators, come along and, anybody who's got something they want to present, good platform, really, Discord. For those who haven't got a Discord, great thing, really, for people to be able to, come and present stuff, really, like you are, as a creator.
Yeah, link to this
I'm
Discord
sure
server's at the top of the live stream information box if you want to join. Click on that link.
Yeah, we came last week. We did a show here last week from here as well. It's a great asset, really, to the community.
We really don't care.
It was called Nathan Oakley's Antipodal Plains. That's what it's called, our show last week.
Yeah, of course, it's got to be about Nathan, right, Eddie Bear?
It was, that one was actually about Nathan, yes, yeah. But not a personal thing. I mean, it's because he's a subject expert. So one would, approach a subject expert to, clarify some points and understand the subject matter.
You really want to be relevant, don't you, Eddie Bear? You're striving to be relevant, but you're redundant.
No, I'm not. No, relevance is not important to me. I'm just in search of truth. That's all I'm about.
Really? You've just literally
How's
said...
it measured, Eddie Bear?
You just said it's not personal, but you've named it after me. So, I mean, I don't really understand how you can lie about things not being personal when you've named them after me. That's literally as personal as you can make. I'm still talking. So you're just a liar. You are unequivocally making it personal. You've named it my name. It could not be any more personal. You are a liar.
You done? Well,
Done calling you a liar.
I mean, you present yourself as a subject matter.
Did you start that sentence with? Did you start that sentence with you? Sorry, did I hear you correctly? Start the sentence with you. Again, just for the audience's benefit, this is a man who in the last 30 seconds has said, "It is not personal," and then his very first words are, "you." What, me personally? You're a lying, degenerate scumbag who is absolutely unequivocally making this personal and then lying about it not being personal. That's the second time I've said it, Eddie Bear. I'm calling you a liar with an example of where you've lied about it being personal, that you've made it unequivocally about me personally, and then lied about it. Third time.
And you're a phony. You come in all
so-
mealy mouthed.
Sorry,
So
no,
it is
don't worry,
personal
Neil.
about me then, right? You understand that? Now I've exposed you as a liar in
it's
that
not.
regard. Do
It's
you
not- it's
understand
not-
where
it's
you're
not a personal
lying?
thing. No, I mean, it's just that you present yourself
No,
as a
stuttery
subject.
little bitch. I'll say it again. Yeah, when you use the word you and directly ascribe something with my name, that is absolutely unequivocally making it personal. You dumb fuck.
Dicko.
Well, you know,
Edabear, you stuttery little twat. You're stupid. I've highlighted your lie, and instead of understanding and appreciating how stupid you are, you're now saying no. What? When you use the word you, that is a direct attack on me. The you that you are describing personally, by name, when you name something after me. Fourth time.
well, you're lying. So
So is this not personal? Is it just me, or I'm hearing you describe me with the word you again? That would be making it personal, wouldn't it, Edabear?
You are the subject matter.
So
expert,
yes, so that's a yes.
Right, you're the
So
person
you are a liar. You said I'm not making this personal, but now it's about me personally being a subject matter expert as an individual. So it is personal then. You have made this
Discord,
personal then.
They can hear me in the Discord, but on the YouTube, you can't hear me at all because you're talking over me. Because your noise gate is for that operation.
So what I will do is now mute the Discord line and say for the 5th time, this man's a liar. He said, I'm not making it personal, end quote. And then talked about me and something he named after me. Personally.
Is the audience to think I'm lying.
Right, let's just get rid of this
you're a
wanker.
subject-
Edabear, who is a
subject matter
pathetic
expert-
cook, who undoubtedly also had his head flushed down the bog in high school. Because he's a wanker. And people don't like wankers, so what they tend to do is flush their heads down the bog. Yeah? Because they're wankers, and they deserve it. That's how he'd have been treated. Right now, because he decides that he's going to yak through my live show. I've got an audience, Edabear. People care what I've got to say. You, 6th time, are a liar. No, I'm not making it personal. It's about Nathan Oakley's blah, 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 blah. You. Yeah, you're a liar and a scumbag, and I don't want to talk to you anymore because you're not addressing the fact that you've lied to my audience when you said it wasn't personal. Yeah, it absolutely is. You have to make it personal. That's all you've done. And then lied about it. I don't like dealing with liars, so get lost, liar. If you can't address your own lies when they're highlighted to you 6 times, you don't get to talk to me anymore. If you can't accept that you've lied, then you're not worthy of discussion. So get lost, liar. You do need to make it about me personally, and you did. Ed.
I was just saying, bye, Edabear. See you next Friday.
Yeah, when you can come in and start lying to my audience again and then moaning about how I've got Discord gated so that I can be heard on my own show. Yes, Edabear, that's right. I can be heard on my own show. What's that? Nathan's got a mute button. It's almost like you're not addressing the 7th attempt to me point out how you're lying about not making this personal, about something you've named after me. Scum. You need to make this about me. My point that I've been making for the last 20 minutes, that you've immediately done and then lied about. And then moaned about how you're not getting heard. I heard you make it personal about me when you named something after me, but then lied about it. Now, in 8 attempts of pointing that out, it's never going to get any address. The scumbaggery, the indecency, the personal attack that I'm having to face from a scumbag liar. That'll never get addressed. Oh no, I'm being suppressed. What, by a noise gate that allows me to come through to my audience? Yeah, I'll make sure I'm heard. When I point out how you're lying about it not being personal. That's all you cucks can do. Make it personal about me. Now, as I've said in the pre-show and throughout this live show, if we were in close proximity and you made a fact about me personal to me and then lied about it not being personal, that gets you a broken nose, Edabear. But you've got your brave pills because you've got your fake name and your pathetic voice changes online. Yeah, that's where you need to be so you don't have your head flushed down the bog. That's what you need. Those are your brave pills. So you can tell people that you're not personally insulting them when you're naming things after them. Yeah, you've made it personal. It's pissed me off. Obviously, that's the intention. That's the only reason you're doing it. Meanwhile, we measure Earth flat. That's how we measure Earth. There's been no redress. There's been no rebuttal. There isn't one. You're not going to get away from how linear and horizontal distance measurements are. You, on the ball side, need to describe a deviation from that horizontal linear distance for your Earth curve assertion. So it's not like anybody's going to get away from how flat Earth must be measured. But if you can personalise it about Nathan Oakley, end quote you, and then lie about it not being personal, and then saying you, and describing me as a subject matter expert that you are personally addressing, then suddenly it's about Nathan Oakley, isn't it? No. This is not about Nathan Oakley, it's about geography. Whether or not I describe the flatness of a linear mile measurement is irrelevant to how flat a linear mile measurement is. I have no bearing on this. You don't need to name anything after me.
Crazy, isn't it? Absolutely crazy. Like let's keep having meetings and about Nathan Oakley. And the more we talk about this, I mean, as if it's going to change sea level. You know what I mean? As if it's going to change how a theodolite works and what it measures, how a sextant works. Yeah?
Did you hear anything about this show that they had on World War Debate? Gee, I didn't hear anything until he just told us.
No, I don't care, though. I'm not obsessed with these people. I'm not naming things after Edebear, am I?
Nope.
Right, yeah, because beta cuck, nobody gives a flying fuck about you. Nobody's naming anything after you, are they, Edebear? Because you're an inconsequential little cuck. Me, I get stuff named after me all the time. I get people propping me on a pedestal, like how I describe things is somehow consequential and needs overcoming. The Nathan Oakley problem. Yeah? Yes, because people see me as important, Edebear. You are a pathetic little scrote who had your head flushed down the bog in high school. We all know what you are, Edebear. Next.
You are the only one that's ever talked about the antipodal planes, though, Nathan.
Right, I'm the only one who's talked about antipodal planes. Let's just address this straight away. So just on screen for my audience, taken from a Globe Believers book that I didn't write, is the antipodal plane of Earth's surface, north and south. This is a diagram that I did not draw. Just so we're absolutely unequivocally clear, Bev is incorrect. It is on screen now for my live audience. The antipodal plane. He said I'm the only one that I've just... Sorry, Bev, I'm just proving you wrong. Is it time that we flushed your head down the bog, you pathetic little cuck? I'm proving you wrong with a diagrammatical example that I did not draw. Am I the only one who talks about it? It's on screen for my audience now. A globe Earth with the longitude and latitude system described in a celestial sphere with antipodal planar globe Earth north and south. I did not create this, you fucking retard.
That's how they measured it flat, right?
Sorry, was this not just me the only one who talked about this only 25 seconds ago? Was it just not personalised to Nathan? Now it's a they. Is it, you pathetic little scrote? So you're fucking wrong, then.
You didn't.
So you're wrong.
Nathan, we know that.
Sorry, so this on screen, let's just pause it so it stays here permanently while this fucking retard, scrote little twat is demonstrated wrong. They aren't me. I didn't create this. You are wrong. You said I was the only person who talked about it. No, it's on a diagram. Sorry, are you just going to yak through me like that's going to change how wrong you are when you personalise something that is not mine?
About Nathan, I can't see your antipodal planes.
Oh, really? They're on screen for my live audience, Bev. You are an inconsequential little twat that would have had your head flushed down the bog in high school as people bullied you for being an adenoidal little twat. That's what you are, you adenoidal little twat. You have decided to ascribe something that's diagrammatically represented on screen to me personally as the only one talking about it. No, you pathetic little adenoidal twat. Oh, maybe if you keep yakking through me, I'll just have to fucking remove you. This adenoidal little prick who undoubtedly was bullied in school as being a pathetic little shit, feels that with the internet between him and I, he can yak through his groundless, baseless assertion that what is literally on screen now is only, and I quote, something that I have talked about. So immediately personalising something that is diagrammatically represented from Globe Earth believers and absolutely not Nathan Oakley's, but this pathetic little twat who would have had the shit kicked out of him in high school indefinitely needs to yak through me pointing out exactly how antipodal this depiction is, and it hasn't got my name on it, twat.
But you were the only one that talked about it.
It's on screen from a book I didn't write, you fucking retard.
No, I said voiced it. I've never heard.
Oh, really?
anybody
So
talk
you
about
believed
the
in your
anti-podal
delusional
planes.
idiot way that I'm the only person to have ever talked about this depiction in this book? No, you're just an idiot.
The antipodal planes is all I've ever heard from you, Nathan.
Oh, so because you have only ever heard it from me, in your fucked up world where you're the only one who counts, because you've only heard it, it means I've only ever said it. Oh, I see, Secret King. So because it's you hearing it only, that means that universally everybody worldwide has only ever had this ascribable to Nathan Oakley. You dumb fuck. How self-absorbed do you need to be? No, dickhead, just because you're only obsessed with Nathan Oakley doesn't mean I'm the only person who's ever described that which is depicted on screen, you fucking retard.
So that's how you measure the Earth flat to make the globe, right?
I don't believe in a globe. I understand how flat Earth measurements are used to create this antipodal planar system, north and south. I understand how the globe is created. It's not mine, you dumb little shit who would have had your head flushed down the bog.
How do they measure the...
Why are you asking me? Go and ask they, you fucking retard. A minute ago it was mine. Now you're asking me how they do that. So it's not mine then. You understand you can ascribe it to a they, you fucking retard, who needs to chat skank through me. By now I'd have broken your fucking nose, Bev. You understand me? You'd be bleeding. You would be bleeding in person as you yak through me. You've just asked me how they do it. Something you've ascribed to me personally. But now you're asking me how they do this. So there's a they that isn't me then, you fucking retard.
You say they make the globe.
So there's a they then, fucktard. You've told me I'm the only one who talks about it, but now you're asking me how they. That's not me. Do it.
Antipodal south to make the globe.
But if you go really high pitch, would that change how quickly your fucking head got flushed down the bog? When you're all high pitched in person. Yeah, when you were all, will they be doing? Yeah, I'd still be flushing your head down the bog, Bev.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, okay, you pathetic little beta cuck with your million miles of fibre between you and me. You ascribing this shit that I don't believe to me personally, like I'm, quote, the only one who talks about it, is not only wrong, it's worthy of me breaking your fucking nose, you pathetic little beta cuck who undoubtedly had his head flushed down the toilet in high school. Because people don't like people like you, Bev. You're an annoying little twat. Yeah? You look like Wurzel Gummidge, you're a pathetic little scrote, and you feel that you can justify ascribing shit that I don't believe in to me individualistically and personally. Wrong, fucktard. I'd just be breaking your nose if you were in person with me. I'd be splattering your fucking pathetic nose over your pathetic little face while you yak skank through the top of me. Like you can get away with it here on the internet. In society, people despise little men like you, Bev.
We're just here to talk to people, Nathan.
Yeah, I've got a fucking audience, Bev. People pay me to talk to you like you are. A pathetic little cuck that would have his head flushed down the toilet in high school. That's what would happen to you. You know how you were treated in high school, Bev. People bullied you.
No, I was
You're
fine.
disingenuous, Bev. You're a disingenuous, lying bastard. You're a Glober now, anyway. What are you doing here?
The reality is, Bev has told me that what is on screen now is only ascribable to me. Bang! I'd break your fucking nose. No, dickhead, trying to ascribe this shit that I can accurately describe to me like it's my fucking belief would just get you a broken nose.
You said you could make a globe from...
I am not a fucking globe believer, dumb shit. Yeah, you'd have your head flushed, Bev. That's what would happen in reality. But here, while there's a million miles of fibre, you can get away with your high-pitched tone. Squeak at me, bitch.
How do you measure the antipodal planes,
I don't measure anything. I'm not measuring anything. Nothing is being described consequential to Nathan Oakley, the individual. These are not my measurements,
You're
you
not
dumb
measuring
shit.
anything. Yes, we know.
So these aren't my measurements. You unequivocally ascribe them to me as my measurements, Bev. They're not. And I'm saying as a result of your incorrect assertion that what is on screen is directly ascribable to me would get you your head flushed down the bog.
Right, well, you're the one that says flat Earth measurements make the globe.
Flat Earth measurements make the globe. On screen now is a depiction of the equatorial plane, with the angle measurement acquisition being from said equatorial plane. Earth is measured flat in this globe depiction. It is labelled latitude. Here. This is not mine. Bev, this pathetic twat who would be getting his head flushed down the bog right about now, has unequivocally ascribed this to me. It's not. It is still definitely a flat Earth measurement from the equatorial plane of latitude. That's a fact. It's described on screen with the word latitude. But Bev needs to make this about me personally. And I'm saying if you did this in person, I'd break your fucking nose.
Very well done. But how...
Yeah, well done, you pathetic little cuck. You'd have the shit kicked out of you in reality. Here on the internet, you think you can get away with disingenuously ascribing something that I haven't created to me as a single individual. And I'm saying in reality, I'd break your fucking nose for it.
How do they measure
They? What, not me? A minute ago, it was only me, you pathetic little scrote. Broken nose is what he'd have, Bev. Justifiably so. Justifiably so.
You wouldn't be going one-on-one, I'll tell you that. Anyways, rather than threatening violence, do you have a map?
I'll do what the fuck I like. This pathetic cuck is about to tell me what I will and won't do. I'll just close that line and say to my audience, I'm giving an example of what would happen in reality. These pathetic little beta cucks who tell me that the globe Earth antipodal flat measurement system is all I have ever talked about, therefore it can individually be ascribed to me. I'm saying no. In reality, when you do that shit, you get your head flushed down the bog for being a disingenuous little prick. So I will describe the violence that Bev would face. That's what he'd face.
With latitude measurements, Nathan.
Yeah, latitude is a measurement of a flat Earth. It's on screen now. This measurement on screen now is a flat planar measurement from surface level of latitude. It is not mine.
How do they do?
Why are you asking me? I've just said 5 times, 10 times. This isn't mine. I need Bev to appreciate. He won't, because he'd just be getting his head flushed by now. That he's ascribed this to me. He won't accept that that's wrong. He just wants to keep asking me what they would do after ascribing it to me personally, doesn't he?
Oh, is it the antipodal plane?
Go fucking ask them, you dumb shit. Why are you asking me? Go ask them, you fucking retard. Go ask them.
You're the expert.
Do you know the ones that you're asking me to go and ask, you go and ask them, you pathetic little scrote.
The Earth flat.
You go and ask them.
I'm asking you how they do it.
It's on screen now. You're asking me how they can do it, and I've told you. On screen now, a flat Earth elevation angle measurement of latitude. That is what this is. It is a planar measurement from surface level for an angle described with a degree. This is how it is done. I've asked Bev to address the fact that this disingenuous scrote shitbag has ascribed this to me individualistically, like it's only me who's ever described this. Wrong. I've done it about 10 times with him. That's why he'd be getting his nose broken.
Well,
you can't do fuck all with an angle, Nathan.
What, fuck all with an angle like this one being measured on screen from surface level, from a flat plane, that creates the latitude system, that one that got ascribed to me as an individual by this little shit who would have his head flushed down the bog. That measurement of a flat Earth.
Don't let me ascribe any measurements to you.
No, nobody gives a fuck what you do, Bev. We'd be flushing your head down the bog if we were in person with you. I'd be dragging you off to the toilets to dunk your disingenuous head down the bowl.
You're the only one that doesn't measure.
Sorry, only one. It's on screen now. He's just going to keep lying, so I'm going to remove him from the discussion because he's doubled down on this shit that's enraged me. I'm the only one. No, I didn't create this diagram.
Very sad. We used to promote you, Bev. You used to be cool. Now you're just a moron.
Yeah.
That we got to kick because you personalize things and you're disingenuous.
Yeah, it needs to be made about me. I called this at the top of the show before we even started. I said, how long before they make a flat Earth measurement Nathan Oakley's measurement? And every single participant thus far has done exactly that. Made it about me.
Immediately.
Nathan, this is Buck. I'm sharing my screen showing how we measure.
Get fucked. I don't give a shit. You want to talk about my wife and pepper pots? You can fuck off. No. Yeah. Buck Sodbuster, who's decided to talk about what I get up to in my bedroom with my wife, would also be somebody who's having his head flushed down the bog. Probably his legs broken as well. So he wants to talk to me now. Get fucked. Go away.
Yeah, we got no use for you, Buck. Go see McToon.
Yeah, go see McToon so you can cower on some channel where that pathetic cuck who measured Earth flat 1,000 times can cuck to you and how you say your level tool measures an Earth curve. Piss off. Go and preach to the already converted.
How's your curve like doing, pal?
Yeah. Go run a show parallel to us. Freaking piece of shit. They make it immediately. It's not even, they're not even trying to hide it now. They're just immediately going after the person.
If Nathan understood reciprocal zenith angles, he'd be like
safety
a whole different guy.
Sorry, was that if Nathan? Was that the start of your sentence about me personally, right? That'd be a yes, wouldn't it? Whoever just joined in the conversation, Omnivore, has immediately made it about Nathan. If Nathan.
His method doesn't work.
Sorry, if Nathan.
Other people can talk.
Sorry, why are we talking about if Nathan?
What method doesn't work?
Right, on screen now, let's just see if Omnivore can address this. On screen now, it was what Bev brought up and suggested it was mine. I haven't created the globe. I'm not a heliocentrist. On screen is a latitude measurement from a flat plane. That is how latitude gets measured, flat. Now, that's not about me personally. I don't want to hear what Nathan Oakley does in response. I want an understanding from you how flat Earth gets measured for latitude as depicted on screen that I did not create.
Are the measurements equivalent?
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Omnivore, whoever's decided to pipe up. Omnivore, flat Earth elevation angle measurement to form latitude. It's on screen for my live audience. Do you understand how flat Earth gets measured for latitude? Yes or no? Bye-bye.
Can't do nothing with an elevation angle, Nathan.
You can run in the face of accepting that it's not going to be made about me. Omnivore attempted to immediately make about what Nathan Oakley does. I then immediately turned it into how flat Earth gets measured for latitude, and he ran.
That's all they got, Nathan. Make it about you or run.
Anybody in the panel want to address how flat Earth gets measured for latitude? It's on screen now. It's not my diagrammatical example as has been suggested by a man who would have his head flushed down the bog. That's try thinking, the little scrote, the Wurzel Gummidge looking little twat. Yeah? Then we've had Omnivore saying it's all about how Nathan Oakley does blah, 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 blah. No. On screen now is something that I did not create. It's the antipodal flat Earth system used to create a globe with flat Earth elevation angle measurements to form the latitude system. It is a flat Earth measurement. It's not my flat Earth measurement. Now, I want to know if anybody on the panel who believes in a ball can say, yes, I understand how latitude is a flat Earth measurement as depicted on screen. Can anybody admit to this, or are you all complete cowards? This is your necessity to create a ball, by the way. Without it, you haven't got a ball to believe in.
with this finding of yours, have you been able to find like a map or a setup of the FE? Taking this into consideration, this finding of yours, because I know that there's some
to answer you?
debate and contention.
Are you going to tell me what you know, or do you want me
map.
to answer? I don't care what you know.
No,
you asked me a question.
I'm
stuttering.
taking
Yeah, I
into
know you're stuttering.
consideration your knowledge and what you're sharing.
Yeah, you need to shut up and let me answer then.
Were you able to?
I heard you. I heard you the first time you asked. I tried to answer and you carried on telling me about what you knew. Do you want to shut up?
Okay. I'm glad you heard it. Go ahead, please.
All maps are flat. They utilise horizontal linear distance measurements on the scale. Have you never used a map? They're all flat.
I got you, but there's some, some flat.
So stuttery, you got me. So you understand that Earth is dealt with. Sorry, you asked me about my flat Earth map. You got me. You got me. Okay, so now I'm going to ask you something. It's not just a constant, incessant barrage of questions from you. So you understand then, as you've quote, gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah, you need to shut up now. I answered you. Now I'm going to ask you something. So you understand that to use a map, Earth is flat.
And I'm going to go on mute.
You will go on mute because you've realised how badly you've lost, having asked me about my personalisation of maps. Now you're yakking through me. Yeah. In reality, Earth is dealt with maps. They're used to navigate the surface, and they are all flat. Gotcha. I thought you said you were going to go on mute. You've just opened your line in the middle of this sentence. I haven't finished.
Go on, sweetheart.
Get out. I'm not your sweetheart.
Out.
Yeah, again, just so the audience understands, right? Yeah, do you remember Dave, Professor Dave, talking to that black guy on one of those shows and he started calling him sweetheart? Bang! You'd have your fucking nose broken. That's what would happen to you in reality. But because you've got your brave pills and immediate million miles of fibre between you and I, you think you can call me sweetheart. Sweetheart? Yeah, I'll break your fucking jaw. That's what would happen to you when you called me sweetheart in reality. Yeah? You'd have me breaking your fucking nose. That's what would happen. But because you're a beta cuck, you can take a brave pill on the internet. Yeah? In reality, you wouldn't get to call me sweetheart. I'd stamp on your throat. Yeah? But brave pills are the order of the day when you start calling me sweetheart. Why is he calling me sweetheart? Well, because he suggested that I've made the maps. Have I got one that's flat? All of them! They all use distance in a horizontal linear scale. Gotcha. Yeah, so now I'm going to ask you if you appreciate how fucking flat Earth is. Oh no, I'm going to get called sweetheart. No, you'd get a broken nose, in reality. When me, the giant monster of a man, broke it for you because you decided to call me your sweetheart. No, you don't get to call me the little cute names my wife calls me. And as a man, if you do that, I break your fucking nose. That's what would happen in reality.
People think on the internet they can say what they want. Like if I wish I could put my hands on you, and in your case they call you sweetheart. It's amazing how tough people get.
Yeah. Well, I'm just pointing out that in reality, yeah, I mean, this is hypothetical. Obviously, I can't reach through the screen and break this guy's fucking nose. But if he was in front of me and started talking to me like that, I'd break his nose. You want to call me sweetheart? Bang! Oh yeah? Call it me again. Yeah? No, you can't do that in reality. But you can take your brave pills on the internet, can't you? When you're proven wrong. Suddenly you need to start insulting me, calling me your sweetheart. I'm not your sweetheart. I'm the man who'd break your fucking nose after I've courteously answered your question about how flat maps are and how we deal with Earth's surface as a flat plane with horizontal linear distance measurements. That is what we do. You asked me about it and I gave you an answer. Did I get a thank you? No, I got insulted and called sweetheart. Well, you'd get a broken fucking nose, wouldn't you?
You got a gotcha as well, mate.
Next.
Anybody else want to make it about me? Anybody else want to call me sweetheart? Yeah? You're not doing well.
Or sexy femboy.
Yeah, like we had in the Geography server, calling me a homosexual, suggesting that I'm a sexy femboy by renaming me in servers. Do you think that's going to change how flat maps are? No. I think asking me about whether or not I've got a flat map, yeah, all of them, is going to give you the right to insult me and call me sweetheart. Yeah, with a million miles of fibre, you can have those brave pills. But we all know what would happen in reality. We all know what type of person feels the need to tell the alpha that he's their sweetheart. Yeah, you're the type of person that got bullied at school. You were the one getting your head flushed down the bog. We all know it. That's why you've taken the tone with me when you're proven wrong. Earth's flat, that's how maps dealt with. Deal with it. Don't call me sweetheart as a result of it.
I wonder if when he's walking. I wonder when he's walking down the road and he sees a bunch of surveyors with theodolites measuring the ground level, he starts calling him sweetheart for some reason.
Oh, yeah. I'd love to see that.
Yeah,
see, Mike Tyson said it best. He said, everybody has a game plan until they get punched in the mouth.
Yeah, metaphorically, that's what I'm doing, by the way. This is a metaphor. What I've done is I've punched them in the mouth when I say, yeah, all flats. All maps are flat. As are the scales, as are the measurements to produce the maps. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, you have got me. Telling you how flat Earth is with all maps. That's what you've got. Next.
That's what they tell us as well. That's all they have got. Flat Earth measurements. That's all they keep telling us, how flat it is.
But I'm going to highlight
Earth more than...
I'm going to keep highlighting it. The type of person we are dealing with. Pathetic little betas and pathetic little gammas that think that they're secretly consequential to Earth and how it's dealt with. You're not. You bunch of pathetic individuals. You have absolutely no consequence or bearing on how Earth is dealt with. And you never will. What you think about how Earth is dealt with is inconsequential to how flat the maps are, how flat horizontal and level sea level is, how linear distance measurements are. In reality, you don't have any bearing on that. Now, you know that you don't have any bearing on it, but you think that by making it about Nathan Oakley and then making Nathan Oakley wrong, that makes you right. No, you don't have any bearing on this. Earth's measured flat regardless of how pathetic an individual you are. Keep telling yourself how important you are in this discussion. Or, by projection, projecting me up onto a pedestal so you can try and prove me wrong. All that does is tell me that you need me on a pedestal when you make it about Nathan Oakley constantly.
Would that be a vertical pedestal from the horizontal baseline, Nathan, any sense?
The height of the pedestal is measured with respect to a plane perpendicular to it. Yes, that's correct. How high a pedestal is measured from a flat Earth. But I'm going to express my disdain. Moving forward, this is what you're going to get in this server, right? The moment you start making it about me, I'll start highlighting what I know you are. Yeah? I've met all of you, you adenoidal bunch of irritating twats. Yeah? I've seen your type. I met you all in the schools I attended. And you were all snivelling cucks then, and you are all snivelling cucks now. The fact that you've got a bit of bravery from having a million miles of fibre between the person you're insulting and the fact that you're wrong doesn't change how wrong you are.
They've all gone to chat skanking, so...
Oh no, Nathan won't let me make his assertions that he's the one making the maps. No, I won't, you're right. I'll just point out how you probably had your head flushed down the bog in high school.
Yeah, just character assassination and ad homs in chat. So, you know, listen, guys, just get over it. It's just measured flat. Don't be upset.
Is that what the beaters have done? So you've turned to graffitiing on the toilet wall after your head's been flushed? Nathan's a silly poo-poo head in permanent marker on one of the cubicles. That's what you've decided to do, is it? Graffiti the cubicle after your head was flushed down the bog? Yeah, good for you.
Yeah, Etta Bear posted a video that Arnold Studios, all the guy does is spend time. He's so obsessed with you, Nathan, that all he does is make videos about you.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. These people have risen me up like I have some bearing on these things. I don't, right? I can understand and accept how inconsequential I am to this subject. Me, as an individual, and what I believe to be the case are irrelevant. Earth, that's not me, that's the surface, the ground we are collectively stood on. Not me, we measure Earth flat. Now, me personally, I have no desire to make any measurements. I've got no need to. But you, when you want to believe in a globe, will require Earth be measured flat. You, when you project some map that you want to pretend isn't in existence and flat and linear with the distance scale, is mine. When you do that, all you're doing is lifting me up, putting me on a pedestal, making it seem like I am consequential. But I've already appreciated I'm not. I don't have any bearing on this. I am not the arbiter of Earth's geography. But Earth's geography is flat, regardless of how much you want to make it Nathan's geography, so you can make Nathan wrong. It's never going to work. It's never going to happen. I will point out what a pathetic cuck you are for doing it, though.
So, Nathan, if you went on vacation for a couple of weeks and we just kept running the show, what would they do then? Is it going to be about you then? You're not going to be here for 2 weeks. We're still going. Who are they going to blame it on now?
Blame what? Blame our flat Earth gets measured? I don't know.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know what they'll do to seek pain relief. Are they going to start arguing with maps? Tell you what, if I'm not around, I give you my permission to go and buy one of Nathan Oakley's compasses, because Nathan Oakley made the compass. And then look at South on it and shout at it. You're not flat, South! You're not flat! You're Nathan Oakley's direction! Yeah, go and buy yourself a compass and shout at it. Tell the compass that Nathan doesn't decide how flat you are.
Just a minute.
Yeah, one sec.
South isn't a horizontal direction, Nathan. It's a cardinal direction, which is determined by the direction of a compass, which you have to hold horizontal and parallel to surface level.
We don't level compasses, one deck.
Now they got videos saying we laugh at you all. That's nice.
Yeah, you've got to make it personal. Yeah, you think it's consequential. You think whether or not you're laughing at me will alter how flat Earth gets measured. It won't. Yeah? It won't make any difference. You will what? Sit around in the bogs looking at the graffiti that says, I'm a poo-poo head? Is that what you do? You all laugh at me? Yeah, meanwhile, you bunch of cucks are the ones getting your heads flushed down the bog. Me, I'm talking about how Earth, that's not me, the surface is measured flat. By you! When you want to express your globe faith. But we're laughing at you. Are you really? Oh, really? Are you making little slides in the AV club? Yeah? Making little comic books where you're the superhero and you beat us up and you're the ones flushing our heads down the bog in your comic book. You're all fantasists.
That's exactly what they're doing, Nathan. So you can stop sending the messages. See, what happens is, Nathan, anytime a message comes, it comes on the top of the screen. And it's nonstop since they've been kicked. Or you had your opportunity, you decided to make it personal instead of coming with your globe measurements. And now you want to, run to chat skank.
Yeah, but the globe measurements are horizontal from surface level, parallel to line of sight, Nathan and Neil.
Well, they said.
Are there any measurements of Earth that aren't flat?
No, they're all flat. As a matter of fact, there's only one housekeeping question that matters.
Ask that again, Nathan, and let's have a little ponder on that. Let's see if
Are there any Earth measurements that aren't flat?
Repeat that, Nathan.
Are there any Earth measurements that are not flat?
Nope.
Well, there's quite a few people in Discord. Can anybody present us any measurements of Earth that aren't flat?
Now's the time, guys.
Come on,
Not
bring
today,
it.
maybe
Bring it.
tomorrow.
Go ahead. No, that's because they're all flat. All of Earth's measurements are flat. There are no examples of an Earth measurement that isn't derived from a flat plane in the first instance. In the pre-show, Dawn, drop over distance. Well, distance is horizontal and linear. The drop is from the horizontal. So you need a flat Earth to describe the drop over distance, as per Earth curve calculations. They require surface level, with a parallel eye level, to describe a deviation when measuring a height off surface level, that's a flat perpendicular elevation, and a parallel eye level, parallel to what, you say? The surface level. They're all marked out in your maths. So even when globe believers express the notion that there is a curve measurement, it fundamentally relies on measuring Earth flat in the first instance. And there's no other exceptions. Every single example of Earth measurement is flat. There are no exceptions to this fact.
It's also in orthographic view, which we don't experience.
Well, you've got to exclude perspective to suggest that the deviation from the horizontal surface level that you measured for the height is capable of description when the surface drops away in the curved manner that orthographic representations that ignore perspective can do. That's what the deviation from the eye level, parallel with the surface level, gives you when you calculate a dip angle deviation from horizontal in a downward trajectory with respect to the horizontal you've measured at eye level and a height you've measured off the surface level and the surface level that's flat. You need orthographic view to replace what is actually viewed with a perspective demonstration in reality with an orthographic, non-perspective based Earth curve that deviates from a horizontal plane you measure in the first instance. So yeah, you've got to put it in orthographic view to assert that you've got an Earth curve after measuring the surface level flat, after measuring the eye level parallel with the surface level, after measuring the altitude perpendicular to the surface level, all of which are flat Earth prerequisite measurements that you will make to assert that perspective doesn't exist because your orthographic math says Earth drops away from the surface level you measured flat. It's ludicrous, but that's how their religion has been created. Just complicated enough for these dumb shits to not quite understand or recognise how flat it is required to be when measuring the surface level, even though it's labelled in their own bloody math, surface level. Yep. Just complicated enough for you dumbasses to not quite get it. But what's that? Look at this graffiti in the toilet cubicle. Nathan's a dumbhead.
No, what I got was then how come cruise ships at a distance you're only seeing a couple of levels when closer you see the full ship. So
okay, so that's a perspective description, right? Let's just go through this. Let's say you've got a cow, and the cow that you've got is a toy, and it's this big. And then outside the window, as you look at a cow in the distance, you've got an actual cow, and they both look about the same size. Now this cow, toy cow, is small. That cow is far away. Now, as it gets further and further and further away, it will eventually disappear into something called the vanishing point. That's called perspective. Now, in order to describe this with a measurement, we will, quote, have to give you a flat earth for that, end quote, conspiracy cats. Another guy who went nuts after believing he was on a ball, but when it came to actually measuring earth for perspective, I'll give you a flat earth for that, because you're describing angles from a plane. That's how perspective is described. The angular resolution of the cow decreases to 0, but the tower it's standing next to can still be seen. Yeah, hashtag shit shrinks. But in your mind, when you take a mathematical derivation from surface level for your height perpendicular to surface level, for your eye level parallel with surface level, you can infer that the distance to a geometric horizon below the surface level in an orthographic maths is at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height off a flat Earth. Therefore, no perspective, cow's not getting smaller into the distance, it's blocked by Earth curve. You're all dickheads. Stupid. This was made just complicated enough for you dumbasses to not quite understand it or recognise how perspective's been hijacked.
After all these years and still boats going over the horizon. Oh my lord.
Bad. You think you'd have advanced, you think you'd have looked at your own calculations, you think you'd have noticed the surface level in them.
You think they'd have advanced to measurements rather than observations?
Well, the observations still need a flat Earth calculation of height off surface level. It's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Well, you need to measure your height. What's height? That's the perpendicular vertical distance 90 degrees to a flat surface level. It's right there. It's labelled in their own maths. Surface level. Oh, what? The surface level bends? Well, how is eye level going to be parallel for you to derive this distance linear with drop? Well, you can't. You need the distance to be linear, you need the eye level to be parallel, and you need the surface level to be perpendicular to your height. All of the measurements of Earth that you actually measure to infer that you've got a sphericity to it are flat. Earth's measured flat in all circumstances. There are no exceptions.
Oh, dear.
But boats are going over the deviation from the horizontal plane I measured from a height above it. No, they're not. That's just
but isn't
not.
WGS 84 a geoid?
The WGS 84 was created from a system that was derived from latitude measurements, though, wasn't it?
Who cares? Is it a geoid?
Well, who cares? I care, because you're asking me about a flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle to Polaris to create this system that is calculated into sphericity after measuring Earth flat. So it matters. To create that system you've just asked me about, we measure Earth flat with latitude.
Was that anyway an answer to the question of...
Yes, I answered your question. The WGS 84 is derived from flat Earth measurements of latitude. Yes, that is absolutely an address to the question.
Yes, it is a geoid?
No, Earth isn't a model. Earth's not a model, but the Earth that we measured to create that model was flat. It was measured with latitude. On screen now is the description of the latitude system that's creating the WGS 84 model. What you're doing is called reification. You're reifying the model that's been converted with a Haversine conversion from the flat system that we measure with latitude. Rather than yattering through me, why don't you listen to how flat Earth must be measured to create the WGS 84? Do you not want to accept...
Rather than yattering.
Do you want to accept how flat Earth is measured with latitude to create this system, or do you want to just deny how flat Earth gets measured? Maybe just chatting through me will change how latitude is measured flat to create your system.
Maybe just answering the question would show how not stupid you are.
Bye-bye.
He answered the question, you retard.
Retard? Did you want your head... This is another guy that would now end up with his head getting flushed down the bog and then his nose fucking broken by me. Excuse me, you think I'm dumb? You've asked me about the WGS 84 and have described how part of the system is latitude. It requires Earth be measured flat. Now, you've chatted through that 4 or 3 times rather than acknowledging how your system you're asking me about is dependent on flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements to Polaris. You haven't accepted that or acknowledged it. But the latitude system is intrinsic to the WGS 84 geoid that is converted by way of Haversine. It's a conversion to sphericity from flat Earth measurements. Now, you're not addressing my direct address to your question. Maybe call me sweetheart instead. I've acknowledged what you've said and explained how the system requires flat Earth measurements. And I've got a dumbfounded silence in response.
You haven't answered what I said. You haven't answered what I asked.
You asked me about...
Yeah, he's a time waster.
So I have, directly. 3 times.
No, the direct answer would be yes, no, or I don't know.
But the direct answer is your system relies on flat Earth measurements of Polaris to create it. It's a conversion.
But no, that would be a follow-up where we can discuss how that's incorrect.
So you're saying you don't accept latitude measurements for the system that is called WGS 84. You don't accept latitude measurements that create that system. Okay, how long the silence lasts? Do we need to repeat the question?
It lasts as long as I'm typing because I'm at work. But yeah,
right.
Go ahead.
Latitude system, you can either deny it or accept it. It's forming the system you are asking me about.
Where's a geoid?
No, that's converted from a flat Earth measurement. Haversine conversion.
No, it's just converted from a measurement.
Yeah, and the measurements are flat.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, so in conclusion, to create the WGS 84 system that is a model, it's not Earth's surface, that's a reification fallacy if you take it to be as such, requires we measure Earth flat to create that system. Part of the system is utilising latitude measurements, which are taken from a flat planar surface to create the angles we call latitude. Earth is measured flat for your system. It's now the 5th time I've pointed this out. Do you accept latitude that is creating your system or not? Dumbfounded silence. Earth's measured flat to create the WGS84 system by way of Haversine
sorry,
conversion.
I muted while I was
maybe your
typing.
answer should come in the middle of my speaking about how flat Earth must be measured to create your system you were asking about. Your Earth that you believe in is converted in sphericity from flat Earth measurements. 6th time.
No, that's not how geodetic surveying works. But we could talk about that.
No,
after you
latitude.
acknowledge
I didn't mention
the
geodetic surveying.
WGS84.
Latitude is part of the system.
Did I interrupt? Did you just interrupt?
I'll do whatever the fuck I like. I'd be flushing your head down the toilet and breaking your nose, you little shit. Latitude is not surveying. It's measurement of star angles to form the system used in the WGS84. I've said it 7
I thought you
times.
didn't like swearing, Nathan.
No, what I'd do is break your fucking nose. That's what I'd do if we were in person. Because on the 8th rendition of me pointing out how flat Earth gets measured for latitude, you've gone to geodesic surveying. You've ignored the Haversine conversion that I've pointed out from flat Earth measurements 8 times. Broken nose, head flushed down the bog. That's what you get in reality. If you're in front of me, I'd break your fucking nose and I'd flush your head down the toilet, like probably happened to you in high school. That is to say, based on the fact that I have addressed what you've put to me 8 fucking times, all you've done is yacked through the top of me and told me that that's not how geodesic survey works. Now you're talking through me again. I'd just break your fucking nose if you're in front of me yakking through me.
I won't take that as a threat.
It is not a threat. It's describing how you would have been treated in high school. Yeah? While you cucked and cowered away from the people who addressed you directly 8 times. Yeah, you wouldn't be yakking through me for a 9th
So,
time.
like,
You
if
just
I
get
asked
your
a
nose
direct
broken.
yes/no question and they didn't answer, that is them.
I've answered him. Latitude is part of the system that forms WGS84. I have directly addressed what he
Even
said.
your friends know it at this point.
So now he's going to talk about my friends. He's going to make this into a personal attack, yeah? Now it's about my friends knowing something. I've talked about his direct question about the WGS84 and the geoid. I've told him that it is requiring a flat Earth derivation of the latitude system, measured flat.
Hey,
that is the
Nathan,
9th
you know how to make an
time I've
asshole
put
wait?
this to this guy. Now, based on the fact that even in the 9th rendition, he still feels that chatting through the top of me is a worthy response. No, Earth's measured flat for your system, it's converted via Haversine. Tenth time. So, in conclusion, in order to create this geoid for this man to believe in, Earth had to be measured flat for the latitude system. It's a fundamental prerequisite to create this system. Unless you accept that Earth is measured flat with latitude, you don't have this system. It doesn't exist unless you have the flat Earth measurement first. Just so we're absolutely clear. Unless we measure Earth flat, your question doesn't exist. I hope that's clear.
Great. Yet I asked my question, so it exists.
No, your question about the WGS84 doesn't exist unless you accept that Earth is measured flat for latitude, so you can convert it.
Rock and a hard place.
So my question to you was, do you accept how flat Earth must be measured for latitude, or do you relinquish latitude, in which case you don't have a WGS84 to assert because you have denied the fundamental base premise of flat Earth measurements of latitude? So which is it? Do you accept Earth is measured flat for latitude, or deny the base premise that you formed the WGS84 with? Which is it? Answer a dumbfounded silence. Yeah, he can't answer me. He can't decide whether or not he wants to accept the flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements to Polaris or deny them. Deny them and you've got nothing to base your WGS84 on. Accept them and then you accept Earth is measured flat. It's called the rock and the hard place. Either you accept how flat Earth must be measured, or you deny it and then you've got nothing to base your question on. So what have we got? dumbfounded silence.
Well, he did say it was converted from the measurements. Now, my question is, why would it have to be converted at all?
You wouldn't. If we were measuring it spherically, you wouldn't do a conversion. But obviously, given that it's based on flat Earth measurements of angles to stars, you're going to be needing a conversion process to turn it into a sphere for him to start asking me about it like I'm going to ignore how flat Earth got measured to create it. No, I didn't. I made 11 attempts and got dumbfounded silences out of a wanker. Some shitbag that probably got bullied at school, having his head flushed down the bog when he interrupted the big kids. They just said, "Shut up, you little twat. Take your bogey-faced little nose and piss off. Earth's measured flat for your stupid belief in the WGS 84, you dumb little shit." Do you hear me, you dumb shit? I'm talking to you, you stupid retard. You require Earth be measured flat for your WGS 84 belief. Do you understand me, you dumb fuck? Hello, I'm calling you a dumb fuck. That is to say, I'm getting aggressive with you based on your stupidity and requirement of a flat Earth that you're asking me about. You converted a flat Earth measurement into sphericity that you're now asking me about. You dumb shit. So I ask you, did your dumb whore of a mother drop you on your fucking head, you stupid idiot? You're asking me about a system that requires Earth be measured flat to make it. Were you dropped on your head?
That WGS 84, is that the Wankers Globe System 84? Is that what it stands for?
Yeah, Wankers Globe System, yeah. Doesn't seem like this guy wants to take part anymore. Now he's been put between the rock and a hard place, he'd rather fucking run. What a coward. Yeah, maybe you'd like to blame me mute button or say it's Nathan Oakley's WGS 84 based on flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. No, it definitely ain't. But you require Earth be measured flat for your assertions. Do you understand me, you stupid retard?
WGS 84 was done by competent people. It's certainly not Nathan's own.
But they were done with elevation angles, you dumb shit. You need flat Earth measurements to produce it. 12th time.
Why does WGS 84 have elevation angles on it?
Latitude. Latitude. It's based on the latitude system. Hello, dumb retard with a globe, Faith. It's based on latitude, you dumb shit.
He's asking you about it now. God's sake.
Hello, do you need your fucking head flushed down the bog, you stupid retard? Or do you just need a broken nose? Fuckwit. You require latitude for this shit that you believe in? Do you understand it's only the 12th fucking time I've put this to a retard? Subsequently, I've asked you if you were dropped on your fucking head by your stupid whore mother, who was obviously careless enough to drop you on your dumb retarded head to ask this question that requires flat Earth measurements to produce it. You dumb shit. 13 times. Dumb shit. Latitude. Do you understand latitude? It's fundamental to your WGS 84 system. Hello? Are you deaf, you fucking retard? Answer me, you dumb shit. This is me metaphorically dunking your fucking head in the toilet, by the way. It's a metaphor.
Who are you talking to?
You dumb shit.
Well, but you're not talking.
But you can stutter. Yeah, I've put it to you 14 times. You need latitude for your belief, you dumb shit.
You don't. You can use
you don't.
System,
so we're in the hard place. He's going to deny latitude. Oh, I see. So you don't like the flat Earth prerequisite latitude system. You don't want to use that. Well, then you don't have a system to ask me about, you stupid idiot.
I said you use a coordinate system, but yes, we use
that's based on latitude, you fuckwit. That is based on latitude, fuckwit! Hello?
Why are you so angry?
So is it about me? About why I'm angry? Because I'm dealing with a fucking retard who was dropped on his head. And I'm angry with you because you're stupid. Your stupidity angers me. A coordinate system? What, like latitude and longitude? Yeah, you fucking retard. You'll need the flat Earth measurements for that, you stupid shit. This is me metaphorically dumping your fucking head in the toilet. Do you understand, Dumbo? Dumbo, I'm asking you a question. Do you understand? It's the 15th time I've put it to you, you dumb shit, globe-believing spastic. You need the coordinate system. It is measured flat. Okay, fuckwit. Do you hear me?
You seem a little angry.
Oh, it's about how angry I am. Second response. I'll say it nice and polite, sweetheart. You need a flat earth, sweetheart. It's latitude. It's the coordinate system. You need me to be a nice little boy to you, do you? You need me to pander to you in a nice tone? Fuckwit. I'd be dumping your fucking head down the toilet if we were in person. Because you're a retard, and in 16 attempts, you haven't managed to comprehend. You've said it's based on coordinates. Yeah, they're flat, you stupid shit.
There he goes.
Hello, coordinates are flat.
No, we have coordinates on a globe.
Right, those coordinates are derived from flat Earth elevation angle measurements of Polaris. Do you deny measurements of Polaris? Are you deaf?
No.
Are you deaf? Do you deny the
no.
flat Earth
Yeah.
prerequisite? Shut up, G+. Do you deny the flat Earth? It's the 17th time I put this to you, dumb fuck. Dumb fuck. Latitude. Dumb fuck. It requires a flat plane measured. It's an angle from a surface level, you fucking retard. I'd be dumping your fucking head down the toilet if we were in person, because it shouldn't take 18 attempts, you stupid spastic.
You mean you'd be trying to do that?
No, I would be. This is me doing it metaphorically. This is me metaphorically dumping your fucking retarded head down the bowl as I point out for the 19th time that you require a latitude and longitude coordinate system, you dumb fuck. That got your tongue, dumb fuck? Dumb fuck! You need a flat Earth elevation angle. You dumb shit. 20 times.
You don't need a flat Earth elevation angle.
Oh, so you deny latitude then?
No, I don't.
Oh, so you accept that Earth is measured with elevation angles to latitude. It's how it's measured.
There is also an option that you...
Oh, I see. We need the Uruguay guy to come and save this man as I rape him. No, you fucking dickhead. No, my friend. What I'm doing is beeting the living shit out of your friend, Mr. Uruguay twat stain.
I still have all my...
Fuck off. Fuck off.
On the song.
21st time. Oh, we got the whole geeky fraternity piling on all at once, right? Oh, bring it on, geeks. Bring it on. 21st time. You're going to deny the flat Earth elevation angle measurement of Polaris that forms the system. You said we need coordinates. Cat got your tongue, retard. Metaphorically having your head dunked down the bog. Retard. 22nd time. Do you deny flat Earth elevation angles to form the coordinates, end quote, system that you described a moment ago?
I don't know who you're talking to, but...
You fucking retard! Why are you asking? You're the only one being talked. What I did was I took the Uruguay guy by his hair and smashed his fucking head against the wall. Now I'm talking to you, you dumb shit. You're the one getting your head flushed down the bog with latitude. Latitude. Yeah, yakking through me while I point it out for the 23rd time won't change how flat latitude's measured. Hello?
Elevation angles do not have to be on a flat Earth. Thank you.
Sorry, latitude is an elevation angle measurement. It's a derivation of elevation. Elevation is very specifically describing a measurement from the surface. That's what elevation means. So you're saying elevation angle measurements don't come from the surface? Yeah, they do. It's elevation, fundamentally requiring part of the angle be from the surface level. Are you a stupid retard dropped on your head? Do you not know what fucking elevation means, spastic? Obviously not. Obviously this twat was dropped on his head by his dumb fuck mother because he doesn't understand the definition of what elevation means and what angle
Don't
means.
even bother chucking.
Elevation means from
There's
the
no
surface,
point.
you dumb shit.
This is the dump right here.
Sorry, do we got another red herring guy going to come and try and save this guy? It's Rob Noxious, somebody who's come along and told me that my kids need taken off me. Fuck off, Rob Noxious. Yeah, I'd break your fucking nose too if we were in person. Yeah, then I'd stamp on your fucking jaw. Meanwhile, we've got the 26th rendition of this guy. who's not going to be saved by the other geeks. They're all going to have their heads smashed against the toilet wall. While I tell this guy for the 27th time that you require a flat Earth elevation angle measurement at Polaris to form your belief in the WGS-84, you dumb shit. Dumb shit! That's 27 times! How fucking stupid are you? You need a flat Earth for your system, you dumb shit. Cat got your tongue, dumb shit? Gurgling toilet water much, dumb shit? So, I'll conclude, presumably with an interruption from a geek. Yeah? A dweeb, a dumbfuck, a beta, who feels that telling me that, oh no, elevation angle measurements don't come from the surface level. What the fuck do you think elevation means, you stupid retard? Yeah, they do. You require a flat Earth measurement of Polaris to form the coordinate, end quote you, system that your WGS-84 conversion to sphericity relies upon. Earth's measured flat in all circumstances, and there are no exceptions. You require it. That's 28 times. Dumb shit. Talking to you. You gonna ask me who's being talked to? Maybe ask me if it's you that's being talked to, you dumb shit. Hello? All the dweebs have been pushed to a side, you stupid retard. I'm talking to you for the 28th time. Got no response, eh? Alright, no worries. This dumb retard, globe-believing shitbag, who thought the WGS-84 reification fallacy somehow proved he was on a globe, had his stupid shit rammed back down his throat with the flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurement at Polaris used in his system. It only took 29 attempts for me to get to the summary. I didn't get an affirmation from the dumb shit. He was too busy having his head dunked down the toilet like he did in high school. Meanwhile, on the 30th rendition, Earth is measured flat to form the coordinate system he needs for his globe faith that's been converted to sphericity after measuring Earth flat. On screen now, demonstration of a flat Earth only elevation angle measurement.
Muted, you clown. Why don't you unmute one of these people and talk to them?
I'm talking to the guy who I spoke to 30 times
Can
about.
Can your audience see how many members you have fucking muted right now?
Sorry. Is
it about me and what I've got muted, or is it about the 31st rendition of a flat Earth prerequisite?
You're over here.
Stuttery. It's about flat Earth prerequisite.
Oh, you're auto muted. You're just muting people.
You're just muting people. Now I can hear you, stuttery little twat. 31 times I've pointed out that in order to form the WGS-84 system, you need the coordinate system that's measured flat with Polaris. All you're doing is ignoring it also. Yeah, you need all the dweebs off mute to pull me off this guy, I know. Yeah, I'm not going to allow that. Yeah, the dweebs are getting their fucking heads smashed against a wall immediately as they try and pull me off this guy. Yeah, I'll just repeat it for a 32nd time. Earth's measured flat for the coordinate system he appealed to. Simple. Yeah, no amount of dweebs jumping on top of me is going to stop me, is it? What, you want me to unmute all the dweebs so they can all cause audio chaos? No, I don't mind repeating it for a 33rd time. Don't seem to be getting any response, though. Do you think me unmuting the dweebs will change how flat Earth got measured for Polaris? I don't think so. The dweebs aren't going to help you.
Or he could concede.
Sorry, Gatebreaker. Earth's measured flat for the system that the guy appealed to. Was it you? Were you the guy I was talking to, or were you another one of the dweebs that just had his head smashed?
No, I'm just a listener.
You're just a dweeb that needs to pull me off this guy that's having the living shit kicked out of him by me. Yeah, I'm still going to kick the living shit out of him regardless of your interruption then, dweeb. Okay, dweeb?
Ladies and gentlemen,
Ladies and gentlemen, you're not going to be introducing anything to my audience. They're mine. I'll just shut you up immediately. Meanwhile, 33rd conclusion, Earth's measured flat for the system this man relied upon for the WGS-84. In 34 renditions, it has not once been acknowledged. Not once. We've had a load of dweebs all decide that they're going to try and pile on all at once. But like Superman, I just smashed you all against the wall and then carried on beating the living shit out of the individual who said the WGS-84 somehow proved sphericity. It didn't. It's based on flat Earth measurements 35 times. Any of you pathetic little dweebs going to address that? It's only the 35th time I've said it. Dweebs! Hello? I'm talking to the globe cucks and dweebs.
They're all muted, mate. They're all muted.
You're not.
You have to unmute them.
I'm talking to you. I didn't mute the last guy. I muted the dweebs that tried to protect him. You're one of them.
Max is begging you in the chat, begging you to please.
Yeah, you need to beg me. Beg, bitches! You can be damn sure you'll be putting me on a pedestal and begging me for stuff. Keep it up. Yeah, you need to beg Nathan Oakley. You're damn straight you do. What I will do in response as you beg is tell you for the 35th time that you measure Earth flat with Polaris while you tell me about how I need to be unmuting people. No, I do not. What I will do is point out how flat Earth got measured for the WGS-84 to exist without a response. So, Globe Breaker or Globe Gate Breaker, whatever you're called, are you going to address how flat Earth got measured with latitude or not?
No, I'm not here to counter. I'm just here to...
Oh, you're not? You're just here to pull me off the other dweebs who are having the shit kicked out of them? Really? That's all you're here for?
You seem to know a lot about...
You're damn fucking right I do. My name's Nathan Oakley. I know all about how flat Earth gets measured for WGS-84 to exist. That's right. Do you want to beg me for something?
I'm looking for a plane...
You're looking for a fucking sentence, you stuttery little twat. Figure out how to speak.
Have it.
Figure out how to speak, you stuttery little twat. Find your words, you stuttery little dweeb. I know what you're here for. You're here to pull me off the other dweebs as they have the shit kicked out of them by me. That's what you're here for. You're not here to address anything I've got to say.
You know what I want?
No, I don't give a fuck what you want. I'm pointing out for the 36th time that Earth got measured flat with latitude.
I want a Nathan...
Nobody gives a fuck what you want. I'm pointing out how flat Earth got measured with latitude 38 times.
That's what I want.
You're ignoring me. You're ignoring how flat Earth gets measured. Does this scare you?
Glory,
Does it scare you?
What were you saying?
Earth gets measured flat with latitude.
No, I'm not gonna beg him. He knows what I want. When you deliver it, I'll evaluate it. Let me know.
Yeah, I'll just put you on mute because there's another guy who wants to pipe up. New contender. Chucky.
You're the one that wants to pipe up. Oh, you got my name right. Good for you, Nathan. You learned how to read. Fun with phonics is paying off.
Sorry, is that a media ad hom describing me having an incapability of reading? No, I've described 38 times how Earth gets measured flat with latitude. That's what I've done. You've ignored it and decided to ad hom me.
No, Earth isn't measured flat with latitude.
How does latitude get measured?
By survey.
You don't survey to measure latitude. That's wrong.
Oh,
You're
really?
a
How do
fucking
they measure
retard.
that?
Let's just stop everything. This man is a fucking retard. He's just said that surveying gives us latitude measurement. Wrong. You're a dumb shit. Dumb shit. You're wrong. Chucky fuckwit. You do not acquire latitude through surveying, you fucking retard. Again, metaphorically. Great. I'm now dunking Chucky's head down the fucking toilet. That's what's happening, right? Chucky's now interrupting, going blah, 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 as I dunk his fucking retarded head down the toilet bowl. That's what's happening. Great. You stupid retard. Nobody acquires latitude through surveying, you dumb shit.
Okay, you're right. You're right. I just looked it up. They measured it with sextant.
So an angle measuring device that acquires elevation angles, Earth's measured flat for latitude.
But it doesn't require a flat Earth.
It's a fucking elevation angle measurement, you stupid retard. It's measured with respect to surface level. That's what elevation means. Go and look up what elevation means and tell me it's got nothing to do with the surface. Go and look up what a fucking angle is and tell me that it's not a straight line, you stupid retard.
I didn't say it wasn't.
Now, I'm saying it is. I'm saying Earth gets measured flat with latitude. It's an elevation. That means from surface. Angle. That means straight line. Part of it's formed with the surface level. That's why it's described with the word elevation. You stupid retard. Earth's measured flat.
Seems nice of you. Let's talk about my mum some more.
Your mum's a dumb fuck whore who dropped you on your head, you stupid retard. You've just told me 3 times incorrectly what you believed latitude measurement was, and then you had to go and look it up. Only a fuckwit with a whore for a mother who dropped him on his head would tell me I'm wrong before looking it up, you fucking retard.
Chucky, tell us how we do it. Tell us how we look to the sky with your sextant. You look up to find out what's below you, right, Chucky?
Yes. You look to find an elevation angle. Yes, you're going to look up.
Yeah, so we measure Earth flat. It's called an elevation angle. That's correct, yes. So Earth is measured flat with an angle. One of the lines that forms the angle being the elevation part, meaning from surface level. The other line going up to a light in the sky we call Polaris. It forms the coordinate system the guy before appealed to when he said we need coordinates for it. Yakking through me won't change how flat Earth gets measured with latitude. That didn't require, or it wasn't rhetorical. It didn't require a reply, if I could say it. Just
what can they say, Nathan?
Nothing. You can deny that latitude is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement to Polaris, in which case you haven't got anything to base the WGS-84 on, or you can accept how flat Earth gets measured for latitude. Those are your only two choices.
No, you don't. Those aren't the two options because elevation angles do not require a flat Earth.
Sorry, it's an elevation, meaning from surface level. Angle, meaning two straight lines. That means that one of the straight lines is from the surface level. That's what an elevation angle is.
You understand that both those lines are just, they're not real. They are...
Right, so we're not measuring the surface for a system that's describing the ground. It's suddenly not real. Yeah, elevation angle measurements are real. People don't die at sea because they use these systems when measuring Earth flat. They are real, you dumb fuck. They're described as elevation from the surface. That's the real surface we measure elevation angles from. It's not imaginary, you fucking retard cuck. By the way, this is me metaphorically dumping your fucking head down the toilet.
This isn't child's play, Chucky.
Yeah, we're doing it for real if we're out at sea and we need to find where we are. On the surface, you fucking retard. But to you, it's imaginary, eh, fuckwit? Wrong, shit for brains.
We'll just use an imaginary horizontal to measure curvature. Cuckoo.
So would we call that elevation? Elevation from an imagination ground? Is it imaginary elevation? Imaginary elevation.
No, they're not imaginary.
Sorry, is it imaginary? The elevation.
Right. Was I interrupting you? I'm sorry.
I'll do what the fuck I like while I dunk your head in the toilet, shit for brains. Elevation is from the surface. You've said it's imaginary. That makes you a fucking cretin. Okay, cretin? It's from the surface. Do you know what elevation means, you fucking retard? Do you know what elevation means, you fucking retard?
Hey, Nathan.
No, don't say my name, you stupid bitch. Do you know what elevation means, you fucking retard?
Nathan Oakley failed out.
Now I'm going to kick him out if he doesn't answer me on this attempt. Do you understand that elevation means from surface, it's not imaginary, you stupid retard? Retard, I'm asking you something. You said it was imaginary, and I said no, elevation specifically means with reference to the surface. You fucking retard. Hello, you dumb shit. You said it was imaginary, you dumb shit. Now again, metaphorically dunking this fucktard and his head down the toilet in the high school bog. No, when you say imaginary, I say no, elevation does not mean imaginary. It means from the surface level. It forms part of the fucking angle. On screen now is an elevation angle depiction pictorially. It is unequivocally from the fucking surface and absolutely without question not, quote, imaginary. You stupid, dumb shit. Do you hear me, dumb shit? Cat got your tongue, retard? Dumb shit. Your last statement was that it was imaginary. You're wrong and stupid.
No one ever
ran
revises
away with his tail.
So am I being told to chill? But I'm also being told that a measurement of surface level in the form of an elevation, that means from the surface, angle, that means two straight lines, is imaginary. On screen now, a depiction of how we measure the Earth with an elevation angle from surface level. It's not imaginary like this dumb shit globe-believing spastic just asserted incorrectly. He's just a fucking retard. Are we all clear that this man that was talking to me is a fucking retard?
He's probably been drinking.
Right, is that an address to how flat the elevation angle is that I was just told was imaginary, or is that an address to me personally?
That was for Chucky boy.
No, Chucky's given up, I see. His imaginary
ran off.
plane that was measured for elevation's not gone over and hasn't been successful, so presumably he's just ran away.
Yeah, that's
Nathan,
about right.
Until we get another globling in here, would you agree to answer my 10 yes or no questions?
Maybe.
They're about you. Question number 2.
Why are you asking me
English
questions
your
about me?
only language?
Why are you asking me questions?
Wow.
Why?
I ask everyone questions. These same questions.
Okay.
No habla español?
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Oh, how many languages you speak?
Why? What difference does how many languages Nathan Oakley speaks have on Earth measurement?
It's more than one. All right. Question number 3. Would you know if you were an AI?
In what?
Why are you entertaining this guy, Nathan?
I don't know. No one else is talking. I didn't hear his question, though.
Would you know if you're an
You want me
AI?
to repeat the question?
Would I know if I'm artificial? I'm not artificial.
Yeah, but he's
You
asking how would you know?
dog?
How would I know?
Question number 4. Do you trust your government that forces you to pay their taxes?
What has this got to do with anything? Why are you asking me these questions? What consequence does it have on how flat Earth gets measured?
Well, you don't think the government's lying to us about the shape of Earth?
No, what I described when
easily
people ask
say.
about government-based questions, let me just answer you, right? What I think is that there's a positioning for this subject matter that's flat Earth. That's Earth being flat by way of measurement, to make the people who talk about it conspiratorial idiots who talk about whether or not the government is doing things that are nefarious. It's like, well, why does that have any bearing on how we navigate the surface of Earth when measuring it flat? It doesn't. But if you can make it about that, it's suddenly about whether or not Nathan thinks the government is lying to us. Who cares what I think about the government? It's irrelevant.
Question number 5. Do you now or have you ever worked for your government's secret intelligence agencies?
Again, it makes absolutely no difference if I have worked for the government. No, I haven't, but it's inconsequential to how Earth gets measured with elevation angle measurements specifically to Polaris. If I had worked for the government, would that change how flat an elevation angle to Polaris is? So before you ask your next question, I'd like an answer to that. If I was directly employed by the government, would it change how flat an elevation angle to Polaris is?
No.
So who cares?
Now, question number 6 has only solely to do with you and your character as of a person and doesn't have anything to do with the shape of Earth. Are you ready? Question number 7. Do you now or have you ever had a sexual fetish for any of the following? Lady boys, femboys, trans boys,
Oh,
furry
God.
boys.
Come on, Nathan. It's bringing the show down. What's your fucking point? Why are you asking stupid questions?
Sorry,
It's called flat Earth debate.
Again,
we know it's not a debate.
reply. If I was sexually attracted to men, would that change how flat Earth is measured with elevation angles to Polaris?
Nope.
So why do you care? Are you looking for a date?
No, I don't have any sexual fetishes for any of.
What the hell are you asking
Why is it
questions
always
like
the
that
people
for?
who tell you that they haven't got any sexual fetishes towards men that ask other men about how they've got sexually fetishes towards men? That to me suggests that you absolutely have an interest in men and their sexual attraction to other men. I'm not asking you about whether or not you're attracted to men. You're asking me. That's telling.
Who is this?
I am a heterosexual male. That was question number 6. This is question number 7. Will you now, or have you ever accepted Jesus Christ into your heart as your Lord and your Savior?
Yes, I have. Who cares?
Amen. Question number 8. Were the very last and very first pair of vagina lips that touch your face your mother's?
The very first, very last. That's just so gross.
You had a natural birth, I assume?
I don't know. I can't remember.
You don't. Your mama didn't show her scar, or they sucked you out of her.
No, that discussion of how I departed from my mother's body has never come up. I've got to be honest. I've never discussed that with my mother, ever. Sorry.
Question number 9. Do you believe that within the known bounds of the ever-expanding universe, that such a thing could possibly exist as a quote-unquote perfect circle?
What? What the hell? You've got a presupposition in your question about an ever-expanding universe. Do you want to prove that first?
Right? How about within the flat Earth? Do you think there's a perfect circle?
I think Earth is measured with circles of equal elevation. What do you mean perfect circle? A geometric shape and its perfection is irrelevant when you're utilizing these tools and geometric shapes to acquire positional data with things like elevation angles. With the elevation angle, you can draw out a circle. You just need a compass.
But that circle would never be perfect, so...
So you're suggesting that because the circle that you're drawing isn't perfect, that we don't find our location and then therefore be able to push our boat in the right direction and reach land? You think that doesn't happen?
I guess it did if Columbus got here. Question number
with the stars.
10.
So the circles are utilizable with respect to a flat plane of reference when measuring angles to stars to derive your location. So how perfect they are would be an assertion for how well you'll actually achieve your ends based on the use of those circles in practical application. So if you want to say they're not perfect, so that would mean that people didn't find their way home? Well, they did. People use the stars to navigate. It's a fundamental premise that is deriving the latitude system.
What do they call it? Longitude, because it's a long way around the oblate spheroid-shaped belt of the ball Earth.
No. Why are you asking me any of these questions? You've not addressed anything that I've put back to you.
Well, question number 10. Are you ready? It's about the shape of Earth. Are you ready? Question number 10. What's Earth's shape?
Planar isn't shape.
Yes
right?
or no?
What shape? Yes or no? Retard.
Not a yes or no answer.
Yes or no question. You're asking a stupid question if you're asking me to give you a yes or no to what shape is Earth. That's not a yes or no question. Right. Secondly,
no, it's flat.
A plane. I'm answering
yes.
you. I'm answering you. A plane is not a shape. It's an aspect, isn't it? You understand the difference between an aspect and a shape? Flat is not a shape. Aspect, that's a no, so you don't understand the difference between an aspect and a shape then?
No, I don't.
Yeah, flatness is an aspect. Circle is a shape.
Correct.
Can you describe how Earth's measured? Go on. Okay, when you describe how Earth is measured, you're describing how you measure an aspect of Earth as it presents itself to you. The aspect that we measure is flat.
Aspect ratio. Okay. You have to have two things to compare to each other, hence not flat, two plane, 2D.
No, 2D. 2D is what you measure Earth when you describe the aspect for things like angles.
God.
It's an aspect. It's not a shape.
Flat is not a shape. That's not hard to understand.
Well, that was fun.
Nathan, you're eligible for the bonus question. Do you want to take the bonus question? It's not a yes or no question.
Didn't want any of the questions. None of these questions that are about me and what I think and my sexual orientation have anything to do or any bearing on Earth and its measurements of the aspect
I
of
asked
flatness.
every prominent flat earther these questions, and Witsit had a
let me get this straight.
story to
just
tell
so
us
we're
about
clear,
Thailand regarding furries when I asked him.
Just so we're clear, you've asked every question, every flat earther, whether or not they're attracted to ladyboys. But you want me to believe that you're not interested in men sexually.
Question
correct?
number 11 should be, how many extra chromosomes does Nathan Oakley have?
But you're inferring that I've got a mental disability now.
So Nathan, the bonus question, I'm going to give you a quote from a world famous astrophysicist, and I want you to name that.
Why?
Black, big-handed astrophysicist. Are you ready?
Why? Why do you want me to do this?
Here goes. There are more stars in the night sky than there are grains of sand on all the world's beaches.
Carl Sagan.
Earth's highest tides are caused by the gravitational pull when both the moon and sun align with Earth, pulling her oceans out. If you were to measure the distance between Earth's highest mountain peaks and her lowest ocean lows, it would be but the depth of a fingerprint when compared to Earth's mass size. Earth's shape is not but round like a pizza. She is an oblate spheroid, pear-shaped.
The heights of mountains and depths of valleys are described as an elevation with respect to a planar surface. That's the aspect that they're described from. They're also measured from a average point we call sea level. So when this person...
I think you lost track of the question there.
I think I was answering you and you telling me I've lost track of the question. Now, within the question about whether or not I understand what Carl Sagan has said is incorporated a specific example that is in utilisation of flat Earth measurements for the depths of valleys and the heights of mountains. Those measurements are from sea level for the heights of the mountains. Earth's measured flat for the example.
We're looking for a name that's
so we've got within
long.
It a violation of the measurements. Is it
name.
just me or am I being interrupted? I listened to his shitty questions and now he's talking through me. I heard you. Within what
you
you've
didn't
just
hear the
asked
question
me.
because the question was, who was that who said that?
Neil deGrasse
It was Neil deGrasse Tyson. No one cares.
Who cares?
No, you're wrong. It was Neil deGrasse Tyson quoting Carl Sagan.
I said it was Carl Sagan who gives the tiniest of shites. Within Carl Sagan's description, he's got the heights of mountains and the depths of valleys, and they are measured from sea level.
Exactly. If you would have stopped,
No, the geoid is described from the coordinate system we derive from flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. The coordinate system it's based on, when you convert it, came from flat Earth measurements also.
It's in the name, level.
Yeah, Earth's measured with respect to the surface level or sea level for the heights of mountains and the depths of valleys. Carl Sagan is describing a derivative that's sphere-shaped. That's a contradiction in terms, because the measurement that he appealed to was flat.
It was actually Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But anyway, you got it right.
Carl Sagan said it first.
And
no, it's not. It's just Carl Sagan.
You barely passed.
If I repeat what Carl Sagan says, that doesn't make it my quote. It's still Carl Sagan's quote if I repeat it. Neil deGrasse Tyson repeating what Carl Sagan said just means that he repeated and quoted Carl Sagan. It is just Carl Sagan.
That's correct.
Oh, I can't confirm.
So
all
aren't
that.
you just Booger from Revenge of the Nerds? Or was it, what was the guy's name? I mean, you don't say anything original, Nathan.
Do I not? Sorry, again, we need to make this about what Nathan does and how original I am. No, when I describe Earth being measured flat from surface level or sea level to the heights and altitudes of mountains and the depths of valleys, that may not be original, but it is unequivocally a flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurement to mountains derived from sea level. So Earth's measured flat. Regardless of how original it is that I've said it. It's not. It doesn't matter if it's original.
I disagree with you, Nathan. You coined that.
That's just a fact. It's not. I've coined.
So you're saying the measurement of Earth that's flat is an elevation angle?
Yes, that's correct.
Sorry.
It's from
Nathan,
sorry.
thanks for answering
I'm
that.
talking to
An
this dude.
elevation
I'm
angle is
talking to someone
measured with
else.
flat Earth.
Yes, it's an elevation. Do you know what elevation means?
It's not an elevation, it's an elevation angle. They're two different things. That's why there's different words used.
Yeah, elevation
He's not
means from
very,
surface level.
He doesn't think about this too hard.
Yeah, it's elevation from surface. You said it was imaginary, though, didn't you, Chucky?
No, I didn't.
You know this is broadcast live, right? People heard you say it.
I do.
All right,
They
Nathan.
didn't hear me say that. They heard you.
Nathan, hear me say this, Nathan.
I said the lines are
your grade you got was an F plus. You passed, but barely.
Nobody gives a fuck what you think. I mean, you
On that we
qualified
can
as...
agree, but it was still fun to see you squirm.
I arbitrarily ascribe a 93.4% probability to the real flat earther being a homosexual.
Sorry, correction. We heard you squirm. If we saw you squirm, all the viewers would probably throw up in their mouth.
Right. Meanwhile, elevation angle, that means elevation from surface level. That's what elevation means. Angle means two straight lines meeting at a vertex. One of them is formed with the surface level. I've had diagrammatical examples going by. You said it was imaginary. That was your last response to me, Chucky.
No, I said the lines were imaginary.
Yeah, that's what you said, yes. Imaginary. You've also denied it and now admitted it.
There you go.
Yes, so you said incorrectly that surface level measurements described accurately with the word elevation were imaginary. I then called you a fucking retard.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Again, you just heard what I said, agreed that's what I said, and then mischaracterized it again.
You used the word imaginary for the measurement.
I used the word imaginary lines to create the angle. Yes.
Yeah, well, they're in reality surface level measurements. They're forming part of the measurement. Part of the measurement is two straight lines. One of them is from the surface. It's an elevation angle. Maybe if you just chat through me, maybe if you chat through me, it will change how wrong you were when you said they were imaginary. No, we're measuring them from the surface so that we can navigate the surface with them and derive maps of the surface with them. They're of the surface. You said they're imaginary. You're wrong. You're a fucking retard. Retard, you're wrong. You said imaginary. Wrong. Elevation from the surface to derive maps and models. One of them's the WGS-84. If you're going to infer that there's any realistic nature to that model that was being reified, then you'd need realistic measurements of the surface to form that system when you get coordinates from it. So they're absolutely to do with Earth's surface. They're forming the coordinate system that you want to wrap around a geoid. So therefore, they're real. They're not imaginary. You, on the other hand, as you interrupt this conclusion to me demonstrating what a fucking retard you are, want to interrupt me. No, you're just a fucking retard. So what I'm going to do, retard, is dump your fucking retarded head down the bog while I point out that you saying these imaginary measurements, what that form the models that you all reify, no, they're surface level measurements. They're part of the angle. That's why it's got the word elevation in the measurement. Retard. Dumbfuck. Dropped on your head by your careless mother. Chucky, that's you. I'm talking to you. A fucking retard. Not imaginary, you fucking retard. Oh, my name's Chuck. I'm a fucking retard. I think that imaginary measurements of the surface form the model I think is the real surface. All right, so you formed a model of the surface you believe it to be with imaginary measurements. Oh, really? No, you're just a fucking retard. Cat got your tongue, retard. So in conclusion, Earth's measured flat with elevation angles. It doesn't matter how much Chuck the retard says, nah, imaginary measurements. So we're making models of the world with imaginary measurements of the surface. No, we're definitely not. That just makes you a fucking retard, Chucky. Do people around you know how stupid you are? Do your friends know how fucking retarded you are? Did your mum tell you that you were dropped on your fucking head? Retard, I'm talking to you. Hello, retard, your bus is leaving. No response. Well, it was fun talking to you, Chuck. I got the distinct impression that you're a fucking retard from our interactions. Meanwhile, Earth gets measured flat to form the system that we call latitude. It's elevation angle measurements taken from the surface. They are real measurements, they're not imaginary. The surface that forms part of the angle is definitely part of the measurement of the elevation angle that is used to create stupid shithead models that you idiots who think you're on a ball believe in. They're not imaginary, or if you want to claim they are, then so you're imagining the WGS 84 that comes after these measurements? So that's imaginary too then. Oh no, it becomes real after the imaginary measurements, does it, you fucking retard? No, we just measure Earth flat for your dumbass belief in models that you reify. One of which being the WGS 84 that is dependent on flat Earth measurements of latitude. On screen now, here's the measurement structure that forms an elevation angle from surface level to derive a sphere. This is what it looks like when you invent a sphere by way of measuring Earth flat for latitude. This is what it looks like. I've got a depictorial example of it. Chucky here, a fucking retard who was dropped on his head, suggests that this that forms the globe is imaginary? Really? Okay. I mean, you can believe that if you want to be described as a fucking retard by me, Chucky. I'm describing you as a fucking retard, by the way, Chucky. You're just not responding. So, in conclusion, Chucky's a retard. Earth's measured flat, though. This is a description of it on screen now. I didn't make this. In case anybody thinks that I've just described this antipodal planar system that's spherical like it's mine, because you've only heard me ever talk about it, like some delusional fuckwit that thinks that what they hear is what everybody hears. That would be Bev, another fucking retard, a dumb fuck dweeb that would also have his head fucking dunked in the toilet back in school where he was probably bullied for being a little shit stain, an ugly little fucking goit. Or maybe Elder Bear, who tells me that it's not about me personally and then goes on to describe something and name something with my name. These shitbags, wankers, these twats that undoubtedly got bullied at school. All of them. Chucky included. You're an irritating little twat, Chucky.
I should take offense when Uncle Fester's twin makes fun of my looks.
Right, Uncle Fester's pointing out how Earth gets measured flat with elevation angle measurements from the surface level that you said were imaginary. Therefore, Uncle Fester has demonstrated you to be a fucking retard. Retard. Not imaginary, you fucking retard. What I would now do, again, if we were in person, sorry, calling me Uncle Fester because I've pointed out that the surface level measurements I've got diagrammatical examples on screen of are not imaginary, is worthy of you calling me Fester. Bang! Broken fucking nose. You'd be in a pool of blood. You know, don't call me names just because I've described how flat Earth gets measured when you said it was imaginary, you fucking retard. Now you've got a broken nose, I'm going to dump your fucking bleeding skull into the toilet. That's what I'd do with you. Now that's what you would suffer in reality if we were in front of each other. I'd be breaking your fucking nose because you've called me Uncle Fester. Really? You think that me pointing out how flat Earth gets measured with these diagrams is requirement of you calling me names? I'm calling you a retard because you said you thought they were imaginary. No, describing them as imaginary is what justifiably you called a retard, because they're not imaginary. Therefore, you being wrong is the reason I'm calling you a retard. You calling me Fester is because you're a wanker. It's because you're a wanker. It's not because you're right. Now you're just chat skanking through the top of me. There was lots of protracted silences earlier. Now that I'm pointing out what a wanker you are and how societally you'd end up with a broken nose if you did this in person. Now you feel that you need to chat skank through the top of me.
It's Uncle Fester with a skin condition.
Yeah, that's what you need to call me names. Yeah. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat, you fucking retard. You thought it was imaginary.
Elevation angles?
Yes.
Not measuring the Earth, Nathan.
On screen now is a demonstration of how the WGS 84 gets formed with flat Earth surface level angle measurements that we form the Polaris-based latitude system. This is a diagrammatical example of how that is done, with real measurements of the real surface level to form this system. If they're not real and not imagination land, then how the fuck do you create a globe system with them? Oh, we don't. We just got imaginary measurements that we create the real globe with. So according to this dickhead who's now interrupting me non-stop, we create a real globe with imaginary measurements of the surface level. No, you're just a fucking retard. Calling me Fester is you ad-homming me because you've lost badly when you suggested incorrectly that the surface level measurements we call altitude angles are just imaginary. No, that's why you're getting called a fucking retard. It doesn't mean you've got a justification to call me Uncle Fester. It just makes you a fucking retard who needs to interrupt when you're wrong. You're not addressing anything in a concise way. You're interrupting me.
Can you let me apologize? I want to apologize for calling.
Don't need your apology. You're a fucking retard. I don't care that you're apologetic to me. I care that Earth is measured flat with altitude angles that you called imaginary. As a result of you calling them imaginary, I called you a fucktard. You felt you were justified in calling me Fester and telling me I've got a skin condition. No, I haven't. No, I'm not. Earth is still measured flat. You thought it was imaginary. Therefore, you are a fucking retard. Yeah, I'm justifying calling you a retard. I'm not just calling you names. Like the other guy, when he went on about whether or not I'm attracted to men or attracted to ladyboys, that to me is projection of his own homosexuality onto me. Like I'm drawing a conclusion about how gay he is for asking me if I like men. That's what I'm doing.
Who was that?
A gay.
That was Marty. He's a flat earther.
Meanwhile,
now that you're done talking to yourself, did you hear my apology, or do you want me to say it again?
I
We
told
don't
you I
give
don't
a
give a
shit about your apology.
Nobody cares.
We said we don't care.
Oh.
Shove it up
Well,
your
I
ass.
wasn't apologizing to whoever this. Who's the guy sucking your nuts right now? What's his name?
Now we're being described with crude examples. Yeah, by metaphor. When I say no, it's not an imaginary surface level measurement. On screen now is the surface level measurement. It's depicted with the word polar axes being described from a flat plane with a man with an angle. That is how this measurement gets made in reality for it to be called a measurement. Now, this guy has said it's imaginary, and I've said, no, it isn't. I've got plenty of pictorial examples of how we measure this angle from the surface level.
What did I say?
When
was
you say it's
imaginary?
imaginary, I call you a fucking retard.
What?
You tell me
What
that I'm
part of
sucking
it?
Neil's nuts without any justification.
What?
There's no reason
it's
for you
Neil.
to call me
Hey,
that.
Neil.
I haven't asked you about whether or not you like ladyboys for you
it's
to
coming
justify
from
that,
room.
right?
What did I say was imaginary, Nathan? I don't think you heard me.
Surface level measurements. Elevation angles.
I don't think you heard me, Nathan.
I think I did. I think you described surface level measurements called elevation angles as imaginary. I urge you. We're broadcasting live.
I did not.
Yes, he did. And everybody in the chat heard him say it because they heard it because it was broadcast. You said it. I then started calling you a fucking retard because you described the elevation angles from surface level as quote,
and you talked all over me saying it
imaginary.
again. You
That's
say
what you
it.
called them.
The lines I said were imaginary.
So you've described the lines that are taken from surface level called elevation angle measurements as imaginary. Yes, that's precisely what I've called you a spastic for. That's correct. They're not imaginary. They're measurements of the surface. They're called elevation angles. They're unequivocally
elevation angle is
forming
not
the
a measurement of
systems that give you the
position.
latitude positions in the grid. That's what they do. They form
It's
positional
correct.
data on
It
the
helps you
ground,
determine
on
your
the surface, based on the
position.
measurements. What he's now doing is chat skanking through me because him, in his dumb fuck way, has decided that they're imaginary when they're flat. Therefore imaginary? No, they're forming the systems that you believe in when you form the WGS-84 with those measurements of the surface. They're real.
Which is a geoid, right? The WGS-84 is a geoid?
Yeah, after conversion from flat Earth measurements, you can form a model called the WGS-84. That model relies on Earth being measured flat for latitude.
Wow. I can't believe you're streaming this live.
Right, that's not an address to what I've just said. The model of the WGS-84 is converted into sphericity by way of elevation angle measurements for the grid and coordinate system that is directly representing the surface that we measure with angles. You said they're imaginary. That makes you a fucking retard. Okay, you fucking retard? They're real. They're not imaginary elevation angles to form the grid that represents the surface. You're a fucking retard.
Nah, he's talking about the elevation angle, the line from you looking up at the sun, yes. But the ground is not. That's not imaginary.
I mean, you can call it imaginary, but then you won't be deriving any systems that are models that you think are real after the fact. It's like, okay, so you're saying that WGS84 is built on imaginary measurements. Okay, well, then it isn't real or representative of your globe Earth then. If you want to relinquish your WGS84 belief, because in your mind, the measurements that formed it are imaginary and not made from the surface. Okay, so you haven't got any measurements of the surface to create your ball faith in the WGS84 then. So you haven't got a WGS84 representing the surface because it's only based on imaginary measurements. Okay, well then your belief in a WGS84 hasn't got any actual measurements of the surface to base it on. Oh, what you do accept that it's measurements of the surface, yeah, then on your knees it's a flat Earth measurement.
Yeah, he's caught, isn't he?
Yeah, between the rock and the hard place. Either you relinquish your measurements as being imaginary, in which case, what? So your WGS84 isn't based on Earth measurements. Oh, well, then you haven't got anything to base your faith on. Oh, you do want to accept that the flat Earth elevation angle measurements of Polaris that form this grid representing the surface in coordinate form is a measurement of the surface. Then on your fucking knees, retard, Earth's measured flat.
If you're 30 degrees south of the equator, how do you measure your position?
By 30 degrees is a flat Earth measurement.
Okay, great. If you're 30 degrees on a flat Earth, how do you measure?
Yeah, so we're on a flat Earth then. So if we're on a degree... No, you've just measured Earth flat to give you the degree measurement. It's not an if statement, you fucking retard.
How do you measure...
Sorry, stuttery! How do you accept that Earth is measured to give you that degree? Yeah, it's a flat Earth measurement to give you that degree, you fucking retard.
Okay, great.
Okay, great! Would that be a tacit acceptance from a fucking retard? A minute ago, these measurements weren't of the surface, they were imaginary. Now he's fucking relying on them to ask me about a coordinate based on a degree that's measured from a flat plane.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah. You're a fucking retard. Earth's measured flat for you to ask me about this degree, you fucking retard.
Right, so you're...
Yeah, right. So, fuckwit. You measure Earth flat to ask me about degrees then?
In your...
Stuttery little bitch! Yeah, this is me dunking your fucking retard head down the toilet, you stupid stuttery little twat. Yeah, you've just asked me about a degree measurement. That degree requires you measure Earth flat.
Dumbass!
Dumb fuck.
So explain how to do it.
You take a sextant and measure from surface level. It's called an elevation angle, you fucking retard.
To what?
From the surface level, you fucking retard.
Oh, look it up.
Horizontal surface level for elevation. Line to star called Polaris. It is a flat measurement. It's where you got the degree you asked me about, you fucking retard.
Yeah. Nathan can't say he's not measuring to Polaris anymore.
Sorry, I am measuring Polaris, you fucking retard. Line along the ground, elevation, angle. Part of it is the ground for it to be called an elevation angle, meaning from surface level. The other to the Polaris star that gives us the degree he's asking about. For it to be a degree, that's an angle measurement, it requires a surface level form part of the angle. Earth is measured flat. This fucking retard suggested that that was an imaginary measurement. Well, how are you going to give me a degree if it's imaginary, you fucking retard? Maybe by interrupting me, you'll change how flat this degree you've asked me about is. The degree you've asked me about is flat. On screen now for my audience. On screen now. It's not about belief, it's on screen for my audience, you fucking retard. It's described on screen.
This is on for your audience. That's
on screen now for my audience because this fucking chat skank retard chat skanks through the top of the facts. On screen now is an elevation angle measurement of Polaris. It's derived from a flat plane. Facts.
And that's done from 30 degrees south?
Yeah, it's describing a degree measurement from a flat plane. That's correct.
What angle will you get?
Sorry, south is also flat. South is also flat.
What angle?
South is also flat. Are you going to listen to me or are you going to chat skank? You said south.
Yeah, I'm going to listen to you tell me.
Oh, really? Well, south is flat. I'm telling you. South is flat. That's a flat measurement.
Players. Go ahead.
Sorry, south is flat. You understand that?
You're not doing yourself any favors, buddy.
Yes, and that's why I'm asking you what...
But you understand that south is flat? Yes, was the reply I've got. So south is flat.
What angle are you going to get?
A flat one.
I got it.
A flat one.
I got you. What angle are you going to get, Neil?
A flat one from a flat plane. That's how the angle's formed from a flat plane surface. That's what forms part of the angle. The 0 degree that we're measuring is a measurement of a star in the sky with respect to a 0 degree. That's the baseline that forms the elevation aspect of the degree that's two straight lines meeting at a vertex. That flat baseline is what forms an elevation angle. It is a flat measurement, and it is, according to you, being asked about in a southward direction. You said south, didn't you?
And it is Earth.
Right, you understand that south is flat? No, just the chat skanking fucking retard who's lost his... Maybe while I'm talking, yeah? Yeah? No, south's flat, you dumb fuck. You're asking me about a flat Earth directionality in the form of south, you dumb fuck.
Oh, you're not done talking. Okay, let me know when you're done.
No, I don't need to. There's no conclusion. I don't need any affirmation from you, fucking retard. You are inconsequential to how flat south is.
Okay, so now that you're done, yes, flat is south. South is flat.
Yeah, welcome to flat Earth. That's correct. You will require a flat directionality to ask this question. That's right. South's
30
flat.
degrees south to Polaris. What?
Yeah, so Earth's flat. The degree measurement is from a flat baseline to the star Polaris to give you a degree. The direction you're asking about is flat. You require a flat Earth.
And
for
what
your
angle
question.
is that going to be?
It's flat. Earth's flat for your question.
What angle am I going to get?
A flat one. I've answered you. A flat one. One from a flat surface.
180 degrees.
I've answered flat. The angle is flat. It's from a flat surface. It's an elevation angle to give you a degree to Polaris to form the coordinate system. The direction you're asking about in terms of your directionality is south. That's also flat. Earth's flat for everything you've just appealed to.
You know what he's trying to do, Nathan.
Do you remember Jeff?
Do you stutter much, you stupid little bitch? Address what I've said. Your angle with a degree is flat. South is flat.
Yeah, I'm a flat earther now. Thank you.
Welcome to Flat Earth. It's good to hear it. You'll have to be because you're appealing to Flat Earth only directionality and Flat Earth only angle measurements from the surface level.
Nathan Oakley.
You don't have to say my name, right? Earth is flat. You're appealing to Flat Earth prerequisites, south and angle.
Or you could tell us how you measured the ball.
Could you measure the ball without using any flat Earth prerequisites like on screen, the latitude measurement from a flat plane or the direction of south that is only flat? Is there any chance you can produce something that isn't appealing to a flat Earth measurement? Do you have any of those? No?
That's a good question.
Oh, do you remember you didn't need my opinion? Now you need it?
Yeah, I'm asking you if you've got any flat Earth measurements, or are they all flat Earth measurements?
We'll get Gem Panda in here and he'll talk to you. How about that?
Why? He would have also been a type of guy that would have had his head flushed down the bog in high school. He'd have had the shit kicked out of him most of his adult life. In high school, as you described, Gem Panda would have had the ever-living shit kicked out of him as a pathetic little snot-looking twat. That's what Gem Panda would have had. Like you. Broken nose, head flushed down the bog. You bunch of beta cucks. I've seen Gem Panda. Yeah, I've taken more attractive shits.
No.
Yes. Meanwhile, elevation angle measurement you've appealed to, it requires a flat Earth. South as a direction.
Would you beat up Gem Panda?
It requires a flat
Nathan?
Earth. It requires a flat Earth for south.
Nathan, would you beat up Gem Panda?
Would you ever acknowledge how flat Earth is being measured while I point out how irritating twats like Gem Panda would have been bullied for being pricks? They would have been. He will have been. Those are facts. Past tense, that's what will have happened to Gem Panda. He'll have had the shit kicked out of him in high school. Meanwhile, you need south. It's flat. Cat got your tongue? Yes, Gem Panda would have had the ever-living shit kicked out of him for being an annoying little twat. Because he is. Weak. A weak little man. A broken, weak little man. That's what Gem Panda is. I've seen him. I've taken more attractive shits than Gem Panda. Yeah? He's not an alpha. He's a pathetic little beta. That's what he is. An annoying little twat who can only express his disdain with 1,000,000 miles of fibre in front of him. Because he's weak. A very broken, weak little man. Yeah? The only way he can express his disdain is with internet fibre cables between him and the person he shouts at. Meanwhile, I'm not that guy. I'm a guy telling you that you've just described south. It's a flat Earth direction. So Earth's flat. You appreciate that. You said, I'm a flat earther now. That was your rebuttal. Yes, you are. You require flat Earth directionality in the form of south. That's correct. You want to talk about how irritating Jen Panda is? Or do you want to accept...
Every measurement he gave us was flat.
Yeah, every measurement you've given us is flat.
Every other word is flat.
Nathan, when was the last time you had, or sorry, not Nathan.
So it's
Neil.
So is this going to be, inevitably, this is going to be a question about something that I do. I point out he's using flat Earth measurements. He starts asking me questions about what I'm doing personally. Of course.
No, I asked a question to Neil. I accidentally called him Nathan. Neil, when was the last time you had your own thoughts?
Right, this guy is a wanker. Again, in person, if Neil was in front of him, bang! Broken fucking nose. That's what I get in person. Have you ever had an original thought? Are you ever going to get up after your broken nose? Should we now flush you down the bog? But because there's a million miles of fibre between us, he doesn't have to address how south is flat. He can ask Neil if he's ever had an original thought. In person, you'd have your nose broken, my friend. Yeah, in person, you'd have your nose broken. You realise that, right? While you yak through me. Because a million miles of fibre internet between you and I means you can do that. I'm pointing out that based on what you've done here, in reality, in person, Neil would break your fucking nose.
Thoughts are imaginations, aren't they?
Meanwhile, south is flat. So I've said it to him about 6 times. He said, yes, I'm a flat earther now. That was his last response. Now he started insulting us.
Well, my thing is this. There is no originality to it. Earth is just flat. Has nothing to do with me being original or you, Nathan.
Yeah, man, it's dead chilled.
Yeah, it's not that big a deal. It's got nothing to do with me or Neil as individuals, but you need to make it about us, don't you? Meanwhile, I'm saying that you, being an irritating little prick, would get your fucking nose broken and your head flushed down the bog. And that's probably how you got treated in high school. I am in no doubt that you had the shit kicked out of you regularly by all the people who are more popular than you, while they saw you as what you are, just an irritating little twat who can't concede when he's fucking wrong. Like, oh, right, yeah, south, yeah, I understand that south's flat. Yeah, I'm a flat earther now. Meanwhile, you've got no friends and Neil's got no original thoughts. Yeah, you'd have a broken nose.
Yeah, I'll tell my LinkedIn contacts that.
You'd have a broken nose, though, wouldn't you, if you'd have said that to him in person? Neil had just broken your nose. You realise that, right?
If he says that to me, I'm going to break his jaw.
Yeah, that's what would happen in reality to you bunch of gamma dicks. That's what would happen. You're only getting away with your brave pills because you're on the internet.
I don't know how you failed as an actor, Nathan. You're acting tough pretty well.
I'm on a YouTube channel with people paying me to perform. This is a performance and I'm being paid for it. And you want to call me a failed actor? I'm being paid, you dumb fuck. People are literally paying me as you've said that. I got a super chat while you said that. You realise that, you dumb fuck? Big up FED. Let me get this straight. I've just been paid for my performance. Big up FED, thanks for all you do in the form of a $5 super chat. So do you want to tell me I failed? I've just been paid for my performance. You dumb shit. Even your ad homs fail. You dumb retard. Meanwhile, all you've done in response, in actual response, to me pointing out how south is flat, is tell me that you're a flat earther. That's what you've done. You think that was a good rebuttal? You told me you were a flat earther. That's what you've done. Shout out to Anti-Flat Troll, who said, if AIDS had a voice, it would sound like Bev. Thank you for the super chat. That would be me being paid for my performance. Shout out to Unitox Femu. Look, I came here for an argument, paying me for my performance. Thank you very much for the super chat. Adam Price, thank you very much. He says 4 more hours as he pays me for my training in performing arts that I'm doing for a live audience as we speak. Thank you very much for paying me, proving this guy who's now interrupting me wrong, as I thank my audience for paying me for the performing arts skills I've purveyed on this live stream, and I am doing now.
Well, I gotta get
proving him wrong as he keeps interrupting me, thanking the people who are paying me. I'm proving you wrong by thanking the people who paid me for today's performance. You fucking retard. You want to call me a failed actor again?
How much did you get paid?
I'm shouting out the people who are paying me for my performance. You realise that, you dumb fuck.
Are you acting right now?
Yeah, this is called performance. Yeah, this is a performance. This is my persona.
You're pretending to be a useless piece of shit?
You see, your ad homs don't change that I'm being paid for my performance
need to
after
make
you
a
called me
new,
a failed actor. That's what you've done.
Bill and Ted's. And,
now you're getting mad, Nathan. You got him.
Yep.
Yeah, if they need to do a new Bill and Ted's and they need somebody to fill in for one of them, I'm going to nominate you.
I get it. Sorry, you appreciate that you're a flat earther now. You acknowledge that when I pointed out the South is flat.
I mean, I know nothing about the flat Earth because you've given me nothing, but I'm a flat Earth.
I gave you South. I haven't given you nothing. That's a lie. So now he's going to lie. No, I gave you South after you pointed it towards me. That's what I gave you back of your own words, South. You then acknowledged how you are now a flat earther.
One more thing.
You dropped. You obviously pressed the wrong button.
Don't interrupt. You don't even know how to handle your buttons on your phone.
Yeah, meanwhile, Earth's flat. He acknowledged that and said, yeah, I'm a flat earther now. Because he hadn't got anywhere else to go when utilising a flat Earth directionality in the form of South, or a flat Earth elevation angle that formed his belief in a WGS84 that was converted from the flat Earth measurements.
Exactly.
Imagine being a glober.
I can't. This is what you become.
Yeah, we're surrounded by pathetic little cucks. And they've only got their brave pills because they've got 1 million miles of fibre between them and the person they're speaking to.
Yeah, but Nathan, the more and more you just stay on the measurements, this descent into insanity is happening quicker to a larger number.
Yeah, we're watching a load of idiot cucks go nuts. Because what have they got? Other than saying, yeah, okay, I'm a flat earther, I used South. So what? I'm like, well, welcome to flat Earth. You're here to tell me it's wrong. But yet you're using it. You're using flat Earth measurements. You're using elevation angles. You're converting flat Earth prerequisite surface level measurements into models. And then saying you believe that the models are real without acknowledging how flat you've measured Earth to produce them. That's sad.
What's happening is... No. What's happening is the penny's dropping, but it's dropping bad. Like used to short circuiting. See, when the penny drops for us, we're like, holy shit. When it drops for you, you short circuit. Can't handle it. Descending to insanity.
They're not using imaginary. They're using imaginary elevation angles, Neil, not real ones.
Okay, instead of using South,
imaginary.
Can you use a directionality that's ball-shaped? Is there any directionalities that are ball-shaped?
Negative.
But it's just flat Earth only measurements then, when we describe directions. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, Earth's measured flat.
That's that question again, Nathan. What's that housekeeping question again? I love it.
Are there any measurements that aren't flat of Earth?
Now's all your chances to speak. This is the housekeeping question. Repeat it one more time, Nathan.
Is there any measurements of Earth that aren't flat? Like South, like elevation?
Well, can they imagine them to be a curvature measurement?
No, they're just all flat, like South. Right, Chuck?
Yeah, Chuck gets it. Chuck knows.
Gets it, yeah. He understands how flat Earth must be and appreciates how he is a flat earther. Like every single
No, I
one
don't understand anything. That's why I'm a flat earther. I don't understand anything.
Oh, you're so thicko.
Oh, you're just a retard. Oh, so I was correct.
No,
You just had a question asked to you. You could have answered it. Are there any other measurements of Earth other than flat?
Oh,
and you didn't give us an answer.
Yes, but I don't know what they are. Or also maybe no.
You're just a dumb shit. You're here to tell us about how spherical Earth is, but you don't know any of the measurements. Then you're a retard. Why are you even
I'm
here?
a flat earther. Wait.
No, you're not a flat earther.
Retard.
We're all flat earthers by default because Earth is measured flat. Whether or not you fall under the category of flat earthing is irrelevant to how Earth gets measured.
By default. I'm agreeing with you. Why are you trying to argue?
Because it's inconsequential whether or not you ascribe yourself this label. Earth is measured flat. It doesn't matter if you now take on the label. It's irrelevant. Me also.
So, are you the first person with Quinsomi 2021?
Am I the first person? What? Sorry.
With quinsomy 21.
I don't know what that means.
3 extra chromosomes.
Are you calling me a retard? Without justification. No. See, when I say this man is a retard, it's because he's come to tell me how ball-shaped it is. He thinks there are globe Earth measurements, but he doesn't know what they are, and the measurements he's appealed to thus far are flat. Therefore, the inconsistency and incredulity that is displayed towards me is that I'm the retard, that I've got a missing chromosome or an extra one. Like, no, you're not justifying calling me stupid when you're using flat Earth measurements, like South. Me calling you a spastic, that's justified.
Can we talk to somebody who's not going to confuse biology and geometry? So someone who's not retarded.
Yeah, we're not talking about how many chromosomes people have got. You're in the wrong category. We're talking about how flat Earth gets measured, like with South.
So you're this way with the regular number of chromosomes?
You're just going to get removed. There's no point talking to you anymore. You've descended into nothing but permanent ad homs. All you can now do is ad hom me permanently. That's all you can do. Sad.
We gave a legit question to you. Is there any way to measure Earth other than flat? There's your chance right now.
It's not legitimate, Neil. You can't answer that question. Nobody can.
I can. Yes, there's only measurements of Earth flat. That's all we ever measure Earth as, a flat plane.
Welcome to Flat Earth, everyone.
I think we've had enough time in this Discord server. 2.5 hours is a reasonable amount of time, I would say. There won't be an after show. So with that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's live and pre-show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, paying me for my performing arts ability and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat Earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If Earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat Earth king of rhyme.
You really have PTSD about the guy from Uruguay. He listens to my voice and shit his pants.
The guy from Uruguay thinks that the sun goes in different directions, but also...
You're here. Hey, hello.
Well,
do you want to talk to me? Have you figured out my problem?
Ask him the housekeeping question.
You appreciate that the sun goes in one direction, but you also want to fight for the idea that it goes in different directions. That, to me, is pretty insane.
Because that's what it does.
Yeah, counter-rotating sun circles. They wreck the fire.
Yeah.
Have you ever talked to Jaren yet?
Right,
Yeah,
were you bullied at school, Bev? Were you bullied?
No, never. I was.
Oh, grow up, Nathan. Nathan, when they're looking at the sun, both the observers, hang on, Max, both of the observers in the north and in the south are looking south at the sun.
Get in line. I understand you all want my attention simultaneously. I understand how important I am to you all.
Both observers at the sun at the same time.
Elder Bear, your pants have been pulled.
Okay?
Don't get it, Elder Bear.
On deck, you got nothing, man. You're just a cup.
What's your modus ponens again?
It's a modus tollens called the measured flat destructive dichotomy. Built around a logical syllogism called a destructive dilemma. It proves that you're lying. It proves that Nathan's lying.
I got sea level, mate.
Yeah.
Well,
You are totally irrelevant, Elder Bear. Totally.
Oh, says the cheer.
When you talk about irrelevance and you talk about people's journey, you know Nathan's book, it revolves around his
we don't
journey.
give a shit about your journey. I thought you understood this last show. Nobody cares,
His personal journey is of interest to anybody. The only people are going to buy it is yes men surrounding him.
Yeah, we're yes men. Yes, Nathan, yes.
I watched that stream.
You know what we say yes to? When Nathan says Earth is measured flat. Yes, Nathan, yes.
250,000. How is it? What intrigues me is how is it?
When Nathan says
Nathan
Earth is
narrated
measured
his
flat,
book-
you go, yes, Nathan.
Hang
Yeah,
on,
that's correct.
Nathan
Nathan.
narrated his book to his publisher, and yet he doesn't have a copy, and his
No, Eddie Bear,
publisher
no,
doesn't
Eddie
have a
Bear.
copy.
Nobody cares about
but
you, Eddie Bear.
he does have a
You're
copy of the
irrelevant.
book. How is
All right,
that?
no,
Earth's measured.
You guys ready?
Shut
You guys
up,
ready? I
Rob
got the
Noxious.
slides
I'll
up.
deal with you at Gems.
Can
I'm
anybody
going to come and
explain?
see you at Gem Pandas.
Come on, guys. I got the slides up. Are we going to review how we use that theodolites to measure curvature and then look at published curvature studies? You guys ready?
That's not going to work. I mean,
do we
you
have
could
to
give
level
them
it?
that, but
So do we have to
they're not
level
going
it?
to. It's not
Oh,
gonna
I know they're
They
scared. but I
can't
just
even
wanna
take
point it
the
out.
destructive
Do we have to level
dichotomy.
it?
They're not
Do we
going to
have
be
to
able to
level it?
understand the stolen
Do we
concept.
have to level
Yeah,
it?
go ahead, guys, keep going.
Do we have to level that?
Let's go.
theodolite
You ready?
or what? Do we have to level it?
Are we going to do remedial math first?
Are we going to level the theodolite or what?
These guys
You
only
guys
use
ready? You wanna go through it?
Theodolite, Nathan. There's an O in there. There's no A in it at all. It's
So we're going to level
Okay,
it?
ready.
We're going to level the theodolite.
You guys
or what?
ready?
We're going to level it?
You've never leveled
You can't
anything,
do-
Nathan.
Yes,
You can't do
Nathan.
fuck all
This is
with
how.
a theodolite.
Observe. This is how you level a theodolite. You want to
All right, well, we'll need a flat earth for that.
Level, game over.
Yeah, game over. We'll be leveling
Look,
the theodolite
look.
then.
Look,
Bye-bye,
Neil,
asshole.
Nathan. Leveling is tied.
Maybe if you shout it at me, Buck. Yeah, you need to level your tool to a plane of reference.
Process is
Listen,
based on
you'll
aligning
see-
the instrument relative to the downward vector.
Yeah, downward.
Oh.
Yeah, downward. That would be tied
to the horizontal
axiomatically to
baseline.
horizontal, like it's vertical, tied directly to axiomatic horizontal. That's what downward is. The vector
dumbass.
downward means that you need a horizontal vector for it to be perpendicular to.
Vertical
That's
by aligning
correct.
with
Yes,
the downward
Nathan. Yes,
vector.
Nathan.
Once the vertical axis is set, the instrument defines the horizontal plane as the plane or
So we need a horizontal plane. Yeah, that's right, Buck Sodbuster. We need a horizontal
You
plane
got
for this
it,
tool
Buck.
to work.
And what's the horizontal plane?
Maybe if you shout it at me, Buck, you'll change how horizontal the plane you need for this tool needs to be, right?
Nathan,
I
you
left
won't
you a
answer my
citation
question
in the
because
side
you
chat,
know.
Maybe I need to be answering Buck's questions. I couldn't give a flying fuck about you, Buck. Meanwhile, your tool needs a horizontal plane of reference, you pathetic little twat.
To the surface, or is it orthogonal to the downward vector?
Your downward is a
Orthogonal? There's the
directionality
word.
in the vertical that
Surface
requires
level.
the horizontal be axiomatically tied to it. It's going to form part of the angles that the tool measures.
Nope.
Your tool doesn't measure that, though, does it? Your tool doesn't measure that.
Fuck up Eddie
My
Bear. You're a retard.
theodolite references the downward vector.
Your sextant does not
Everything it
measure an
measures is
elevation
from the
angle.
downward vector. You don't know how a theodolite works. Not you. One deck you don't know.
Oh,
Neil,
bless.
you don't know.
It doesn't matter if I know. I'm not using one. I
The
don't really care.
descent to madness is rapid.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really
we
matter.
go.
I'm not using a theodolite, so it doesn't matter if you suggest that I don't know how to use one. But what you've just told me is it's referencing a plane. That's what you've just told me.
Right. And
Right. Suck on my fucking balls, Buck, you pathetic little twat. You have told us how flat you need the plane it references to be.
come on.
Yep.
Neil,
Or stutter for me, you stuttery little bitch. Your tool needs a horizontal plane of reference, Buck.
Hey,
no,
Everybody else-
otherwise
Otherwise,
it's not a
it's
waste of
useless,
time because
Mark.
I'm going to make it so that they. Come on, guys.
They all admit
Come on, Buck. Tell us how you need a horizontal plane of reference again.
nothing. They've got a sextant. They say they use a sextant,
Elder
but it
Bear,
doesn't
look.
measure an
Shut up,
elevation
Eddie
angle.
Bear.
This is me and
All the
Look, this
dweebs
is
are
me and
piling
me.
on. Hey, Buck,
Lady boy.
do you need all
Ready.
this help? Oh, you need to call me
Nathan,
Ladyboy now.
Nathan.
Meanwhile, Buck's just described how horizontal the plane of reference the tool
Be a
references is.
coward. Let me speak.
I can do whatever the fuck I like, Buck, right? But what you can do, Buck, is you can ask my permission, can't you? Yeah?
Downward vector.
Appeal to me some more, Buck. Ask my permission. Yeah? Because obviously what I say and what I do is consequential to you. Meanwhile, I'm pointing out how you have described a horizontal plane of reference your tool requires.
What I hate is people that deny plane.
Nobody cares what you like or want or hate.
Give me shit.
Nobody gives a shit, Buck. You're an inconsequential little twat. Undoubtedly the same as all the rest of the pathetic little globe cups. That's what you'd be. You'd be having your head flushed down the bog too, Buck, you pathetic little twat. Meanwhile, you're the one
Just
telling
like-
us how it needs a horizontal plane of reference.
It doesn't need a horizontal plane of reference. It needs the vertical downward vector. Indirectly, it establishes a horizontal plane.
Indirectly, it establishes a horizontal plane. Okay, so it establishes a horizontal plane of reference then.
Passing out, Nathan.
Yeah, it's okay, you bunch of pathetic morons. It's pile on dweeb time. Because what Booker's just directly referenced is the horizontal plane it needs. It says it indirectly acquires it. Okay, so it requires a horizontal plane of reference then?
No, it doesn't.
It requires a downward vector.
No.
To indirectly establish the horizontal plane of reference, end quote, Buck Sodbuster. He's just told us how it indirectly references the horizontal plane it's utilising.
Tangents exist, Nathan.
Maybe the dweebs can all jump in and save this Buck Sodbuster rape.
Nathan, look at my screen.
Right, it indirectly references a horizontal plane, end quote, Buck Sodbuster.
Nathan,
Right, do you want to keep saying my name? I'm repeating what you've just told us, Buck.
No, you're repeating it incorrectly. You're lying.
Oh, so it doesn't need a horizontal plane of reference?
Correct. It needs a vertical downward vector.
But downward.
The horizontal plane is established from the vertical downward vector.
So it needs to establish a horizontal plane of reference then, and it establishes it from the downward vector.
No, it establishes it from the vertical vector.
So it establishes a horizontal plane from the vertical
vector.
Downward vector,
Correct.
you dumbass.
You got it correct. There you
Yes, so it needs a horizontal plane of reference then. Yes, we know. You'll be measuring Earth flat with this tool. Part of the angle that it forms is the horizontal plane of reference that you indirectly acquire from the downward vector.
Correct.
Not measuring curvature.
Correct. Yeah, that's right, Buck. How do my fucking bollocks taste, you pathetic little twat?
They don't taste because you...
Maybe I need Uruguay guy to pull me off. Yeah? Buck's getting fucking annihilated, Uruguay guy. Because unequivocally, this tool utilises a plane of reference.
You want to go,
End
crackhead
quote,
mouth?
Buck. No amount of Buck Sodbuster interruption will change what a pathetic little twat he is. How he would have been bullied at school too. You'd have been one of the guys getting your head flushed down the bog, wouldn't you, Buck?
Does the horizontal...
So are you asking me something? Do you need to appeal to Nathan Oakley? Am I your guru now? You need my answers, do you, Buck? No, it's all right.
No,
We've already
because you're
established that we
wrong.
need a horizontal plane.
You're a grifter.
Oh, really? You need to start calling me names? No, I just described how this tool requires a horizontal plane of reference. You need to be insulting me while you simultaneously hang around asking me questions. How pathetic. So you think I'm a grifter, but yet you're here asking me questions, trying to take up my time.
You're 100% agree.
Yeah, okay, you're a guy. You can pile on like the dweeb you are. Okay.
You're the biggest
Nathan,
fucking
you know
coward
nothing
I've
about
ever
me,
met
buddy.
in my life, dude. Nathan, you
know
got no
nothing about
balls.
me.
So being called a coward will change the horizontal plane of reference that Buck Sodbuster just quoted as being derived from the downward vector. Well, the downward vector's being used to derive a plane of reference that the tool needs. So we need a tool that uses a horizontal plane of reference. Calling me a coward won't alter what Buck Sodbuster unequivocally understands is
He'll just fall
required
out if he ever
from
got
this
punched
tool.
in the mouth.
He'd have a coronary after an eighth of a mile.
Yeah.
Sorry, an eighth of a mile is a flat Earth linear directionality distance measurement.
On some flat
eighth of a mile is flat.
map for
Eighth of a
FE,
mile.
like,
Sorry, who said eighth
do you
of a
have
mile
a
is
favorite
flat?
map, a favorite setup?
Sorry, eighth of a mile's flat.
No, it's
You know, like there's
You never used a map. You never used a scale on a map.
Hey, Nathan, look at the opening.
Hey, Nathan, is it just me, or did I hear eighth of a mile and then describe how flat and linear it is as per the scale on a map?
Nathan, how come...
Maybe you could ask a new question. I'll just keep saying it while you bunch of fucking cucks have your heads flushed. Eighth of a mile's flat.
I'm sorry, are you projecting? Are you...
Maybe you're a guy could pull me off this guy too. Yeah, eighth of a mile is flat, like on a map scale. Maybe you bunch of fucking dweebs have never used a map.
Babysitting. He's babysitting.
Maybe you could stutter for me, Edda Bear. Maybe you could pile on with the rest of the dweebs. Meanwhile, if you've never used a map, that's fine. I mean, you're just fucking retards. But an eighth of a mile, that's a flat Earth linear measurement as per the scale on a map.
Nathan, At the opening of your video, your intro.
But meanwhile, 1/8 of a mile's flat. It's a linear distance measurement as per the scale on a map. I mean, maybe you could start talking about my intro instead of addressing how flat the 1/8 of a mile is.
Come on, Nathan, okay?
Right.
Just talk to
AI.
Buck.
There's fucking 3 people on the fucking...
Let Nathan address Buck, please.
Ridiculous.
Right, so did you dweebs want to pile on at once? Feel free. 1/8 of a mile is flat.
Nathan, the opening scenes for your video, they have someone measuring distance of a downhill road, slanted, curved, with a device used for measuring distance over curves. Is that 1/8 of a mile curved or is it flat?
How curvy is it? Would we describe it with altitude?
That's irrelevant.
So is it really? You're asking me specifically about the heights and the curves. So suddenly when I go to a flat earth prerequisite elevation description from sea level, it becomes irrelevant. Why is it irrelevant? Is it because it's from sea level?
The height of...
Stuttery little bitch, Buck. How do my fucking bollocks taste, Buck? I'm pretty sure that if we're going to describe the hills and valleys, we'll be describing them from sea level, won't we?
You know you're wrong. You know
I'm wrong about sea level and the description of altitudes and sea level. I don't think so.
Your own intro video proves you wrong.
Right, my own intro video has got the valleys, and I'm asking, are the heights of the valleys described from sea level? I don't need it. It's rhetorical. They are.
What valleys?
The valleys that Earth is measured with, the heights of the mountains, the depths of the valleys. They're described from sea level. That's correct. Horizontal measurement of altitude described from an overall base that is flat that we call sea level. That is how the valleys are described.
Okay, let me answer your question then.
It wasn't a question, it was a statement of absolute fact. Earth is measured flat for the heights of mountains and the depths of valleys. It's not a question. Now, if I was a fucking retard like Buck Sodbuster, I'd hear a statement of fact and interpret that to be a question because I'd be a fucking retard called Buck. Meanwhile, I'm not making any questions when I describe how derivations from sea level... Maybe Uruguay guy could interrupt how flat sea level is used.
Nathan, I want all of your little...
I know what you want.
You
want
don't
me,
ask
but...
questions anymore.
Yeah, you want
we make
me.
Statements
yeah,
of
I
fact.
know. Well, Neil makes it intelligible. It's not like it's bad enough with all the guys that are cucking from the Discord server. Meanwhile, I know that you want me. You want me. Yeah, I get it. You want it to be about me. You want me to answer you.
All your teeth are rotten.
Oh, really? Your teeth are rotten. Okay, Uruguay guy. Yeah, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. But you think it goes different directions. That makes you a fucking retard, Uruguay guy. It goes in one direction.
It's left to right.
Left to right is a subjective direction. You can turn around and change that. Meanwhile, the sun goes from east to west, you fucking retard.
No one said anything about turning around, you...
Well, that's left and right. It's subjective to your position. Meanwhile, east to west is how the sun travels.
And you are looking...
And that's one direction, you fucking Mongol.
And then
that's one direction, you fucking Mongol.
Shut your fucking rotten mouth.
Maybe you can taste my bollocks.
Shut your fucking rotten mouth.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the sun moves in one direction, from east to west.
If you're in the south...
South is a flat earth direction. So we're going to be describing directionality with a flat direction, are we?
You absolute fucking lying...
Yeah, south is a flat direction, though, isn't it, Uruguay guy?
No, it's not. You can't...
But it's not? Have you never used a fucking compass, you dweeb?
Shit, without
Dweeb.
evidence.
You never used a compass, dweeb?
Yeah, and compasses...
Yeah, south's flat. I just do it for my audience. That's south. It's flat. Yeah? This fucking retard wants to use south.
Chant the mantra one more time.
Sorry, is it a mantra when I describe south? No, it's a direction on a compass, you fucking retard.
No, it's a mantra when you say, Earth is...
Yeah, it is. It's measured flat with a compass.
Those are your silly little mantras for your derpy cult here.
Okay, then don't use south. If it's just a Nathan Oakley mantra, don't use it.
I don't have to.
Stuttery little bitch! You are using it, you fucking retard! You're using south!
Retard.
For using your direction in which way you're looking and which way the sun moves in one direction only, while you say it moves in two.
I know it hurts. It's okay. Now, we're looking at the sunset.
Which
We're
direction?
looking at the same sunset at the same time.
Which direction?
From Florida and
Which
from
direction?
Uruguay.
Which direction?
I see the
Which
sun
direction?
in the south going right to left.
South? Oh, well, that's a flat Earth only directionality. That's south. Yeah, I've used a compass because I'm not a fucktard dweeb.
Stop. Let me finish.
Sorry, you said south. Yeah, you told me it was my mantra, but you simultaneously want to use it. So you want to use south, but also call it my mantra.
Bastard.
Sorry, south.
Can you repeat can you steal my argument for me?
Yeah, you want to use south. It's a flat Earth direction.
I never said south, loser.
Yeah, you did, dickhead. I heard you. So did the audience. I'm still recording. You use south for how you are looking in a certain direction. South's flat. When I point out the south's flat, you told me it was my mantra.
I didn't say south once. Steal my
Yes, you
argument.
did.
No.
Yeah, so now we've got lying fucktards. I don't want to talk to Uruguay anymore because he's a liar. We've heard him say south. It's been recorded. It's been broadcast. Audience members will timestamp when he said south repeatedly. He also, after me pointing out that south's a flat earth direction, told me south is my mantra. That's what he did.
That's why he's there. He's an ugly bimbo.
Neil, are
He's
you
just
too
calling me
scared to
ugly.
talk?
Bye-bye.
Okay, new direction, Nathan. Act like a human adult.
But directions are flat. Directions are flat. Directions are flat.
I'm thinking British aristocrat. Go ahead.
Right, directions are flat.
Oh, sorry. Intelligent British aristocrat.
But that's not a response. He said new direction, and I said directions are flat.
No, I said act like a British aristocrat. You're an actor.
But don't tell me how I'm going to act. I'll act however the fuck I like. Meanwhile, directions are flat. Directions are flat.
There you go. Oh, perfect. Nailed it.
Nathan, do you have a favorite map or layout of the plane?
All of them use flat directions. All of them have flat miles and kilometers described. I'm answering you. I'm answering you. I realise you need me on this pedestal answering questions. I realise that you want my attention and my answers to your questions. I realise how big a pedestal you've put me on. And I'm attempting to answer you. But you don't really want my answers. You want to talk through them, right? Which is my favourite map? Oh, I don't know. I don't care. But they all use flat Earth directions and flat Earth miles, don't they?
There's the Gleason. This is not to give me ammo to go against you. I'm genuinely curious, and I'm not going to follow it up with trying to argue against you.
Okay, well, if you're just curious, my response, I'll give you my response. Measurements on maps are flat, like south.
Here's my question. There's like the Gleason map setup. There's the dual pole. There's all kinds of setups. Is there one you more resonate with? If that makes sense.
All of them are flat. All of them use miles. Miles on the maps are all flat. Earth is flat to describe any map.
Let me give you an example.
Is it just me, or is it just me responding with him talking through me?
No, because that is an answer. Look, let me give you an example. If you interrupt
me one more time, you fucking cunt, I'm going to remove you.
All right, let me say this, and then we'll hear you. Look, like in...
What a little bitch.
Yeah, so I'll answer his question that I attempted 3 times to, hopefully without any interruption from other dweebs that are going to talk straight through the top of my response. All maps are flat. All maps utilise directions like south. What's that? I didn't use south once. Yeah, you did.
He did. He said south.
Is there a flat map that isn't distorted?
Did
I make any of the maps? Sorry, it doesn't matter how maps are distorted. I didn't make them, number one. Number two, all of them use directionality that is ipso facto flat. They all use miles and kilometres, which are, as per the scales, all flat. Regardless of how distorted they are. There we go again.
Every time you play a video.
Cuck chanting through me. Like the cuck chanting is going to change what I say. No,
it's not.
I didn't make any of the maps. All of the maps are flat. All of the maps utilise directionality, which is flat. All of the maps use miles and kilometres, which are flat.
Yeah,
Nathan, are any of the maps undistorted?
Why are you asking me? I'm not a cartographer.
Well, I think everyone with common sense knows that every...
Put me on. I get it. I am your guru. You've got me on a pedestal. I get it.
Save you, Nathan. I know.
Right, Bev, you would have had the shit kicked out of you at school for being a fucking snob-faced twat.
Nathan, right?
Yeah, Bev, you would have had the shit kicked out of you at school. I've seen what you look like, you Wurzel-Gummidge-looking motherfucker. You would have been bullied for being a pathetic little twat.
Same as the map.
So, Bev, you would have been bullied at school. You'd have had your head flushed down the
I
bog
tried to
repeatedly.
tell Neil the other day.
Why are you telling me this? I'm telling you that people who you hung around with in school would have bullied you for being an irritating little prick.
That means
same thing would happen to you on the street.
No, on the contrary. Now, I'm 6'2" of absolute monstrosity, and people who give me a funny look get one back. And then they hang their head down as I do so. Now, I don't get bullied. I absolutely
I'm not really
assure you
bothered
that.
about you. I'm thinking of all of the flat.
I am talking about how Bev, who's a fucking snot-faced little twat, would have had the shit kicked out of him constantly in high school. He would have been bullied constantly.
Yeah, I would have definitely smacked him around.
Yeah, I'd have beaten the living shit out of you, Bev.
Nathan, I think
Fucking
you'd have
pathetic
been
little
sorted
twat.
out if you were like that.
Really, Bev, you sound like one of the adenoidal pricks that I talk about when you talk with your adenoidal-sounding, irritating voice.
Yeah, because when there isn't a screen and a microphone in front of you, Nathan, you're a fucking coward. That's why you don't get bullied. Because if you pulled this shit in the real world, you'd get your...
Meanwhile, while this guy tells me how pathetic I am, Bev measures Earth flat with distances on maps. The ones that he told me I'd like last time we interacted. That's a flat Earth measurement that Bev, this pathetic, annoying twat, who would have had his head flushed down the bog in high school,
The horizontal
describes. That's what Bev
prove
did.
globe, Nathan.
Right, maybe if you go all
Horizontal.
high-pitched
With your adenoidal-sounding, irritating twat of a voice, it will change how flat the measurements on maps
Tonight,
are.
though, we are going live tonight to talk about...
Nobody gives a fuck
That's
about
right.
Bev and his live stream. Meanwhile, he told me last time we interacted about how flat the measurements of distance on maps are.
Horizontal distances that prove the globe, yeah?
Horizontal distances don't prove a globe, you fucking retard. At which point, Bev would have had his head flushed down the bog, because he's just made a contradiction in terms. Horizontal distances on a globe, fucking retard much.
The measured flat destructive...
Sorry, maybe we need a cuck defender. Another pathetic man that had his head flushed down the bog in high school. Come to defend Bev? No, he just made a contradiction in terms, Edda Bear, where he said horizontal distances on a globe. That's a contradiction in terms. Making Bev a fucking annoying retard. Making him a retard that needs you to defend him and jump in. Oh, it's Attack of the Dweebs. All the dweebs have jumped on to pile in to defend Bev. Dweeb.
How come you don't have...
How come horizontal distances are not curving? Yeah, Bev's a fucking retard. He just described a contradiction in terms.
To tell you that it's not...
really? When you tell me this with your adenoidal irritating voice, you just have your head
speaking
flushed
for
down the
all
bog,
of
Bev.
the surveyors that are
All
out
the
there.
surveyors that measure horizontal distances.
Yes.
Yeah, horizontal distances. That means the Earth is being measured flat with horizontal distances, Bev. No amount of adenoidal annoying voices that contradict themselves with horizontal distances on a globe will change how you would have had your head flushed down the bog in high school.
Yeah, and the same thing would happen to you this day and age, Nathan.
Is this another dweeb jumping on Bev? You trying to jump on me to take it off Bev?
Listen to you. You're a grown man.
Yeah, I'm a grown man describing horizontal distances and the contradiction in terms that's just been given to me. When someone says horizontal distances on a globe, that's a contradiction in terms. And I'm saying that Bev, an irritating, snot-faced little prick, would have had the shit kicked out of him in school when he tries to contradict his own rhetoric of horizontal distances by saying, quote, horizontal distances on a globe.
I'll keep saying it. Horizontal distances prove the globe.
Horizontal distances are horizontal. That makes Bev a fucking retard. Because if it's horizontal, it ain't fucking globe-shaped. But Bev, when he said this to me, this would be a justification to dunk his dumb fuck little head into the toilet bowl repeatedly. Oh yeah, horizontal on a globe. Fucking retard.
Imagine trying to portray that you're an actual real man and having to mute people
all the cucks that all the dweebs pile on while I point out the contradiction in terms from Bev the retard.
Not on a globe.
No, in a globe.
Prove a globe.
Same thing,
No,
Bev,
horizontal
you fucking
distance
retard.
measurement can't prove a globe. That's a contradiction in terms. If it's horizontal, it ain't fucking curving. You stupid little retard.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So if it's horizontal, it cannot be curving. Response, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a contradiction in terms, you fucking pathetic little retard.
You've proved it.
So I've
He's
proved that
fucking worse than
horizontal
MC2.
distances are curving, have I? No, I've proved that you're a fucking retard because you're using contradictions. If it's horizontal, it ain't fucking curving, retard.
Not you.
Did you get a?
Did you stutter much? Ed Bear, you stuttery little fucking retard.
Did you get any fucking
Did you get any passes in
Stutter for
maths
me, you
and
little
geometry,
bitch.
Nathan?
Stutter for me, Ed Bear, you fucking pathetic little dweeb.
Yeah, your 10th man numbers don't add up, Nathan. That's
Your 10th man. Meanwhile, horizontal is not curving. That's what Bev said, as all the dweebs piled on to save him getting
for
fucking
10
raped.
years, you haven't got anything.
Right, do you need to
And now you're
defend?
flat-
Do you need to
you're flat-
defend Bev's virtue? Do you with your stuttering?
Argument destroys your numbers.
Your stuttery little bitch. If it's horizontal, it ain't proving curving. That's what Bev said because he's a retard.
Destroys your position.
Right, it's not personal.
It destroys your position.
So my position personally.
Measurement of the Earth.
My position personally.
Your position. Proves you're
Nobody
lying.
gives a shit to show later, Bev. Nobody cares. At least none of us care. The people of relevance, we don't care.
Measurement.
Oh, but
Come on,
wants
guys.
to
That's
interrupt.
how you measure the globe.
Measurements don't
Sorry,
add
we
up.
can hear Buck interrupting.
Horizontal.
We need to hear Buck telling us about the horizontal plane of reference derived from the downward vector. Go ahead, Buck.
You don't have a you don't have an
Oh, maybe you need defending, Buck. Oh, Buck. Buck, do you need help from Edinburgh? How pathetic.
You're all stuttering and stumbling. You're making yourselves look like idiots. Go away.
It's horizontal. It's the vertical downward vector and the horizontal from the theodolite where I'm measuring angles. I can't do fuck all with Bev.
So what do you have to say about
measure
the
fucking
measurements
angles,
that I posted?
Sockbuster, you fucking retard. Measure angles. Shut the fuck up. Don't let that fucking word come out your mouth again.
It's
an angle.
Stop using our words.
Stop using our words. It's an angle measuring device.
One deck. You want
us later on deck? Come on. Yeah,
Okay.
You
One
and Neil,
deck.
come talk to us later.
One deck.
Go on, you got your position.
We don't want to talk to you later, Bev. We don't care about you. You
Bev
think
wants
you're
to talk to
relevant.
us.
None
Bev's
of us
Howard.
here give a shit about you or your show.
Neil, Nathan.
Theodolites measure angles. Theodolites
Say that
measure angles.
none of your pathetic
Go
cucks
with
are
an
letting you
angle.
speak, I'm afraid, Sockbuster. Your cucks won't let you.
One
Hey,
deck. How
Sogbuster,
do
you
measure
never uttered
curvature?
Sogbuster, do not mention theodolite in front of me, mate. I'm telling you, when you're trying to measure curvature, you fucking retard.
Oh, no. You measure
that
curvature
word.
by angles, by how much the angle changes. How do you measure angle? With theodolites.
Angles?
Neil.
You can't do fuck all with an
angles.
angle.
Curvature is how much a surface's angle changes over distance. Hence, you can use...
The distance.
Oh, Neil,
So-
you're laughing. What? You tell me what
Listen,
curvature
dickhead.
is, Neil.
Yeah, let's just address this. Hold on a
Sogbuster.
second. Sorry, Buck,
Sogbuster,
Buck,
does a
hold on.
theodolite measure curvature? Yes or no?
Buck's just described the distance, though, hasn't he? Right. So the distance that he's describing is horizontal and linear to describe a deviation from it.
Yeah. He keeps mentioning these flat Earth angle measurements. Nothing. He's not mentioned curvature measurements.
Curvature.
No, but he just brought up
Curvature is
distance.
defined as the amount of angular change over distance.
Yeah, distance is flat. Yeah, distance.
Angular
is flat.
measurements, not curvature measurements.
Distance is flat, right? The distance is linear and horizontal for you to describe the drop with respect to the distance. So in order for you, Buck, to make this assertion, you need horizontal distance.
I don't need horizontal distance. Are you insane?
Give me a distance that isn't horizontal then. What's the distance measurement?
Your words, Buck.
What's an arc?
Stuttery little bitch! How do my fucking balls taste? Yeah, distances are horizontal, Buck. For you to describe a deviation from them with your over distance, that's a horizontal distance measurement. Miles are flat. Kilometers are flat.
Somebody wanted to know how your balls taste. Shouldn't we ask Neil?
Oh, we got the dweebs jumping in. The dweebs have come to help Buck.
Dweebs need to jump in. Nathan, answer this question.
No, I'm all right, thanks, Buck. You need a horizontal distance measurement for your assertion, my friend. Earth's measured flat in the horizontal distance that you're appealing
Can't
to.
answer that question because you know it exposes your stupid mantra.
Oh, very
No, you
interesting.
just exposed yourself, you dumbass.
Meanwhile,
you brought up distance.
You need distance.
Yes, distance is an arc. You can have an arc distance. You're measuring an arc distance on every single opening of your show.
No, miles aren't arc distances.
Measures an arc distance.
Right, you're saying that the distance derived in your deviation from horizontal with a linear measurement is actually an arc distance.
Are you telling me that?
No, I'm telling you that the distance is flat and linear as per the scales that you would acquire these distances from.
Distances, your distance.
Oh, Edibez come to save you, Buck. Yeah? You need your little dweeb army, don't you, Buck? Yeah, your little dweeb armies come to save you, Buck.
Distances.
Your little dweeb armies come to save you, Buck.
That you're using.
Yeah, Edibez come to save you, Buck. Yeah? Edibez decided to pile on because you need saving, Buck. Your dweeb armies come to help you.
Those distances.
Get back to the arc, Nathan.
Flat distance?
Yeah, what arc?
Yes,
Where's
that's
this
correct.
arc?
There's no arc in distance. Miles aren't arcing.
That's correct.
So how do you get the
So why are you asking me something? You need a horizontal distance.
Because what you said is wrong in my question.
Okay, so give me a horizontal measurement of distance that's arcing. Go ahead.
Is the circumference?
Why are you asking me something? I've asked you to give me an arcing distance measurement. Miles don't arc. You're just wrong.
69 miles.
Edibez come again. Oh, we've got the little cuck defense team in order. Right, Edibez come to help him. The dweeb patrols come to pile on.
About your 69 miles per degree.
Oh,
Nathan.
bless you, Buck. Bless you, Buck. You need your little dweeb patrol to save you.
I mean, how much more can I say?
You don't need to say anything. Horizontal distance measurement is what it is. It's horizontal. It's linear. It's flat. That's what a mile is. That's what a kilometre is. If you're going to describe the distance, you're going to describe it horizontally.
69 miles at Oakley.
Yeah, that's flat.
69 flat miles.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Is the circumference of a circle
Right, Buck. No, Buck. Your dweeb's helping you, right? Your dweeb rescue team is talking. Buck.
Come on, dweebs.
Put the
Come on, dweebs. Come on, dweebs.
To get
Deny how flat. Oh, we got another dweeb. The one that would have the shit kicked out of him. Got Bev dweeb coming.
With an
90
angle.
to 0, 0 to 90. That's how it works.
Zero,
Latitude,
nothing with an
longitude.
angle. Can't do fuck all with an angle.
Can't do fuck all with an angle. Can't do fuck all with an adenoidal angle, right, Bev? Yeah?
Now we let Buck get away with the arc. Come on, Buck.
Yeah, you definitely cannot
give us
measure the Earth
So
flat
where's these
with an
arc
angle.
miles?
Neil, how much more can
Show
I
us the
answer?
arc miles,
How much more can you
Buster.
answer?
Where's
You
the
can
arc
answer me
mile?
where you get an arc mile
So
from.
is an arc measured in
mile.
miles?
Yeah, give it me. Where's you get that?
Show us
The
one.
circumference of a circle is
No. On a map, show me an arc mile on a map.
Yeah. Go on. Dickhead.
There's no arc on a paper map.
So when we describe miles as a distance measurement for you to appeal to it, it is ipso facto flat.
Absolutely incorrect. I just gave you.
Right, it's on a map as a flat map scale for miles and kilometres, but that's incorrect. I've asked where you get an arc mile from, and you said you won't get it from a map.
Correct.
So where do you get it from, you fucking retard?
Show us it,
On the
dickhead.
surface. You can
Show us an
easily
arc
measure the
mile on a map.
distance. You get it from the surface.
Do it.
But you don't get any arc measurements from the surface when you're describing linear distance measurements.
Horizontal distances from the map.
Oh, sorry, I got adenoidal Bev coming to save Buck Sodbuster. We need the adenoidal dweeb patrol to come and step in and help you, Buck.
You can't do fuck all with an angle.
Can't do fuck all with an angle.
Nathan.
Do you want to get control of your dweebs, Buck, first? Do you want to get control of your dweeb patrol?
The way you measure.
Do you want to get control of your dweebs or what, Buck? Because you're not getting arc miles from anywhere.
Nathan.
Can you do fuck all with an
of
arc,
your
Bev?
show,
What
you
fuck
won't
can
let,
do
you
with
won't let
an
me say it
arc?
because you know you've proven yourself wrong, and now
Right, I'm describing horizontal distances that you're appealing to when you describe the drop with respect to the distance and the angle with respect to the distance. The distance is horizontal as per maps.
shows exactly how to measure an arc
Show us the
distance
arc.
on the
Show us the arc mile
Where's you getting an arc mile from?
on a map. On a map. Present it.
What don't we? What
It's
map are you
AI
referring
fucking
to?
generated.
Oh, it's adenoidal Bev come to Buck's rescue again. The adenoidal dweeb patrol to the rescue, right, Buck? Do you want to get control of your dweebs? You can do fuck all with an angle. Do you want to get control of your dweebs, Buck?
I don't even know who
Elder Bear,
Elder
pull your
Bear
pants
is.
up.
It's the dweeb that keeps defending you as I fucking annihilate you with horizontal distances. You've said you can get arc miles, and what I've done is absolutely annihilated your utter shite. I've also used your own words when you described a theodolite requiring a horizontal plane of reference derived from the vertical vector. That's what you have appealed to. You need horizontal distance measurements. There are no arc miles. You're a fucking retard. What you've got is a dweeb patrol army that comes and tries to defend you when I fucking annihilate
What are they measuring?
Buck.
Do you want me to post a picture?
Don't want you to
from
do
your-
anything. I could give a flying fuck what Buck does. Earth will be measured flat with tools like theodolites that are level to a plane of reference, or derive a level plane of reference from the vertical vector when you're inferring a distance deviation from a horizontal mile or kilometre measurement, like you get on maps. So when I absolutely fucking annihilate Buck, he needs an entire army of dweebs to come and defend him.
The only one interrupting is Elder Bear, and I don't know who Elder Bear is. So
he's your dweeb defense.
Defended Oakley.
You guys can just listen. Just wait. We'll
there's
give you
Neil.
your chance.
Quiet. Neil's talking. Let Neil talk.
Just
Go
wait.
ahead, Neil.
You'll get your chance at a bear. Right now, we're dealing with Buck and his arc mile.
I'm just saying, I'm not defending.
I'm just saying in my adenoidal voice how important my voice is while someone else is talking. I'm just telling you that I adenoidal I am.
What can we do with an arc mile?
They fuck all with an angle.
Go on, Bev. You pipe up too, my friend.
The other lights measure angles. End of fucking story.
At the beginning of each of Nathan's videos, there's a man with a ruler wheel measuring curved surfaces. That's how you measure a curved surface in miles.
All right, do you want to show us where that has been transcribed into a map to give us miles to accurately affirm the distance with? Do you want to show me where that's referenced?
I can show you on a globe, but it's totally irrelevant. You asked me how we get this.
So you think we get miles from a globe? Okay, show me. Where do we get the accurate mile distances from a globe?
You asked me how we get arc distances from measuring the surface. I gave you your own example of how you do it. At the beginning of every single one of your videos, you show how you measure curve distances in miles. You show the tool used. So that is how you get curve distances to measure.
Oh, I see. So when you appeal to how spherical Earth is, you need Nathan Oakley's AI-generated intro video to give you the miles?
Yeah, because you...
So you don't use a fucking map. You use an AI-generated flat Earth debate intro video to give you the fucking miles, do you, sodbuster?
So you're denying that they're measuring arc distances?
I'm saying that they're not what are generally used to describe mile distances. No, people don't generally go to Nathan Oakley's intro video to get miles.
Okay, hang on.
You know Nathan didn't make that video, right? You do know
you
that,
can
right?
tell me if this is not reality. Let's.
This microphone is
Hang
the
on.
AKG-C.
What a loser. Here we go.
Meanwhile, horizontal distance measurement, that's what we're acquiring. If you're going to describe the drop with respect to the distance, that's horizontal and linear as per maps. Maps are where we acquire distances from, not Nathan Oakley's intro video, you fucking retard.
And theodolites measure angles only, dickhead.
Yeah, you need a horizontal plane when you measure them with respect to...
Okay, everyone, I'm going to share Nathan's own video, and we're going to see how you measure horizontal distances.
Show us the
horizontal distances? Yeah, so we need horizontal distances then, don't we?
No.
No, okay.
All right.
Theodolites measure angles only, dickhead.
Can you guys see my screen?
No.
We don't give a shit about your screen.
Theodolites only measure angles, dickhead.
Yeah, you can't even say
Is that Nathan's dweebs or is that his fucking little chihuahua? I can't tell.
Let's just get rid of Nathan's phone because he doesn't actually have any.
Can you see my screen right now? Can you guys see my screen?
You put your head back down.
Second time you've asked.
We don't
Hey,
want to
Buster.
see your
Second
screen,
time you've
Buck.
asked, Buck. No,
Buster,
I don't give a fuck.
We what?
Meanwhile, horizontal distance measurement is what you require. That's what miles are. Like on a map, like on the scale of a map, that's where you'd get distances from. You wouldn't get distances from my intro video.
Yeah, you guys can see it, right?
What? How flat a mile is on a map?
Who's here? Max, type in the chat if you can see the screen I'm sharing where it's
Buck,
measuring horizontal.
You don't understand. We don't give a
We
shit.
don't give a
Buck.
fuck about your screen,
Go ahead,
mate.
Max.
A
I don't care
theodolite
what they're
measures
saying, just
fucking
type-
angles, you dickhead.
I don't know if they have
A theodolite measures angles only, dickhead.
Okay.
So does
He's
the second.
appealing. He's appealing to an AI generated
Yes.
depiction of a trundle wheel to prove his globe.
Yeah.
Oh, so
exactly.
a trundle wheel's
In
a
his
fake
mind,
slide.
that's where we get
Look at
mile
it.
measurements
Look at-
from.
go look at the
trundle
screen.
wheel in an AI generated intro to a flat Earth debate. That's where
a
he thinks he
trundle
gets
wheel
miles
can't
from.
measure a curved distance?
No,
Is
we
that
can get
what
them
you're
from maps. They're flat. Like on the scale of a map, it's flat.
Nathan, can a
Origin of the measurement is
Yeah, yeah.
linear, not arc, you dumb bastard.
Neil,
maps
look
are
at the
where we get
video.
distances
Look at
from.
my screen.
So maps are where we
Can
get
a
distances.
trundle wheel measure a
of
curved
the
distance? Yes or
freaking
no?
inch is linear, not curved, not arc.
Well, so what is this guy measuring then? He's
Okay,
got a
so-
trundle wheel on a curved surface. What is it measuring?
Again,
think
Nathan, I
it's-
give up.
Is it
It's
measuring?
real.
Is that
Well, you give
what
up,
you
you
use?
can't
Okay,
answer
so
me.
show
Excuse
me
me,
where
mate.
you've used. Okay, no
Excuse me,
worries.
pal.
Hello.
Hang on.
Hello. So if that's what you've used, show me. Show me where you got the mile for your deviation that the theodolite is being referenced to. Show me.
This is one way you can measure distance
Yes,
on
I
a
get
curved
that.
surface.
Show me where you've used it.
Me personally?
It's what you're appealing to, you fucking retard.
Me
Wait, so
personally?
evidence has to be personal things that have been done personally. Is that
Yeah, your personal claim that you get the distance from my AI generated intro video would mean that you need to show how you use this distance measurement. Yes.
you've never used? One time you saw your sister use a sextant. So
Yeah, she measured Earth flat with elevation angle measurements from the surface level. She was trained to do it so she could go out on a boat.
you've never used a sextant.
So my sister measured Earth flat with elevation angles from surface level to go out on a boat. She needed to know how to measure Earth flat for angles to the stars.
Neil, Nathan, one deck. Is this trundle wheel measuring a curved surface?
Did
Yes
you
or
use
no?
that? Okay, show us where you
Yes,
got
I
the
used
distance from that then.
I used it, yes.
Show me.
I've used a trundle wheel before, yes.
And that gave you the distance that you derived for your inference when using a theodolite, correct?
Yes.
Okay, show me what mile measurement you got from the trundle wheel to apply to the trundle wheel. Go ahead.
You want me to send you a link to the published survey?
Right, survey.
Because I posted it already.
Right, survey.
Yeah.
Survey was using a trundle wheel to acquire distance measurements for you to apply to the horizontal angle from a theodolite.
That is one way that you can
Is that
do
the
it.
way you've done it? Not one way. Is that how you've done it?
Wait. Again, we're getting... I have to have done it? If
Yeah, you have to have done it as you're the one making the fucking claim, you dumb shit.
But you make claims...
All right, now it's suddenly about me. Buck, dumb fuck sodbuster needs a tool that's levelled to a plane of reference. And if it ain't level to a plane of reference, you'll acquire the level reference plane by way of a vertical. The inference being that a plane is needed. And it is. When you imply that there's a deviation from the angle, you'll need a horizontal linear distance measurement. Now, when he says it doesn't have to be horizontal, I can acquire it from your AI-generated trundle wheel. And I go, okay, show me where you have acquired one from a trundle wheel. Have I got to do it? Yeah, you dumb fuck. You're the one claiming
trundle wheel
it.
doesn't measure... You don't know how a trundle...
Oh, it's what I don't understand, right? Now, I understand how a fucking map works.
You claim that a trundle wheel...
No, I don't claim anything. Maps are flat.
You don't know how a trundle wheel...
Why are you telling me what I don't understand? Maps are flat. They use miles off measurements.
Debating, and I'm trying to show that you're dumb.
Oh, bless. Well, meanwhile, elevation angles come from surface level. Depression angles are with respect to surface level. Altitudes are with respect to sea level. And distances are horizontal and linear when described in miles or kilometres.
Nathan's not getting this. One deck.
Do you guys think that a trundle wheel only measures flat distances?
Did you get measurements of curved distances from a trundle wheel? If so, show us.
Deck, Nathan doesn't get it. Do you guys? Does a trundle wheel only measure...
Oh, do you need to appeal to my panel when I point out that you're not seeming to apply any of these trundle wheel measurements by giving us...
So I need to appeal to your panel. Maybe they can set you straight. But a trundle wheel certainly doesn't just measure flat distances.
Sorry, and you're using the miles, so you've acquired miles to describe the deviation from the angle that the theodolite acquires with trundle wheel measurements.
This isn't hard.
If you're suggesting...
Yes or no?
Maybe you could keep chanting. Maybe a dweeb could come and pull me off. So show me where you've got these trundle wheel mile measurements.
Simple question for you, Nathan. You say distances are flat.
They are, like on a map. So when you look at a scale on a map, it's flat to describe how far from point A to point B on the flat map the world has been measured with. That's not me saying it. That's just what a map is.
Nathan, you say that distances are flat.
Maps are flat. They have scales on them. That's not me verbally doing anything. It's me telling you what a map is and how it works.
We're not talking about a map.
Oh, are we not? Oh, right. Well, where'd you get distance measurements from? Do you get them from a trundle wheel? Can you show us those?
Yes. Nathan,
show us them.
You say that distances are only flat.
Yeah, like in a map. On the scale of a map, it's got a flat, horizontal, linear distance with the word miles or kilometres along the flat line on the flat map for the flat distance that's represented on the map. That's nothing to do with me. I'm not a cartographer. I've not used this for anything, and I'm not utilising it for an example. You are. You say you're using a trundle wheel to get miles. So do you want to show us where you got those trundle wheel miles from?
Do you want me to grab my trundle wheel right now and go outside with you and lie?
Oh, so you'd have to do it future tense. So when you say you've used trundle wheel measurements, you haven't. You're lying. You'd have to go and do it future tense.
Use the trundle wheel to measure surfaces, yes.
And now, is that what you use for miles?
Nathan, you say that distances are only flat.
Yeah, and maps have got flat distances on them. They are only ever horizontal and linear as per the scale on maps. I mean, obviously, Buck needs to turn this into something I'm saying rather than acknowledging just how flat the scales on maps are.
If I am on a curved road, can I use a trundle wheel to measure its distance?
How do you know
yes or no?
How do you know its altitude?
Yes or no?
How do you know its altitude?
Yes or no?
Well, I need more information. Yes? How would we know the altitude?
Okay. Yes, it's 1,000 meters above sea level.
So we're going to need a sea level to describe it 1,000 meters above it. So we've got a horizontal plane of reference called sea level, and sea level is referenced in the vertical datum to describe 1,000 feet with respect to that flat plane at sea level. So Earth's measured flat for the altitude in this particular instance.
Yes or no?
You just chat skanking through the top of my responses.
You won't answer.
Yes, Earth is measured flat.
Yes.
Okay, Neil, can we use a trundle wheel to measure the distance of a...
I didn't need to measure it with a trundle wheel. We got the altitude measured from cartographers. They described it from sea level. So the description of altitude, 1,000 feet in your description, that's a flat Earth only description from sea level.
A curved road, yes or no?
But the height of the road was described from sea level, though, wasn't it?
Answer this?
I am answering you. The height of the road you gave in feet, 1,000, you said. From sea level, you said. Well, that's sea level being flat, and a vertical description parallel with sea level, 1,000 feet with respect to the sea level.
Yes or no?
Are you just ignoring me?
Because you know you're wrong, and it proves you're...
No, I'm not wrong. When I describe what you've just given me...
is flat and linear, not arced.
You've just described a measurement from sea level for the altitude of the road at 1,000 feet. That's not me being wrong. That's me reiterating what you've said to me.
Yes or no? Nathan,
yes, Earth's measured flat.
Can a trundle wheel be used to measure a curved surface? Yes or no? My answer is yes. What's your answer? Yes?
My answer is that if we're going to measure the surfaces, we're going to need the altitudes. And if we've got the altitudes measured from sea level, we've ipso facto already established Earth as a flat plane to describe the altitudes with respect to sea level.
Neil, you want to give it a shot?
My name's Nathan. The Earth is measured flat from sea level as per Buck's description of 1,000 feet for the road with respect to the sea level.
One deck, you want to give it a shot?
Maybe you could keep appealing to other people that aren't me while I fucking annihilate you, Buck. Yeah, the 1,000 feet you said was from sea level. Well, it's got to be parallel with sea level for it to be 1,000 feet accurately measured from sea level. That's what you just described.
Answer. Is there anyone else that will answer?
Anybody but Nathan. Anybody but Nathan who's repeating back what Buck has given me for the altitude of the road he's going to be measuring for a trundle wheel, future tense. Meanwhile, we've already got miles marked out on maps. They're flat. Meanwhile, we've already got the altitude measured in Buck's example, 1,000 feet from sea level. That's parallel with the sea level.
To speak like you, to not be able to say yes or no is actually astounding. Are you not able to say yes or no?
Yes, Earth is measured flat from sea level.
Two answers, yes or no. If the fact that you can't answer it should tell all of your little followers that you're...
My little followers, like the little fucking pathetic beta cucks that you are, that would have your head flushed down the bog, you've got a flat Earth prerequisite measurement of altitude from sea level, though, Buck.
Yes or no?
Yes or no,
Do
sea
it
level.
for your followers.
Sea level,
you tell
yes or
them
no?
all that miles are flat, so support that.
Okay, on a map,
100% flat.
You've got a horizontal distance on the scale. It's got the word miles written on it, and it's flat, as per the measurements. Now, that is also affirmed by Buck Sodbuster's own use of elevation, 1,000 feet, described from the sea level. If we're inland and we're going to describe 1,000 feet, then it must be parallel with the sea level to accurately describe it at 1,000 feet. So when he asks me to prove how flat Earth is measured with linear miles, I take you to a map. And when you describe how high the altitude is for the road, I take you to the sea level you used, Buck.
Okay, let me answer that, Nathan.
Wasn't a question. That was a statement of absolute fact, reiterating Buck's words. I make a statement of fact, Buck hears a question mark. No, me describing sea level and 1,000 feet horizontal with respect to sea level, that's not a fucking question, you stupid retard.
You're scared to let me respond now?
I don't need a response from you fucking retard. I'm reiterating what you've told me. Height, 1,000 feet, parallel to sea level. That's what it is. That's not a question, you fucking retard.
I'm going to start again.
Oh, are you? Well, I'm going to point out that sea level requires a horizontal plane, and to be parallel with it to describe 1,000 feet in a vertical datum, you need a flat Earth at sea level to describe it from.
Say the thing. Say the thing.
Say the stuttery bitch. Say the stuttery bitch, Buck. You would have your head flushed down the bog, you pathetic little twat. You need sea level for altitudes. You described 1,000 feet off it.
Neil, did you stutter?
Would you stutter for me, you little bitch? You stuttery little twat. You need sea level. I'm not asking you anything, you dumb fuck. I'm telling you, you use sea level to give altitudes from it.
Doesn't it bother you that he won't say yes or no to such a simple question?
What, like sea level?
Doesn't it bother you, Neil?
Sorry, my name's Nathan. I'm the one fucking annihilating you with your own words, you dumb shit. You need sea level. You need 1,000 feet to be parallel with the sea level. You appeal to it. I'm not asking you anything, you dumb shit.
It doesn't bother you, Neil?
Right, why'd you keep appealing to Neil? Get him off me, Neil! Get him off me! He keeps pointing out I've used altitudes from sea level. Parallel for a vertical datum at 1,000 feet. Yeah, you can appeal to Neil all you like. You're still getting the living shit kicked out of you by me. Metaphorically, Buck. Sea level, mate. That's level.
Curved roads with a trundle wheel, mate.
Or sea level. The altitude of the road is 1,000 feet. That would be from sea level.
Curved roads with a trundle wheel.
The sea level is what you appeal to when you described 1,000 feet parallel to the surface level with the measurement from sea level. That is not curving. Sea level means having no part higher or lower than another. And for your description of 1,000 feet to be accurate...
Why can't we just use a yardstick if measurements are
yardsticks are flat.
only horizontal?
Yardsticks are flat.
Why can't we?
We can. Yardsticks
Why can't we use a yardstick?
We can. They're flat.
We can, because Earth is flat, but you can't.
Okay, ready? So does a trundle wheel measure a curved surface?
No, but I mean, mapping is done with respect to a plane. And the altitudes on the maps are described from sea level. You use them.
What's your new claim?
You use
Little
them.
Neil, save me from Nathan.
No, mate, you use sea level for your altitude 1,000 feet above it. That's parallel to a plane of reference.
But it's nonsense.
Right, nonsense. Why did you use it then? You don't have to use sea level when I ask you about the altitude of the road and describe it from your own lips as being 1,000 feet from sea level. That's you using it.
Chat, if someone else wants a shot at
help me, chat, help me. No, all the dweebs. You need the dweeb army. Sorry, I thought you didn't know who the dweeb army was a minute ago, but now you're appealing to the dweeb army to pull me off you. Right? You need that dweeb army, don't you?
Know what science is.
Sorry, it's not science when we talk about measurements from sea level. That's not science. Yeah, that's a measurement from sea level parallel to the surface for your altitude at 1,000 feet that you appeal to.
Then someone
who are you fucking stuttery retard. Your head's being dunked under the bog, and this is you stuttering and gargling the fucking bog water while you stutter, you pathetic little bitch.
Nathan, can we use a trundle wheel to measure a curved surface?
No, I use a fucking map. Or I'd use Google Earth, or I'd use an elevation profile. I wouldn't go out and measure anything with a fucking trundle wheel if I'm referencing distances that are horizontal that we can acquire from the scale on a map. You want to appeal to an AI-generated introduction video when you appeal to a horizontal distance measurement and tell me that future tense, you could get it with a trundle wheel. Why? We've already got maps. They're already flat, you fucking retard. We've already got the heights off sea level. We don't need you out with a fucking trundle wheel, spastic.
We're at the basics, Nathan.
100 miles with a trundle wheel,
measured with a trundle wheel.
Okay. Oh, no worries. But go and get me 100-mile measurement with a trundle wheel. Off you go.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I wanted to say. Like, how far do you got to roll a trundle wheel to find a distinction between the chord length of the flat Earth and arc length of the globe?
Forget that.
Like, you have to roll like 20 miles. Who rolls a trundle wheel 10 miles?
Forget.
Nobody. Buck's a fucking retard. He thinks that he acquires distance measurements, not from maps, not from the flat scales, but by rolling out a fucking trundle wheel. That's because Buck's a retard.
You won't let me speak.
Right, I'm letting you speak. I heard you describe how you acquire distances with trundle wheels from AI videos, and then I called you a fucking spastic.
So Nathan claims that all distances must be...
Buck claims he gets his distances with a fucking trundle wheel. Buck's a fucking retard.
They don't have to be horizontal. Alec, that is the reason I brought up that.
Did you measure Earth curve with a trundle wheel?
I did not measure Earth curve with a trundle wheel.
So he's a fucking retard. So he doesn't measure distances with a trundle wheel. The guy's just fucking insane. Yes, spastic. Have your head dunked in the bog by Nathan Oakley while you appeal to everybody around you, your dweeb army and my panel to get responses. Meanwhile, you have measured Earth flat from sea level, Buck.
Reciprocal zenith angles?
Right, a zenith angle. A zenith is perpendicular to a plane. An angle is two straight lines. So when you say reciprocating zenith angles, you mean flat Earth elevation angles?
Distances can only be measured horizontally.
Sorry, a minute ago we was talking about reciprocating angles. I talk about what? Reciprocation from a flat plane, and we get no reply. We get distances. Jump around much? You said reciprocating zenith angles. The angles are two straight lines taken from the surface level.
Don't chime in and try and save Nathan if you're not going to even...
Reciprocating zenith angles, I heard. And now I'm responding. The angles are measured from surface level.
Talking to Alec, not you, Nathan.
Oh, really?
You haven't gotten past the simple question of, do distances have to be horizontal?
Yes, like on the maps. When you look at a scale to acquire, I don't know, maybe a 100-mile distance, you'd look on the map, you'd look on the scale, and it is ipso facto flat.
Talking about a map, Nathan.
Oh, you're not? I am fucktard. Listen to the words coming out my mouth. Yes, we acquire distances from maps. Yes, they are flat, you fucking retard.
Distances must be horizontal.
Yes, they're horizontal on maps.
Every time you say that, you lie.
Sorry, no, I'm not lying. Go and look at a fucking map. Distance. It's on a scale. It is flat. That's not me being a liar. That's just how fucking maps work.
Well, do trundle wheels measure curve?
Sorry, do we get trundle wheels when we're getting our map distances, you fucking spastic? You're getting 100 miles from a trundle wheel, are you dumb fuck?
You asked me how I measure the surface of the Earth.
No, you asked me how we acquire horizontal flat Earth measurements of distance, and I said from a map. Your response was, we're not talking about maps.
Okay, so do we agree that we can measure curved distances on the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, we can acquire curved distances with respect to the altitudes that are measured from sea level. We covered this earlier. I asked you how we'd know how the height of the road was with respect to. You said we'd get it from sea level, and then you gave a example at 1,000 feet. So in order to describe the elevation changes, if you're measuring something like a hill, you'll need a flat Earth sea level to acquire the differences and deviations from.
When
no amount of interruption from Buck a fucking coward will alter how he referenced sea level for his altitude at 1,000 feet. Maybe if you've got constant non-stop chanting through the fact that he acquired 1,000 feet as an example from sea level, will change how parallel to sea level his 1,000 feet is in the vertical. We can measure
a curved surface.
No, not when we're measuring altitude. We're measuring it with respect to sea level. That's not curving.
Elevation as a distraction.
Right,
so
elevation is how we measure Earth.
Do you now concede that we can measure curved distances on the surface of the Earth?
Oh, yeah, we can measure hills and valleys, but we'd need to know how high or low they are with respect to sea level. And you've already detailed how we'd do that. We'd do that from sea level on a vertical datum with respect to a parallel plane of reference that we call sea level. So we're going to need these data points for altitudes if we're going to measure hills. Yeah, we can measure hills, but we'll need sea level to describe them from.
Yes. You guys all hear that? So distances aren't always horizontal. They can be curved. Right, Nathan?
I have a question, please. An idiot, Buck.
No, the deviation from the horizontal would require that the deviation is from a horizontal distance measurement. So in the first instance, to describe a deviation for altitude measured from sea level, we'd need a horizontal distance to reference it to.
Altitude, for the question of can we measure the distance of a curved surface? Altitude plays no role in that.
Maybe you can give me a practical example where that's demonstrated, like on a map or something. Do we have curvals, miles on maps?
I'm talking about measuring the surface.
Yeah, and I'm saying when we've measured the surface, is there an example of curved measurements on maps?
Simple question.
That's a
stuttery little bitch. No, the fucking isn't, dumb fuck, globe believing cuck. No, the measurements that apply to the maps are all fucking flat.
So is the surface flat?
So maybe you could just distract away from how flat we measured the Earth to produce the maps with the flat scales. Yeah, I can example how fucking flat Earth's been measured for maps.
Are you saying that...
I'm saying that Earth's measured flat for the scales on maps, you fucking retard.
But we're not talking about a map.
I am talking about maps and how flat Earth was measured to create them. That is a flat Earth linear horizontal distance measurement ascribed on the scale of a map marked with the word mile or kilometre. Those are flat, useful, practically applied measurements depicted on maps.
So whoever's... Listen, please clip the...
So whoever's gonna stutter like a fucking bitch getting raped. That's what you are, Buck, you pathetic little twat. I'm talking about maps. Maps represent the world that we inhabit, and they are utilising measurements of the surface. They are depicted as flat. You understand me,
what
fucking
was the
retard?
R word you just said? You're talking... With your kids next to you, you're saying...
Sorry, now we're going to talk about my kids. So Buck's going to be removed from the cunting conversation because he's a wanker. The minute he's absolutely fucking annihilated, he has to talk about my children. What a cunt. This is the point that, bang, I'd have broken his fucking nose and then stamped on his throat. Because he's getting annihilated with the argument. That would be his use of flat earth measurement. He needs to bring up my fucking kids. No, Buck, if you were in front of me, I'd break your fucking nose.
The R word.
I'd break your fucking nose, but I'd break your fucking nose for bringing up my kids. You pathetic wanker. When you lose, you need to talk about my kids. Don't you, total cunt? Fuck off. Bring up my kids. How fucking dare you?
Scumbag who measures fucking theodolite angles, dickhead.
Like I said to the audience during the live show, this is the point that I would break Buck's fucking nose So because you've lost, because you need sea level, because you're not talking about maps, but maps unequivocally use horizontal distances, you need to start talking about my fucking kids. How fucking dare you? I would beat the living shit out of Buck Sodbuster if he was in front of me. I'd stamp on his fucking face. That's what I would do to him. But because we've got globe-believing cucks in the audience, they need to chat skank through me and my justifiable disdain and desire to beat the living shit out of somebody who, when proven wrong about how flat maps are, brings up my kids. You should all be ashamed.
Not the territory, don't we?
Fuck off, you adenoidal little twat.
You can't do fuck all with an angle.
Can't do fuck all with an angle.
You used two of them last week,
Can't do
right?
fuck all with an angle.
Definitely can't measure the Earth flat with an angle.
Right, we measure Earth flat with angles. Elevation angles are used to measure Earth flat. This dumb fuck adenoidal twat called Bev, who would have had the shit kicked out of him for being an adenoidal little twat in school, has just said we can do fuck all with an angle. If you are at sea and you are lost, you will measure the surface level with an elevation angle measurement to acquire your location, to acquire a fix, to derive circles of equal elevation from the flat Earth angle measurement of the stars. Bev is a fucking retard.
It's the point where you measure the angle.
So we measure an angle then,
Angle.
you fucking retard.
Angle.
Yeah, we do.
Angle. He was on last week saying, Nathan, can you help me? We can all get together and go measure some fucking angles we can do fuck all with.
69
You
in the
fucking
globe,
retard,
yeah.
mate.
Yeah, retard.
Nathan,
Bev, you
what
caught
is
being
it?
called a retard because you are one.
Agreed.
Bev,
I
you
said we could
fucking
do fuck all with an
golem-looking
angle,
retard.
but we got two of them.
Yeah? You look like a spastic, you behave like a spastic, and you make spastic statements. Like you can do fuck all with an angle, while simultaneously appealing to my audience to go out with you to go and acquire angles, you fucking retard.
We've got a map as well.
It was one angle.
Yeah, what, a map with a flat Earth horizontal linear distance
Hang on
scale
a
on
minute,
it?
Bev, you fucking retard. Shut up, it was one angles.
As well as an angle.
Right, on the maps, we've got flat distances, though, haven't we, Bev?
The map already exists.
Right, we've got flat distances on the map, haven't we, Bev?
Absolutely. Horizontal distances, yeah.
Do you hear that, Buck, you fucking retard? So Bev's appealing to the thing that you couldn't concede when you decided to add on me with my kids. Yeah, we've got horizontal distance measurements on the maps, Buck, you fucking retard. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, maps, the way we've measured Earth is with flat, horizontal, linear distances, as per the scales. That this dumb shit called Bev, who says we can do fuck all with angles, absolutely appreciates. Unlike Bev, Buck doesn't seem to get it. Dumb fuck.
It takes a special kind of man to talk shit about somebody who's already been muted. Why don't you just move the fuck on?
It's the angles, Nathan. It's the angles, not the angles. It's the angles.
He's not muted me.
Right, Buck Sodbuster got muted because he started talking about my fucking kids, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, then how about you move on from Buck and start talking about somebody else? Like, he's muted. Shut the fuck up.
So now you're going to get muted, Roger that, you stupid twat. Yeah, you're going to defend this cunt. This wanker has just brought up my kids when he was losing about flat Earth map measurements. So he brought up my kids. So yeah, I muted him. Yeah, do you think I'm going to tolerate him bringing my fucking kids into the discussion? How dare he?
Who's this fucking Roger? Kids here in your foul mouth, though, Nathan, I think.
Bev, I would beat the living shit out of you if you were in my presence because you're an irritating twat. You deserve to have your nose broken. You're a prick. You tell me contradictorily that you've got an angle that you want to acquire that you can do fuck all with. That makes you a stupid retard.
It's a latitude. How do you
stutter for me, you dumb fuck retard? Stutter for me, you dumb shit.
How did he evolve to help us out?
Right, what, acquiring angles you could do fuck all with, you dumb shit?
Do you know what I do with? Do you know what I do with him, Nathan? I cut him up with a
South's a
fucking
flat
angle
Earth
grinder.
direction, you dumb shit. You've got south, that's a flat Earth directionality, you dumb shit.
Not the antipodal south.
Sorry, south is a flat Earth direction, you dumb shit.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, you're fucking right. It is Bev, you dumb spastic. South is a flat Earth only direction. What do I get? A tacit acceptance of okay? Yeah, South's flat, you dumb shit.
Do they Do they
stutter when I point out south to them? You're fucking right, they do. Yeah, that's Bev having his fucking head dunked in the bog, metaphorically speaking, as he stutters like a little bitch. South is flat.
I predict Edda Bear's next.
Is it a circle that gets bigger?
South's flat.
Angle grinder.
Can you not cope with south?
Does the
Bev?
south circle get bigger?
The south's flat.
The equator,
South's flat,
does
Bev.
that where the antipodal is?
So maybe this stuttery little bitch can't cope with south being flat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So south's flat, you dumb fuck. Yes, that's right. We measure Earth flat with south. You can't describe south anything other than flat, and if you're going to use it, Earth's flat to describe it.
How they measure it flat in the south?
South is flat, you dumb fuck. Look south, you stupid retard.
You measure, don't forget, you measure...
Sorry, you measure, don't forget. Stuttery little retard. South is a flat Earth direction, you stuttery little retard.
Right, is that out from...
Maybe you could string a sentence together, you dumb shit. South is flat, Bev, you fucking stuttery retard.
So every direction is south, right?
Right, south's flat.
Linear, in any direction. And
Yeah, south's flat.
South, right?
Linear. Yeah, it's flat, you dumb fuck. Yeah, dumb fucking retard. Go and buy yourself a fucking compass, you stupid spastic. South's flat.
Yeah.
The south circles are bigger than the north.
The circles are flat, south's flat, it's flat, south's flat. Yeah, it's flat. South's flat, Bev.
Circles to make
Circles
a
are flat.
globe that's antipodal.
Circles are 2D, mate.
How's that work?
2D circles.
Globe. Who said anything about a globe?
Nathan, when he did his demonstration.
No, when I put on screen how flat Earth is measured to derive a globe, Bev now decides that's my claim. Me pointing out how globe believers derive flat planes for circles. That's circles of equal elevation derived from elevation angles. I point out how they need a flat Earth, and Bev makes it my claim. Yeah, again, Bev, I'd break your fucking nose and flush your head down the bog because you're misrepresenting how I describe my opponents on the globe side, measuring a flat plane with angles.
Nathan.
So I'd break your fucking nose, Bev.
Yeah, I know it's bad, isn't it?
Yeah, you stuttery little bitch. I'd smash your nose into your head because you're misrepresenting what I do. I describe how globe believers require a flat plane to measure elevation angles from to create their globe. Bev, a cunt, describes how that's my claim now. No, wanker, you just get a bloody nose.
Earth, right, Nathan?
No, the globe is not the Earth, but the globe that's created from flat Earth measurements requires flat Earth measurements when my opponents appeal to things like latitude. That would be angle measurements. A fucking retard named Bev says you can't do anything with. Globe believers, on the meanwhile, utilise flat Earth elevation angle measurements of Polaris to create their globe. Not mine. Not what this dumb fuck who'd have a broken nose right about now is trying to misrepresent me as having. I don't claim Earth's a globe. But this dumb fuck who's now talking through me feels that he's justified with his million miles of cable. If you couldn't keep your mouth shut while I'm explaining how you're misrepresenting me, I'd just break your teeth, Bev. I'd just smash your teeth out. What I'd do to you, Bev, if you're in front of me is smash your teeth right about now. Because what you've done is misrepresent me. And while I explain how your misrepresentation about a globe Earth derived from flat Earth measurements isn't my fucking claim, you yattering with me talking would get you a broken fucking nose.
Yeah. I really hope...
I thought you'd already broke it by the looks of him.
Yeah, he's already had it probably smashed up a few times by people who beat the shit out of him in high school.
Why do you think he talks like that?
Got short man syndrome. He's a pathetic little pin dick twat who's undoubtedly had most of his life spent being bullied by the alphas in his world.
He has. He's been fucking bullied. He's been abused.
I'd say Nathan's got some sort of...
Really, I'd say that Bev's a fucking cuck who needs South. Now, he's not going to acknowledge how flat South is. He's going to keep asking me questions.
Oh, yeah, I want to know about this.
Yeah, you want to go all high-pitched, do you, Bev? Yeah, South's flat. South's flat. Have you never used a compass?
Going over it tonight, Nathan.
Are you going over our flatter compasses? You're going over our flatter compasses?
Notice how we don't give a shit, Bev. We don't.
You're going to go over our flatter compasses?
Bev, you're
No,
irrelevant.
we're going to go over the antipodal planes.
Right, the planes that the globe believers create with elevation angle measurements. Shut up, Neil. You're going to go over how the antipodal assumption of a globe believer is derived from flat plane measurements.
Okay, so
the glober makes antipodal flat Earth measurements of angles. Yeah, that's not me, though, is it? Yeah, like I say, when you misrepresent this as being my claim, I'd break your teeth.
How does it work?
But now you're asking me a question. I say when you misrepresent that which my opponent on the globe side utilises, that's flat plane elevation angle measurements to derive this antipodal system they use for their globe, that's not my claim. When you inappropriately ascribe that to me, I'd just smash your teeth out, Bev.
Yeah,
if we were in
where
person.
do you get your south, Nathan? That's what I'm asking you.
South's flat.
Yes. How?
Yes. So South's flat. So that's the end of this fucking discussion. I don't need a globe believer's... Shut up. I don't need a globe believer's representation of their measurements of a flat plane to create their globe, ascribed to me by this snot-faced little adenoidal twat named Bev. When he misrepresents me and says, your antipodal claim, no, that's how the globe gets created. But when he keeps doing it, if he was in front of me, I'd break his fucking teeth. That's what I'd do, Bev. I'd break your teeth.
There's two planes, and when they make...
Right, are they mine? Are these globe-believing planes that you're now describing, Bev?
How do you get...
Right, how do I do it? I don't! What I do is point out how globe believers do it. Again, like I say, if Bev was in front of me, bang, I'd break his fucking jaw. Because he keeps ascribing something that I've not claimed to me. Now, he can do that with 1,000,000 miles of fibre between me, this pathetic, snot-faced, ugly little twat. But if he was in front of me, he'd have his fucking teeth broken.
I don't even know that the sun goes around in a different fucking direction, do you?
Right, sorry, you think the sun goes in two directions as well, do you, retard?
We're counter-rotating sun circles. Yes, Nathan.
Right, east to west.
It's the bane of flat Earth.
So do you think the sun goes from west to east, Bev?
No, the sun...
So you're a fucking retard! It only goes in one direction, you stupid snot-faced adenoidal motherfucker. It goes in one direction, east to west, you stupid twat.
Depending on where you are.
But not depending on fucking anything. It only goes in one direction, you fucking retard.
Well, observe, Nathan.
Right, it's going in east to west direction only, you fucking retard.
Yeah.
Yeah, you fucking dumb motherfucker. Yes, you stupid shit. East to west only. One direction, you dumb shit.
Yes. Counter-rotating, yes.
Right, that's one direction, you stupid motherfucker.
Yes, it's impossible to explain.
Right, nobody's trying to explain it. South is a flat Earth direction. Miles on maps are flat. Surface level altitude angle measurements are from a flat plane, and elevation itself requires Earth measured from sea level. Earth is measured flat. You described how horizontal distances prove a globe while you yatter through me. Yeah, again, you talking while I'm talking would get you a broken jaw, Bev. If you're in front of me, I'd just fucking knock you out. Right now, Bev, I'd just punch you. Yeah, as you talk through me, proving you wrong, I'd just break your nose, Bev, and you fucking know it. I'd just break your nose if you were in front of me. Yeah, with 1,000,000 miles of fibre between you, you can chat skank through the top of me. If we were in person, Bev, you little shit, I'd just break your jaw.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nathan,
I'd break your fucking jaw if you're in front of me chatting through me while I point out how flat Earth is and you describe how horizontal distances prove a globe. Now, that's a contradiction in terms. While I point this out, all you can do with 1,000,000 miles of fibre between us is this, which is chat through the top of me. If you're in front of me, Bev, I'd be breaking your nose right about now.
Yeah, but I'd still be telling you that the Earth's not flat, Nathan.
Really? Well, it's measured flat on maps. It's measured flat from sea level. It's measured flat with altitudes. It's measured flat with altitude angles.
The map is not the territory, Nathan.
Really? Well, it represents what's been measured to produce the map, and it's got a horizontal distance on the map.
Yes.
Yes. So when we measure Earth to produce maps, we measure it flat with horizontal distances. Yes. Ergo, Earth is measured flat for the maps.
horizontal distance measure.
Yes. So, you fucking retard. When you tell me Earth's not flat and then affirm that on the maps we've got flat horizontal distances that are measured to produce the maps, that means Earth has been measured flat for the maps.
Yeah, but you don't know.
Yeah, but I don't know how fucking broken your nose would be. Yeah, I'd just punch you, Bev. I'd just beat the living shit out of you for being a twat.
Fuzzy. Yeah, you go in the aggressive thing again.
Yeah, I'd just beat the shit out of you, Bev. I'd just smack your face. Because when you tell me, no, it's not measured flat, but what, the maps were produced with flat Earth measurements, that's you contradicting yourself like a snot-nosed, adenoidal little twat that needs his nose breaking.
A minute.
You realize how you're contradicting yourself, Bev?
Yeah, and it would get you a broken nose if you were in front of me.
You shouldn't think about contradictions, Neil.
I should think about breaking your nose if you're in front of me, but because you're a fucking cuck coward, this is how you exist with your contradictions. You can only get away with these stupid, nonsensical contradictions with a million miles of fibre between you and me. Because you know full fucking well if you did it in front of me, it wouldn't last long. You'd be on the floor bleeding. That's what would happen to you, Bev. You wouldn't do this in person. Like
Yes,
all the
I
rest
would,
of the
mate.
globe-believing
I would tell
cucks,
you-
you're
I
a
would tell you
snot-nosed
how-
little
I'll be able to
twat.
explain it much better, I think.
Look, you're a snot-nosed little twat. Nobody fucking liked you in school. Nobody likes you now.
That may be projection from you, Nathan.
No, people like me, Bev, right? People pay me to do this. Pointing out how flat Earth is measured with you affirming it, only to then contradict yourself to tell me how flat it isn't,
the Earth
would be
isn't
the reason
flat.
that
I
you'd get a
tell
broken
you
nose. It's not
measured
projection,
flat.
it's just facts.
Surveyors do not measure the Earth flat.
Oh, really?
Yes, they
So when
do.
a surveyor measures the altitude, are they measuring it
Yeah,
from
but
sea
that's
level?
just you, Nathan.
Sorry, why are you interrupting me?
True.
So when a surveyor measures the altitude, are they measuring it from sea level?
They measure it not flat.
Sorry, that's not answering my question. Again, bang! I'd just break his fucking nose. Telling me, as a reiteration of a baseless assertion, we don't measure it flat. Yeah, broken nose time for Bev if he was in front of me. Yeah? That's not projection. That's what I'd do to him. I'd break his fucking nose. Because why? Well, what about the altitude? So they're measured from sea level? Are they measured from sea level, Bev? Altitude's measured from sea level?
End up in the grill out there.
Sorry, are they measured from surface level?
I had a shock when I got it down.
Sorry, Bev, are we measuring altitudes from sea level?
Nathan, look.
You're just about to go and clean the bath, but thank God
Surveyors do not.
because you would have pissed me off.
Who's that?
Last night, when I was going
Coming in
to
to save you,
I
Nathan.
would have run it there.
Moxie, go on mute. But Bev,
Got some
sea
help
level,
in the
that's where we get
background there. Is
altitude
he
from,
coming
right?
in to save you? Oh, let's come in and help Nathan. He's getting wrecked by Bev.
Right, Bev, sea level, that's how we get altitude,
You
isn't it?
couldn't fucking rape a kid.
Bev, we get surface level measurements from sea level, don't we?
Did Neil just say that?
Maybe Bev could just ignore me indefinitely. Yeah, again, another reason why I get a broken fucking nose as he tries to dodge the question over and over again. So, surveying, Bev, you brought up surveying.
Yeah, surveying.
Yeah, so do we survey altitudes from sea level?
Nathan, it's a fucking ridiculous statement.
So do we measure surface level and sea level when we get altitudes, Bev?
You don't measure anything, Nathan.
No, surveyors, Bev. Again, bang! I'd just break his fucking nose. Yeah, well, he dodges this question repeatedly. Yeah, you'd be on the floor bleeding, Bev, if you were in front of me. It's not projection, it's what I'd do. I'd break your fucking nose. While you tell me you're not measuring anything. What, after you've brought up a survey?
It doesn't sound like you're safe to be in the public.
You know, it sounds like I'd break your nose if you dodge the question repeatedly. Surface
Go
level,
on,
sea
ask me
level.
the question again, Nathan.
So
and I'll
do
try to
surveyors
answer
measure
it
altitude
again.
from sea level?
Okay. They measure altitude changes.
From sea level?
No, they measure elevation changes, actually.
Elevation.
Of the land.
And elevations from sea level. From sea level.
From the datum that they're using.
Sea level.
Well, but that one...
So again, another reason why, bang, I'd just break his fucking nose. as he stutters and dodges the question. Yeah, you're just dodging my question, you little twat.
No, you haven't got.
Now break your nose, Bev. That's what I'd do if you're in front of me right now. You would be bleeding.
I'm here representing professional surveyors,
and they measure altitude from sea level. And Neil, shut up. Neil, shut up.
Have the nerve, Nathan, that the Earth is not measured flat.
Oh, so we don't measure altitudes from sea level then?
I'll tell you the horizontal distances.
So horizontal distances is a flat Earth measurement prerequisite. It's a horizontal distance. Yeah, that's what we measure. Earth's measured flat with horizontal distances. But that's not what I'm asking about. I'm asking about sea level references to altitude.
A vertical datum.
Yeah, from sea level.
A vertical datum.
From sea level.
From a zero that they've put, yes.
Yeah, sea level.
Yes.
So Earth's measured flat from sea level then, Bev?
No, it's not.
Oh, so it's not measured from a datum that's referencing a level C. That's having no part higher or lower than another. That is ipso facto flat. That's what level means. That's where we measure altitudes from. Bev says no, they don't measure flat. Well, what the fuck do you think sea level is, you retard?
Do you know what I mean?
Why are you asking me? What do you think sea level is, you fucking retard?
Right, because it's a measurement on a vertical datum of a load of numbers, and you get the mean from an average.
And I mean what? Level, meaning no part higher or lower than another, to describe the deviation of all of the land topography. Yeah, that's Earth's land topography in elevation being described from sea level. Again, like I say, while I'm pointing this out, Bev's talking through me. Another reason why he'd have a broken fucking nose if he was in front of me. Because yakking through me would get your nose broken if you were in front of me, Bev. Because I'm pointing out that we do unequivocally measure Earth flat from sea level. No matter yakking in front of me when you were in person with me would result in you not bleeding. You would be bleeding, Bev, if you carried on doing this in front of me. Doing it with 1,000,000 miles of fibre in front of you and I doesn't change how fucking broken your nose would be, while I point out the sea level measurements are measurements of altitude with respect to a surface level. No matter yakking through the top of me would change how I broke your nose if you were in front of me.
Rotating drum.
Right, we're measuring from sea level, you dumb fuck.
You're not measuring anything.
No, the surveyors are measuring from sea level, but Bev wants to make this about me. Like he wanted to make the Globe Believers antipodal claim for sphericity about me. Suddenly it's about, I'm not measuring from sea level. No, I'm not. The surveyors you brought up that measure from sea level. They're the ones measuring Earth flat, not me. No matter yakking through the top of me would result in anything other than a broken nose in person, Bev. If we were in front of each other now, I'd be breaking your nose, you little turd.
Yeah. But I am the one with the land surveying certificate.
Oh, I've got a swimming certificate. So therefore Earth's flat because the pool's flat. I've got a bronze swimming certificate. Who gives a flying fuck? You measure from sea level, you dumb shit.
Personally measured the Earth to be not flat.
What, from sea level?
Anywhere.
From sea level?
Do you want me to start?
Well, you've got a horizontal description of a deviation from a level as the overall description that you can describe it deviating from. It's called sea level.
Yeah.
Yeah! So you dumb shit! It's measured flat from sea level, you repugnant little fuck.
What's measured? No, it's not measured flat though, Nathan.
Yeah, you're describing the deviation in the topology from the surface level, from the average you use sea level with.
Describe it as not flat.
No, you're describing deviations from sea level. Sea level's flat.
Not flat.
Level means flat, you dumb shit.
No, the sea level is a...
Level means having no part higher or lower than the other. That means flat, you dumb motherfucker.
It doesn't mean flat, Nathan.
Sorry, level means having no part higher or lower than another, you fucking retard.
Horizontal, but not flat.
Level, that means having no part higher or lower than the other, all on the same level. That's flat. That's what we describe the deviation of the topology, the land, from a sea level.
You yell and talk to your wife like this?
Who the fuck are you?
Talk to you like this.
They were not synonyms yesterday, Nathan. Flat.
I told you Annabelle was coming next. I predicted it.
Who is this fucking whore that just spoke to me about my wife?
Nathan.
Not talking to you anymore. Some fucking whore just addressed me and how I speak to my wife.
Come on. This isn't how we sell
Shut
the
the
book.
fuck up, you stupid little
Fuck
pathetic
up, Bev.
turd.
Nobody's talking to you. You had your chance.
Bitch! Who the fuck spoke to me about my wife? No, you haven't got your brave pills now, you're on the spot. This was not about me or my family. It was about sea level measurements for a survey of Earth.
I don't answer to you, and you can.
And fuck off!
That's how you talk.
You
to
stupid
women.
whore!
You.
Fuck you, you stupid little slut! You think you can talk about my wife, do you, whore? Go fuck yourself, whore. Think you can talk about my wife? I'll call you a whore. That's what I'll do. If you want to bring my wife into the discussion, you'll be removed from it, you fucking whore.
Why would you do that?
Because she's got nothing to address me with, so she brings up my wife.
Nathan, why would you do that?
Fuck off, Bev.
That was directed at Nathan, right, Neil?
Bev,
No.
I'm talking
Why
about
would
you
that
being in front of me.
woman come
How
in
I talk
and
to
bring
you
up
in
Nathan's
person.
wife?
How
Why?
I talk to you in person, right? With you yakking through the top of me about how flat it isn't measured from sea level, you dumb shit.
Yeah, that wasn't directed at Nathan. That was directed at that woman, whoever came in and said that shit. It was directed at her. Why would you say that? Why would you bring a man's wife into the conversation that we're having with a fucking retard? Actually, 10 retards.
Yeah. No, it's like Buck Sodbuster has to make it about my kids. This fucking whore has to make it about my wife. What have you got to say for yourself, you fucking stupid whore? I'm addressing you, CK, you dumb whore.
I've wondered why people.
Shut up, Bev. I'm not talking to you anymore, you fucking retard.
More.
CK, you dumb whore. Why the fuck did you make this about my wife? Someone else's server muted her.
It's always when you got them in the corner and they're losing their ass, then they bring your kids or your wife.
No response, CK? Why did you make this about my family? You fucking stupid bitch. No response? You won't talk to me? You just want to make it about my family? When I'm talking about flat Earth sea level measurements for altitude deviations.
Why would anybody want to talk?
Shut up, Bev. I'm not fucking talking to you anymore. Yeah, you'd be on the floor bleeding, and this fucking whore would too. I want to make it about my wife, whore. The fuck are you doing, making it about my family when I point out how Earth's measured flat from sea level? Suddenly you got to make it about my wife, have you? Pathetic.
Nathan, you say she doesn't answer to you, so it's fruitless calling out to her.
Then why did she pipe up?
To protect her dweeb.
Yeah, dweeb defense. You need this woman to defend you, do you, bunch of twats? Oh, wow, I really did well making it about my wife. Well done. About as good as Buck Sodbuster, making it about my kids.
They're all going to get together later on Bev's show and have a grand show, are they not?
Are you going to talk about my wife and kids on it? Is that what you're going to do on your little show? Oh, we measure Earth not to be flat and Nathan's kids and wife, blah, 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 blah. Is that what you're going to do? Fucking pathetic. Yeah, you'd get a slap too, bitch. Yeah, when you make this about my wife. Be like, what the fuck do you think you're doing? Oh, no, but you've run away and cowered now that I've actually addressed you. Yeah, you wanted to make this about my wife? Yeah, you get a taste.
I'm actually busy, but you obviously aren't, and this is how you talk to people. So
I talk to
that's
you.
what you make a living doing.
Yeah, that's how I talk to you.
I'm sure. I'm sure
I didn't make it about your husband
family as well.
Did I make it about your husband? Have you got a husband? You got a husband? No? Fucking scrabby spinster, right? Have you got kids? Have you got a husband? Let's make about them. What are their names? Let's talk about your kids. You want to talk about your kids, CK? Should we talk about your husband? No? Don't want to talk about your husband? Right? Probably haven't got one. Some fucking dried up fanny spinster. Right, CK? No husband. No man. That's why you're here. I'm addressing you, you fucking dried up crabby spinster. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Yeah, you wanted to make it about someone who isn't here, my wife.
You brought it on.
Yeah, I expect she's some fat, ugly bitch who can't attract a man. Am I right, CK? Are you a fat, ugly bitch? No, no comment. You just want to run in and talk about my wife and then run away like a fucking coward. Are your brave pills run out? Have they no longer got any more brave pills, CK? Now that the only address is to you. Do you have a husband? We'll assume not, right? Yeah, deeply undesirable, crabby fucking spinster of a bitch. That's what you obviously are. How do you like it, you crabby spinster? Fucking cowards.
They all took it out now?
All right, does anybody else want to bring up my wife or my kids? Because you're losing about how flat Earth gets measured.
Yeah, what time are they coming home? Don't forget you're coming out.
Yeah, I've got to wait for the car to come back. My wife's out with my kids.
Or is anybody going to come in and tell us how Earth is not measured flat, like dumbass Bev?
No, you all took it out. It's reached the point where you've got to talk about my wife and kids.
Is there any demonstrations of his work and his surveying? Because I don't reckon it.
Yeah, I want to see a certificate.
I want to see the buildings he's put up.
Representing the professional surveyors. Surely you've seen my certificate.
What buildings have you erected, Bev? That's what you're being asked.
I haven't.
Who gives a flying fuck about your certificate then?
Nathan.
So who gives a fuck about your certificate? You haven't done anything with it.
So how are you representing them? Dumbass.
Well, by telling you.
But you haven't got anything to offer, Bev. You haven't built anything.
Yeah, but they.
Yeah, but you haven't got anything to offer, you dumb shit. You've not produced anything, you dumb shit. All you've done is gone through the education system and acquired a certificate. Oh, now CK, the fucking spinster, pops in.
Wow. Are you that easily distracted, Nathan?
What, by a spinster who brought my wife into the discussion?
Yeah.
Shall I bring your kids up, Bev? Shall I bring up your kids, Bev?
Well, everybody else has.
I haven't.
Yeah, you have.
I'm asking you if I should do what's just been done to me.
You're saying that I've been in prison, Nathan.
I haven't said anything of the sort.
Yeah, you have.
No, I fucking haven't.
Screenshots of it. You must have been under some heavy drinking or something.
Now I'm being accused of being an alcoholic.
Shit.
Another ad hom.
Have you got evidence of that, Bev?
Writing all of those things.
Got your ass kicked a long time ago.
Nathan.
Yeah, I just don't appreciate my family being dragged into it, Bev. I'm sure you feel the same. So you're okay with us dragging each other's family into the discussion, is what you're saying?
No, I wouldn't know why. Why are you going to do that?
That's why I'm angry with that fucking bitch that just interrupted.
To protect my kids, Nathan.
Yeah, that's why I'm angry with the fucking wankers on the side of the discussion that brought up my wife and kids.
Right?
Yeah, seems reasonable, right?
Yeah. Nobody cares, though, do they, Nathan?
No, we care about what buildings you've produced, and you haven't.
You did. You piped up and started going after Nathan for addressing her.
Your certificate didn't mean anything, and it hasn't been used to produce anything fruitful, then.
The realising Euclid test.
Sorry, have you produced anything?
Yes, the realising Euclid test.
Sorry, that's not producing anything. There's nothing physical been produced by you.
Yes, there was. There was a test in physical reality with physical things, Nathan.
Okay,
real life shit.
And which business benefited from it?
Why do businesses have to benefit from it?
Because that's a tangible, practical use of something that you've done with your surveying certificate. Maybe if you just talk through me. Again, I'd break your nose, Bev. I'd just break your nose. Because that would show that you've done something with your certificate that's useful. Maybe I'd just break your nose. Yeah, you'd be stamped on. I'd stamp on your fucking head. Yeah, because it would show that you've actually... Yeah, I would just stamp on your face.
Well done.
Yeah, meanwhile, Bev, you can get away with this with a million miles of fibre. Yeah, you pathetic, ugly little twat. Yeah, you can get away with chat skanking through the top of me. Because if you produce something, it would mean that you've done something useful for the world. That would produce a benefit for a business or an individual. You haven't. Nothing you have done has had... Yeah, I'd just break your nose. I'd break your nose. I'd break your nose, Bev. If you're in front of me doing this, I'd break your nose.
Many of the arguments...
Now, I haven't finished talking, you dumb fuck. Well. I'm telling you that if you did this in front of me, you pathetic little twat, I would break your fucking nose for doing it.
You've said it a few times.
Yeah, I would.
I would still say it in front of you, though, Nathan.
Yeah, and then you'd get a broken nose as you keep chat skanking through the top of me. You haven't produced anything with your certificate. You haven't done anything useful.
I've got, the realising Euclid test, Nathan.
And what did that generate some revenue for a business or an individual benefited from it? Did it save any lives?
It proved a straight line in reality, Nathan.
Didn't do anything.
Yeah, it did. It proved a straight line within reality through Proposition 1, Book 11 of Euclid. That's why we call it the realising Euclid test.
Well, that's Euclid's, not yours.
In reality, Nathan.
So that's Euclid's then. So that's not yours, it's Euclid's.
That's how I proved.
No, Euclid proved.
No, I proved.
You just said it was
myself,
Euclid's.
Nathan.
You just gave me the test. You gave me the page number of Euclid.
It is called.
But you referred to Euclid's demonstration then.
Yes.
Yes, so that's not you doing anything, you dumb fuck.
What? Yeah, we actually did the realising Euclid test.
So it's Euclid's then?
No.
No, so it's just called Euclid's because it's actually Bev's. No, you dumb shit. It seems like you're taking credit for Euclid's work.
No, I'm not actually.
So it's not the Euclid test.
Giving him credit.
Yeah, that's because he did it. Because he's the one who deserves credit, not you dumb shit. You haven't done anything that's of any note whatsoever. Euclid has.
Prove that horizontal...
Stuttery bitch! This is Euclid's, not yours, you dumb shit.
Based on the provided search results, the Realizing Euclid step-by-step project was a YouTube-based project designed to test hypotheses about the shape of water surfaces, plane versus spherical curve.
Ooh, is that Google? Is that AI?
It's Euclid, not you. You haven't done anything significant.
No, it's AI. Neil, I'm talking to Neil, Nathan. Was that AI giving you an overview there? Neil.
I don't know, but I got a few of them. I'll give you a few more.
That's nice.
Look at what I'm saying.
At least it knows about it, right? Nathan, see? Even AI knows.
Even AI knows who Bev is? Wow.
YouTube
wow,
test.
Bev is so important.
I test hypotheses?
Can you define what a hypothesis is, Bev?
Oh, the old QE trick. Define this for us.
No, you brought it up.
You appealed.
Realizing Euclid. Now define what a hypothesis is.
You said even AI knows.
No, Neil talked about something AI gave him.
Yeah, and you said even AI knows about it. So according to AI...
You validated it.
According to AI, you have hypotheses confirmations. What's a hypothesis?
Realizing Euclid.
But Euclid then, so not Bev. Just so we're clear, this has got nothing to do with Bev. Realising what Euclid has done.
Yes.
Yeah, so Bev is fucking utterly inconsequential. He's done nothing that is proven practically useful, and he's utilising someone else's stuff and taking credit for it, in this case Euclid. So Bev's a useless fart.
Yeah, that's how... That's
stuttery Bev, the twat who's done nothing. Euclid, useful. Bev, a fucking insignificant nobody.
The project aimed to determine through participant homework assignments whether measurements of water levels could distinguish between the hypotheses that water forms a flat plane and the hypotheses that water forms a spherical curve.
Yeah, that's a false dichotomy. That's not definitely, it's got the wrong end of the stick there, but a lot of people do that, right?
So when you say AI knows, what you mean is AI's wrong?
knows of it.
Of it being incorrect.
So yeah, it's
So it's wrong. So even AI doesn't understand your stupid shit that you got from Euclid.
Yeah, because I've not actually put it out there yet, Nathan.
Oh, really? Well, AI's got it, and according to you moments earlier said even AI knows. So it doesn't.
The dogmatic globe.
So you're just wrong about what AI knows. Then you were wrong.
Yeah, the horizontal distance.
Yeah. So Bev was wrong about what AI knows. It doesn't know anything, but it knows about as much as Bev does.
Well, no, because we actually did the test. I know a lot more about it.
Kind of test, hypothesis test.
Built it from first principles.
What's the hypothesis?
What, the straight line lies within a plane.
But that's not a hypothesis.
Right. But that was what the test was about.
You just said it was a hypothesis. So when I point out it's not a hypothesis, the response I get is yeah. Man, you're a fucking retard, aren't you, Bev?
What was the observation? The naturally observed phenomenon for this hypothesis.
The water levels.
Water levels. So water being level, having no part higher or lower than another.
Yeah.
Yeah. So water, like what, I don't know, the sea, when it's averaged with the sea level, is having no part higher or lower than another. It's useful for measuring Earth flat.
No, you don't measure the Earth flat, though.
Well, what about sea level?
What about sea level?
Well, that's having no part higher or lower than another.
Yeah, what about the horizontal distance?
Sorry, that's Earth being measured flat then. You said, what about it? That's Earth being measured flat with having no part higher or lower than another.
So that, yeah. So the horizontal...
Yeah. So Earth's measured flat with sea level. Yeah, that's right. Earth's measured flat. You said it wasn't measured flat. Yeah, it is. It's measured flat with sea level.
Distances won't help you.
So why are you telling me what won't help me through the top of me?
Because it proves globe.
Right, measuring a level, having no part higher or lower than another, isn't measuring a globe. This is the spoutings and ramblings of a fucking turd-shaped retard.
Yeah,
Bev is famous. The project involved engaging with On the Level, formerly The Next Level, Discord server members, and noted creative responses from a flat earther named Mallory. Oh boy, you had a flat earther named Mallory. That's amazing.
Lol, never even heard of Mallory, but that's obviously some sort of a flat earth play, right?
They got you down. They know it's you on the level. That's you, Bev. Now you're running from it.
I don't know who Mallory is.
Now that I'm digging up the information, now you're running from it. I got a lot more.
AI's just making shit up, Neil.
A minute ago, even AI knew, and you were appealing to how wonderful it was that AI knew about this stuff. Now, AI's just making shit up.
Yes.
I see. So which is it? Does AI know all about your wonderful Euclid that's not you, or is AI making shit up? Which is it?
No, I know about the test, Nathan.
Not what I asked.
Since I was the one
not what I asked. I didn't ask about you. I asked what AI's doing. I asked about AI, though, didn't I?
I haven't got a clue about AI, Nathan.
Well, you just said it was making shit up 2 seconds ago. If you haven't got a clue, why are you declaring that it's making shit up then?
The internet and found something, right?
Yeah, something that you've decided to describe as being making shit up, and then simultaneously said you don't know anything about it. Well, make up your mind. Do you not know, or is it making shit up?
Buster even made a song about it. It's been going for ages, Nathan.
What as?
Years. Realizing Euclid. We did it 2020.
The responses are 40 to 50 responses. Well done, Bev. You really cornered the market.
Yeah, nobody's really that interested though, right? Because what it shows is, Nathan, is that horizontal distances prove the globe.
Sorry, horizontal distances mean that they're horizontal.
An idiot.
Horizontal is not globe-shaped. Again, what a fucking retard. What kind of idiot describes a horizontal distance, the same one that Buck couldn't cope with and ended up bringing up my kids as a result of? Those horizontal distance measurements, the ones that we put on maps. They don't prove globe, they're horizontal. Fucking retard.
You need professional help, Beth.
You need help.
Reality, right?
Nathan, there was a high agreement that both models resulted in zero measurements.
Yeah, horizontal measurements.
Yeah, they're horizontal. That means they're not globe-shaped. Fundamentally, horizontally,
That's what measurements of distances are. So if we've got horizontal distance measurements, the distances are horizontal. You're saying, well, that proves the globe. What, the horizontal distances that we measure? No, they prove that the distances are horizontal.
The ratio proves non-Euclidean. And since your idea of a circle is flat and that's a Euclidean...
Right, my idea of a circle being flat. Again, cunt. Bang! I'd just break his fucking nose. Circles are flat, you stupid fucking retard.
Yes, but the...
Yes! So when you say your idea of circles being flat, bang! I'd just break your fucking nose. You'd be on the floor bleeding. Because you're making something that's axiomatically flat a circle. Nathan's circle. With his idea of it being flat. No, you fucking retard. Circles are flat, you dumb fuck.
Come for a chat sometime.
I'll break your nose, Bev, when you told me that Nathan's circles and his ideas of them being flat. No. Within 30 seconds of him saying that shit that would get his nose broken, we've got a circle that's flat. Yeah, that's what a circle is. You dumb shit. Yeah. So when you say it's Nathan's idea of a circle being flat, you'd have your nose broken, you dumb shit.
And since...
You stutter and mumble for me, you little fucker. I would break your fucking nose.
The globe, not...
Yeah, I'd break your nose, Bev. Are you listening?
No,
if you're in front of me, Bev, I'd have justifiable reason to do it too.
Well, a lot of people obviously think that as well, Nathan.
What, think that circles are flat? Or do they think that it's Nathan's circles and his ideas of them being flat? Are they Nathan's circles that I've got an idea of them being flat?
Nathan Oakley's antipodal planes.
Right, again, I'd just break his fucking nose. No, on screen now is a depiction of a spherical system derived from a flat plane that you can put in an antipodal system with north and south hemispherical globe representations. These are not Nathan Oakley's. But Bev, for about the 5th time here, has decided to ascribe what globe believers utilise in the form of flat Earth measurements to create their globe as being my claim. Again, Bev, if you're in front of me, I'd break your fucking nose. I'd break your nose, Bev. Bev, you're not listening to me. If you're in front of me, you pathetic little cowering cuck, I'd break your fucking nose. Yeah? While you chat skank through me, you just have your throat stamped on. Yeah? No, Bev. Yeah, you're misrepresenting me as having a antipodal system that's been derived to form a globe. That's not my claim. That's my opponent's claim. But you think you're being smart. Yeah, that's why you'd have your nose broken. I'm explaining to you why you'd have your nose broken.
You did a paid presentation, Nathan, saying it. It's on film, right? It's recorded. You doing this presentation to show flat earthers how to make a globe.
So it's making a fucking globe then? So as opposed to it being Nathan Oakley's suggestion, when I unequivocally do not believe we're standing on a curved surface, because I've done a presentation about how you, globe believe fucktards, make your globe for you to believe in, that makes it my claim.
I don't believe in that antipodal plane globe. I haven't got a clue.
Yeah, the globe's not mine. Again, like I say, this is the reason, bang, I just break Bev's nose while he's standing there telling me that the antipodal assumption based on flat Earth measurements to create the globe is actually my fucking claim. No, but it is simultaneously the reason why I'd break your nose if you're in front of me, Bev.
Right, well, just because you make a globe different than...
I don't make a globe. Let's get that clear, like I keep saying. Yeah, this is why I break Bev's nose, because I'm not making a fucking globe. I don't believe we're standing on one. Me pointing out how you create a globe with flat Earth measurements is me pointing out how you come to your faith in your globe, not how I come to believe in one.
Nathan? Do you want me to make a statement about how I make a globe, Nathan?
No, you've made a statement about how Nathan Oakley produces a globe, and I don't. I point out how others do that. You've misrepresented me, and I'm telling you how, if this was done in person, like with you chat skanking through me and yakking through me, that would also be a reason for me to break your fucking nose.
That's how I make a globe.
Yeah, I don't give a shit what you do. You've represented my claim as though I'm making a globe when I describe how others I oppose make a globe with flat Earth measurements. That's others, not me, and their claim and how it's produced with flat Earth measurements. You've decided that you're going to misrepresent that as though it's my claim. Again, it would get you a broken nose.
Never made any measurements.
Yeah, just break your nose.
But
I'd stamp on your face too, Bev. Yeah, Bev, while you yacked through me, you wouldn't be yakking because I'd be breaking your jaw with my heel. What I'd be doing right about now, Bev, is stamping on your face.
Is there any? I bet you haven't.
I bet you stutter too while I stamped on it. Yeah, what you've done, like a wanker, is misrepresent what I do and turn a defeat for my opponent's globe creation into my claim. That would get you a broken nose.
Okay. Do you know any southern...
Do I know that you stutter like a fucking bitch? Yeah, you pathetic little shit. You turd-shaped little man. You stuttery adenoidal little prick. You'd have your face stamped on for misrepresenting what I do.
That's Flatsoid, how he measures the...
Yeah, fuck what Flatsoid does.
You two meet up?
I don't
care. You guys
care.
both from the UK?
Yeah.
You guys should both meet up and see who wins in a fight.
Nathan's a height supremacist.
Why? Because you're a snot-faced little cuck. A short man with a little dick who wants to go around on the internet flexing his intellectual prowess while you misrepresent your opponent. Yeah, what I'm saying is if you did that in front of me, I'd break your fucking nose.
As well, right, Nathan?
I'd break your nose if you did it in front of me,
That's
Bev.
exactly what it is.
Yeah, I'd just break your nose if you were in front of me, Bev, and you'd fucking know it too.
I know, you're pretty violent. I don't know whether you should be
I would break your nose.
In public, Nathan.
I would violently beat the living shit out of you. That's correct.
Right.
The wannabe intellectuals.
Yeah.
They want the argument. That even said it. Why did you?
I'd
we
do
need
it
the
when you
argument.
misrepresented me intentionally and then yacked through me addressing your misrepresentation of me, while I readdressed the egregious bullshit that you've made up about me. When you started interrupting me, bang! I'd break your fucking nose right where you stood. And then what would you do? Cry? No, Nathan's a height supremacist while I'm stamping on your throat.
No, I'd just say like you're a brilliant role model for flat Earth, especially going forward.
So you think you're a good representation for the globe when you tell me how I create my globe?
Believe me, Nathan, the globe doesn't want me.
Right, the globe's being claimed to be created by me, by you. You're suggesting I create a globe, though, aren't you, Bev? You've just suggested that I create one.
The false dichotomy.
Yeah, you're not listening anymore.
We're striving.
Yeah, you're not listening, though, are you? You're not listening. Yeah, you're not listening. You don't seem to be listening anymore. Yeah, you can get away with this. You can get away with this with a million miles of fibre between us, Bev. That's my point. Yeah, the only way you can get away with misrepresenting what I stand for, like I stand for creating globes, is by doing it with a million miles of fibre between us. I'm bringing you back to reality, where in the real world, not on the internet, not on the pretend world that you think you can live in, yeah, in the real world, you wouldn't get away with this shit. Yeah?
Well,
this is a
I'm
fantasy
here
that you've
to
created. It's a
represent
fantasy world where you get to
surveyors
talk
from the
through
real world
people,
to let
where
you
you get
know
to misrepresent
that
them
the
and lie
Earth's not
about what they're
measured flat.
creating, yak through the top
And
of
the
them.
surveyors
Yeah, and in
aren't
reality,
you,
Bev, you wouldn't get
Nathan.
away with this. Yeah, I'd be shutting you up.
Aren't going to help you.
You're not helping anybody, Bev, when you misrepresent what I say. I'm saying in the real world, I'd punish you for it, physically.
Right.
Imagine having a conversation with somebody and they just start talking while you're talking in real life.
Yeah, we are in real life. This is...
No, we're not. This is the internet.
Face to face.
Bev has
If
only
you
got
did
his
that to me,
brave
Bev.
pills because this is the internet. Because he's not standing in front of me with me towering over him, looking down on him, down my nose at him, sneering at him while he attempts to misrepresent my position. When I frown and glare over the top of him while he intentionally misrepresents my position, he would quiver in fear.
Nathan.
Because he
Go on,
knows
make
what would
a
happen
stand.
to him. Yeah, like now, while he yaks through the top of me. You can only
Make a
do this
stand on
because we're
something.
not in the real
Okay.
world, we're on the internet. That's why.
Yeah, that's why people could talk through you. That's why they could bring up your family. That's why they can
What's your
misrepresent
position,
you.
Nathan? What's Nathan's position, Neil?
But you've claimed that my position is we create a ball with antipodal flat Earth measurements. That's what you've misrepresented my position with several times.
You. Yeah, there's a demonstration of use.
Yeah, sorry, do you think going high pitch is going to change that me representing what my opponent suggests is not my claim?
Right, okay then.
Yeah, right, okay, yeah. Bang! I'd just break your fucking nose if you're in front of me because you're misrepresenting my position intentionally. Yeah, while I cower over the top of you. That's what you would do.
Nobody makes a globe from antipodal planes.
On screen now is a flat plane derivation of angle measurements to the sun. On screen now for my audience. I'd break your nose, Bev. I would break your jaw, Bev. It's on screen now for my audience. I'd break your fucking jaw. I'd break your jaw, Bev. Sorry, you just told them, and now you're just yakking through the top of me. Again, another reason why you get a broken jaw if we were face to face. I'm demonstrating how wrong Bev is. He's just said it's only me that creates it. I give him a demonstration of a plane that can be described north and south for antipodal positioning.
I can't see it though, Nathan.
Don't give a fuck. It's on screen for my audience so that I can demonstrate how wrong you are. Yeah. But this would be my justification for belting you.
This isn't live, Nathan.
I don't give a fuck. I can demonstrate how wrong you are to an audience, Bev.
You've got an audience.
Bev, not only is it not just you hearing this, I have an audience that can listen to me pointing out how pathetic it is to tell me that my position is the position I represent of my opponent. That's pathetic.
How many people is there in here? There's a good 30-odd people in here, right?
Yeah. Listening to you misrepresent my position over and over again.
Nathan.
This goes out to an audience, though, dumbass.
Yeah, it's going out to an audience right now that can't see what he's talking about.
Don't worry about it. They will see it when he puts it out. The real audience will see it.
He could be presenting it.
The real audience will see it, not wankers like you guys.
If he knew what he was doing, he could be presenting it into Discord as well.
Yeah, I could, but I'm only interested. I'm not interested in presenting it to you. I'm only interested in presenting it to my audience as you yak through me. Yeah, you're yakking through me. Yeah, I'm not interested in presenting it to you. I'm demonstrating to the audience how wrong you are.
I just know that the Earth is not flat and the Earth is not measured flat.
So we measure Earth with respect to sea level for topographical changes with respect to that average. So when you describe how high or low the surface is, it is described from an average at sea level.
Yeah, surveyors do not measure the Earth flat.
They measure it from sea level. That's how the topographical changes are described in altitudes.
From a datum.
Yeah, from sea level.
And they refer it to another point.
Yeah, sea level.
That's how things work.
No, sea level's not a point. Yeah, that's idiotic. That's Bev being a fucking retard. No, a point doesn't give you a level. A level is having no part higher or lower than another. That's not a single point.
Yeah.
Bev, we just went over a video with a professional surveyor measuring the Earth.
Though, right, Nathan? Because you've got a violent flat earther roaming around.
We just reviewed a professional surveyor measuring the Earth.
No. I'm a lover, not a fighter. What I'm saying is, hypothetically, if Bev was in front of me, I'd be towering over the top of him and scowling at him while he misrepresents me. And then there'd be a very real threat of violence if he continued to do it, because I don't tolerate people misrepresenting me. Now here, in this scenario, Bev can get away with lying about my position repeatedly because he's got his brave pills, because he's got a million miles of fibre. What I'm doing is bringing this back to the reality where when somebody just decides that they're going to start chatting through the top of you, I would physically restrain him from doing so if he was in front of me. I'd shut him up right about now, physically. Violently, because that's what happens in reality. If you're in front of someone and you do this that Bev's doing now, there are consequences in reality. Those consequences Bev would feel in the form of pain if he was in front of me doing this right now. He can get away with it because there's a million miles of fibre. He thinks this is the real world. No, in the real world, you'd be feeling pain.
Yeah, he wouldn't be doing that.
No, because he knows that the consequences would be pain.
Nathan, you've not been in these arenas, these chats over the years. You're out.
But why are you telling me what I haven't done?
Because you're out of the game.
I run a daily fucking
boy.
show, you stupid retard.
Another one obsessed.
Another one
No,
obsessed
it's not
with me.
obsessed.
So
Just
why
telling you.
How do you know what
you're
I'm doing
out
then?
of the game.
How do you know what I'm doing?
There's no argument, right?
No,
you
there isn't.
admit it. You say you've got no argument. You don't even
I
want.
didn't say I've got no argument. Again, bang! I'd break his fucking nose. I have never said I don't have an argument. I've said there is no argument when we measure Earth from sea level. That's a fact. We do measure Earth from sea level. That isn't me saying, quote, I've got no argument. But when Bev misrepresents my position in the way he has, again, broken nose time. Pain would be the consequence of you lying about what I say. I don't say I don't have an argument. Yeah, now you're talking through me. Again, this would result in pain if you're in front of me. I do not say I don't have an argument. Those aren't the words that cross my lips. But because you've decided to misrepresent me, Bev, I'm saying if you're in front of me, I would break your fucking nose for it. Hope you understand.
There's no argument, Bev.
Argument? Can we get a clarifier on that?
There is no argument. Not I don't have an argument. I've had plenty. There is no argument. Earth is measured flat. The horizontal plane of reference at sea level is used to describe altitude changes.
So you do, in fact, have no. There is no argument.
Yeah, there is no argument. It's
but
very
there are
different to
arguments, right?
There is no argument. Earth's measured flat in
There
all
are
instances.
arguments out there, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's not what you said.
Once you know Earth is measured flat, all the other arguments are meaningless, Bev. But you can go on and argue with anybody you want.
Have you heard the measured flat destructive dichotomy?
We don't give a shit about that. There you go. See, Nathan,
It's an
they want to
argument
be
now,
relevant. Ed Bear wants to be relevant. He wants us to hear
it's
this
just
so
an
bad.
argument somebody's made.
Dude, there's nothing that's going to change the fact that it's measured flat. Nothing. Nothing's going to change that.
It'll change a lot, right, if you see it. So
will it change horizontal distance? Okay, let's just rattle them off.
Yeah.
Will it change horizontal distance measurements?
No, because horizontal.
No, so we've got horizontal distance measurements. That's Earth being measured flat with distances that are horizontal.
Sort of one of the steps to get to the horizontal distance measurement of.
So we need horizontal distance measurements then. So yeah, so we've got horizontal distance measurements. So there's no argument. Earth's measured flat with horizontal distances.
Arguments, Nathan.
No, horizontal
There's
distance measurements not an argument.
From
It's a
first
measurement.
principles all the way to tis globe.
Bev, you're dead at the first one. It's game over. What's wrong with you?
No, series of arguments from first principles to tis globe.
Bev, once you admit horizontal distances, it's game over.
It's not though, Neil.
Oh no, according to Bev, we take the flat Earth horizontal distance measurements and then make a logical consistency argument for it being a globe. No, we've got horizontal distance measurements, though.
Yeah, the real globe, though, right? Not the dogmatic globe.
But there can't be a globe, otherwise you wouldn't have horizontal distance measurements.
Well, again, that's the what we have.
That's the stuttery little fucktard. Conceding that he's wrong? No, he's not conceding he's wrong. He's trying to create an argument. But not, I don't have any arguments. There is no argument. There is horizontal distance measurements, though.
Well, the proof of horizontal is within the horizontal distance proof of globe, right?
No, you're not going to have a proof of globe. It's a horizontal distance measurement. Therefore, the measurement of the distance, for you to pretend there's an argument, is horizontal.
Yeah, ratio is how we prove not that, Nathan.
Right, if you're measuring a horizontal distance, you're measuring a horizontal distance.
Yep.
Yeah. So therefore, when you say, well, I can create an argument, well, we've already got a measurement though, haven't we? It's horizontal. It's the distance. The measurement of it is horizontal.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the same way, Buck needed a horizontal distance measurement, but suddenly it became about a trundle wheel. Yeah, we're not measuring distances with trundle wheels when we put them on maps, so are we? No, definitely not. We've got far more complex methodologies to derive the elevation changes with respect to sea level over distance. The distance is horizontal.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've got a horizontal distance measurement, you fucking retard. So Earth's measured flat with horizontal distances then.
Globe, yes.
No, not globe.
A horizontal distance is not globe-shaped. That's a contradiction in terms, you stupid idiot.
Argument to prove flat.
No, it's not an argument. It's a horizontal distance measurement.
Yeah, but that's not an...
Yeah. No, just that's the end of the discussion. When you say yeah. Horizontal distance measurement means we've got a horizontal distance measurement. End of discussion.
It doesn't mean flat.
That's exactly what horizontal means. That is flat. That's what we measure distances with.
Territory, Nathan. The map
so you're just going to chat through me. Broken nose is what you'd get in front of me. Yeah, that's
so
what you
horizontal means globe. Okay, I got you.
Horizontal doesn't mean globe. It's the antithesis of anything derived from the horizontal. To describe a curve, you describe it from a horizontal. If you've got a horizontal to describe a curve from, you'll need horizontal to be axiomatically flat. That's what it is. And in this case, the distances, while he chats through me, broken nose. Yeah, you'd get a broken nose, Bev. That's right. I'd be towering over you, breaking your nose right about now. Yeah. As you chat skank through the top of me. Yeah, we've got horizontal distance measurements, though. So that's the end of the discussion. There is no argument because the base principle that Bev's going to start with is horizontal distance measurements.
Yeah.
Fuckwit. So that's the end of this discussion. There is no argument. We need horizontal distance measurements, and that's what we use.
No.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What a statement. That proves globe.
Yep.
Doesn't prove globe. It's horizontal.
The horizontal distance is 69 miles.
Yeah, so horizontal distances at 69 miles or 60 miles proves we are measuring horizontal distances. So that's the end of the discussion. There isn't a discussion. We've got to have horizontal distances.
And the time that the sun travels on the equator, right, that's also a horizontal distance.
Yeah, so we've got horizontal distances then. Yeah, so that's the end of this discussion. Horizontal distances are how Earth has been measured.
Yeah, and that's how you get...
Yeah, so shut the fuck up, you stupid retard. I'm sick of talking to you. Yes, that's right.
Else come up.
So we confirm how flat measurements are in the horizontal format. Yes, we do. That's the end of the discussion, you stupid retard.
Yes.
There are no horizontal distances on a globe, Bev. Good night.
Yeah, you'll be violating the measurement of horizontal distances if it's anything other than flat. An idiot. With that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and today's G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If Earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.